Section 31 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 22. The Production and Consumption of Coffee. A statistical study of world production of coffee by countries, per capita figures of the leading consuming countries, coffee consumption figures compared with tea consumption figures in the United States and the United Kingdom, 3 centuries of coffee trading, coffee drinking in the United States, past and present, reviewing the 1921 trade in the United States. The world's yearly production of coffee is on the average considerably more than 1 million tons. If this were all made up into the refreshing drink we get at our breakfast tables, there would be enough to supply every inhabitant of the earth with some 60 cups a year, representing a total of more than 90 billion cups. In terms of pounds, the annual world output amounts to about 2.25 billions, an amount so large that if it were done up in the familiar 1 pound paper packages, and if these packages were laid end to end in a row, they would form a line long enough to reach to the moon. If this average yearly production were left in the sacks in which the coffee is shipped, the total of 17,500,000 would be enough to form a broad 6-foot pavement reaching entirely across the United States, upon which a man could walk steadily for more than 5 months at the rate of 20 miles a day. This vast amount of coffee comes very largely from the Western Hemisphere and about three-fourths of it from a single country. The production, shipment, and preparation of this coffee directly and indirectly support millions of workers, and many countries are entirely dependent on it for their prosperity and economic well being. During the crop year that ended June 30th, 1921, this million ton average was considerably exceeded, though it did not approach the record yield of all time in the crop year 1906-7, when the total amounted to almost 24 million sacks, or in round numbers 3 billion pounds. As indicated by the statistical record table on page 274, Brazil produces more than all the rest of the world put together. Coffee growing, however, is general throughout tropical countries and in most of them constitutes one of the leading industries. Yet in most cases, the actual production of these countries can only be estimated, as accurate figures showing the exact output are seldom kept. But the contribution which each country makes to the total world traffic in coffee can be determined by its export figures, which are obtainable in reasonably accurate and up-to-date form. The table on page 276 gives the coffee export figures in pounds for practically every country that produces coffee for sale outside its own borders. Figures are given for the latest available year and also for the average of the last 5 years for which statistics are to be obtained. The figures are taken from official statistics from the publications of the International Institute of Agriculture of Rome and from other authoritative sources. For the most part, these figures of exportation are the only ones available to indicate the actual coffee production in the countries named. The following additional data, however, will serve to show the extent to which the coffee raising industry has developed in most of these countries and in a few places of minor importance not named in the table. Brazil. The coffee industry of Brazil, which has furnished 70% of the world's coffee during the last 10 years, has developed in a century and a half. Brazilian soil first made the acquaintance of the coffee plant at Para in 1723. A small export trade to Europe had developed by 1770, the year when the first plantation was established in the state of Rio de Janeiro, and from which the country's great industry really dates. Development at first was apparently slow, as no exports are recorded until the beginning of the 19th century, so that the history of Brazil's coffee trade is a matter entirely of the 19th and 20th centuries. Once started, however, the new line of export made rapid progress. In 1800, the amount of coffee exported was 1720 pounds contained in 13 bags. 20 years later, 12,896,000 pounds were shipped, the number of bags being 97,498. 10 years later, in 1830, this amount had increased to 64,051,000 pounds, and in 1840 to 137,300,000 pounds. In 1852-53, the receipts of shipment at the ports were double that amount, 284,000,000 and 592,000 pounds. In 1860-61, they were for 20,420,000 pounds. In 1870-71, they had increased to 427,416,000 pounds. In 80-81, they were 764,945,000 pounds. In 1890-91, 739,000,000 and 654,000 pounds, and at the beginning of this century, 1900-1901, they were 1,504,424,000 pounds, having passed the 1 billion pound mark in 1896-97. The highest point of coffee receipts in the country's history was reached in 1906-7 with 2,699,644,694 pounds, and since that year the amount has stayed at about 1.5 billion pounds. Further expansion in the last 15 years has been closely regulated to prevent overproduction. It is estimated that the area in the coffee growing section suitable for coffee raising covers 1,158,000 square miles, or more than one third the area of continental United States. The state of Sao Paulo is the chief producing state and supplies practically half the world's annual output. Most of this Sao Paulo coffee is exported through the port of Santos, which is consequently the leading coffee port of the world. Besides Santos, the ports of Rio de Janeiro and Victoria are of much importance in the coffee trade, although some 20 or 30 million pounds are exported each year through the port of Bahia and smaller amounts through various other ports. The crop year of Brazil runs from July 1st to June 30th, the heaviest receipts of shipment coming as a rule in the months of August, September and October of each year. One third of the season's crop is usually received at ports of shipment before the last of October, sometimes as early as the latter part of September. One half comes in by the middle or last of November, and two-thirds is usually received by the end of January. Venezuela. The coffee plant was introduced into Venezuela in 1784, being brought from Martinique, and the first shipment abroad consisting of 233 bags, was made 5 years later. By 1830-31, production had increased to 25,454,000 pounds, and in the next 20 years it more than trebled, amounting to 83,717,000 pounds in 1850-51. Since then, however, the increase has been much more gradual. In 1881-82, 94,369,000 pounds were produced, and about the same amount, 95,170,000 pounds in 1889-90. 20th century production has apparently exceeded the 100 million mark on the average, although there are no definite statistics beyond export figures. These showed 86,950,000 pounds sent abroad in 1945, 103,453,000 pounds in 1989, and 88,155,000 pounds in 1918. The trade in the last named year being cut down by war conditions. In 1919, the extraordinary amount of 179,414,815 pounds was exported, the high figure being due to the release of coffee stored from previous years. It has been estimated that domestic consumption of coffee would amount to a maximum of 25 million pounds yearly, but may be much less than that. The United States and France have in the past been Venezuela's best customers. Colombia. Prior to 1912, the total production of coffee in Colombia was around 80 million pounds annually, of which some 3 million or 4 billion pounds were consumed in the country itself. But in the last decade, production has been advancing rapidly, and the present production is the heaviest in the history of the country. The industry has practically grown up in the last 70 years. The exports for the decade 1852-53 to 1861-62, averaging only about 940,000 pounds. In the decade following, about 5,700,000 pounds, and in the 10 years from 1872-73 to 1881-82, about 12,600,000 pounds, according to an unofficial compilation. Exportations had advanced to about 47 million pounds by 1895 and to 80 million pounds by 1906. As large quantities of Colombian coffee are shipped out through Venezuela, and because of the lack of detailed statistics in Colombia, the actual exportation each year is not easy to determine, but the following figures obtained by a trade commissioner of the United States may be taken as a fairly accurate estimate of exports from 1906 to 1918. Ecuador. Annual production in Ecuador runs from 3 million to 8 million pounds, most of which is exported. The greater part of the production is sent to Chile and the United States. Production has shown only a gradual increase since the middle of the 19th century, when planters began to give some attention to coffee cultivation. Exports were about 87,000 pounds in 1855, 296,000 pounds in 1870, and 985,000 pounds in 1877. By the beginning of the present century, production had reached 6,204,000 pounds. In 1905, it was estimated at 4,861,000 pounds, and in 1910 at 8,682,000 pounds. Exports in 1912 were 6,101,700 pounds and 7,671,000 pounds in 1918. But there was a falling off to 3,729,000 pounds in 1919. Several years ago, it was estimated that the coffee trees numbered 8 million planted on 32,000 acres. Peru. Coffee is one of the minor products of Peru, and the country does not occupy a place of importance in the international coffee trade. The larger part of the production is apparently consumed in the country itself. Exports figures indicate that the industry is steadily declining. Exports amounted to 2,267,000 pounds in 1905 to 1,618,000 pounds in 1908, and in the 5 years ending with 1918, exports averaged only 529,000 pounds, while figures for 1919 show that in that year they fell still lower to 370,000 pounds. Production is mainly in the coastlands. British Guiana. The Guianas are the site of the first coffee planting on the continent of South America and, according to some accounts, the first in the New World. The plants were brought first into Dutch Guiana, but there was no planting in what is now British Guiana, then a Dutch colony, until 1752. 26 years later, 6,041,000 pounds were sent to Amsterdam from the two ports of Demerara and Barbais, and after the colony fell into the hands of the English in 1796, cultivation continued to increase. Exports amounted to 10,845,000 pounds in 1803 and to more than 22 million pounds in 1810. Then there was a falling off, and the production in 1828 was 8,893,500 pounds and 3,308,000 pounds in 1836. In 1849, British Guiana exported only 109,600 pounds. For a long period thereafter, there was little production and practically no exportation. Exports in 1907, for instance, amounting to only 160 pounds. With the next year, however, a revival of exportation began and it has continued to grow since then. In 1908, exports were 88,700 pounds, and for the succeeding years up to 1917, the following amounts are recorded: 1909, 96,952 pounds; 1910, 108,378 pounds; 1911, 136,420 pounds; 1912, 144,845 pounds; 1913, 89,376 pounds; 1914, 238,767 pounds; 1915, 172,326 pounds; 1916, 501,183 pounds; 1917, 267,344 pounds. In the last named year, 4,953 acres were in coffee plantations. French Guiana. This colony raises a small amount of coffee for local consumption and exports a few hundred pounds, but it is really an importing and not an exporting colony. Coffee cultivation was never of much importance, although in 1775 some 72,000 pounds were exported. 180,000 pounds were harvested in 1860 and 132,000 pounds in 1870, mostly for local consumption. Dutch Guinea. Regular shipments of coffee from Dutch Guinea have been made for 2 centuries, beginning A few years after the plant was introduced, with a shipment of 6,461 pounds to the mother country in 1723. 7 years later, 472,000 pounds were shipped, and in 1732-33, exportation reached 1,232,000 pounds. Exports were averaging 16,900,000 pounds a year by 1760 and reached almost 20,600,000 pounds in 1777. At the beginning of the 19th century, they amounted to about 17 million pounds, but a few years later fell off to some 7 million pounds, where they remained until about 1840, after which they began again to decline. Exportation had practically ceased by 1875, only 1,420 pounds going out of the country, although cultivation still continued, as evidenced by a production of 82,357 pounds in that year. In 1890, production was only 15,736 pounds and exports only 476 pounds. But since then, there has been a considerable increase. In 1900, production amounted to 433,000 pounds and exports to 424,000 pounds. In 1908, 1,108,000 pounds were grown, of which 310,000 pounds were sent abroad. And in 1909, the figures were 552,000 pounds produced and 405,000 pounds exported. No figures are available for production in recent years, but the exportation of 1,600,000 pounds in 1917 indicates that plantings have been steadily growing. Other South American countries Of the other South American countries, Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay are coffee importing countries, and the coffee raising industry of Paraguay, although more or less promising, has yet to be developed. In Argentina, a few hundred acres in the subtropical provinces of the north have been planted to coffee, but coffee growing will always necessarily remain a very minor industry. Many attempts have been made to establish the industry in Paraguay, where favorable conditions obtain, but only a few planters have met with success. Their product has all been consumed locally. Bolivia has much land suitable for coffee raising, and it is estimated that production has reached as high as 1,500,000 pounds a year, but transportation conditions are such as to hold back development for an indefinite time. Small amounts are now exported to Chile. Salvador. Coffee was introduced into Salvador in 1852 and immediately began to spread over the country. Exports were valued at more than $100,000 in 1865, and by 1874-75 the amount exported had reached 8,500,000 pounds. The first large plantation was established in 1876, and since then planting has continued. Until now, practically all the available coffee land has been taken up. The area in plantations has been estimated at 166,000 acres and the annual production at 50 million to 75 million pounds, of which some 5 million pounds are consumed in the country. Since the beginning of the present century, exports have in general shown a considerable increase, the figures for 1901 being 50,101,000 pounds, for 1905 64,480,000 pounds, for 1910 62,764,000 pounds, For 1915, 67,130,000 pounds, and for 1920, 82,864,000 pounds. Guatemala. Cultivation of coffee in Guatemala became the importance between 1860 and 1870. In 1860, exports were about 140,000 pounds. By 1863, they had increased to about 1,800,000 pounds, and by 1870 to 7,590,000 pounds. In 1880-81, they amounted to 28,976,000 pounds, and in 1883-84 to 40,406,000 pounds. 20 years later, they had doubled. In recent years, exports have ranged between 75 million and 100 million pounds. The years from 1909 to 1918 showing the following results according to a consular report. Costa Rica. Coffee raising in Costa Rica dates from 1779 when the plant was introduced from Cuba. By 1845, the industry had grown sufficiently to permit an exportation of 7,823,000 pounds, and 20 years later, 11,143,000 pounds were shipped. Thereafter, production increased rapidly so that in 1874 the total exports were 32,670,000 pounds, and in 1884 there were more than 36 million pounds. In recent years, the average production has been around 35 million pounds. Nicaragua. Production of coffee in Nicaragua began between 1860 and 1870, and in 1875 the yield was estimated at 1,650,000 pounds. By 1879-80, this had increased to 3,579,000 pounds, and by 1889-90 to 8,533,000 pounds. In 1890-91, production was 11,540,000 pounds, and in 1907-8, it was estimated at more than 20 million pounds. 10 years later, 25 million pounds were produced, and the crop of 1918-19 was estimated at about 30 million pounds. Lack of transportation and excess of political troubles have been important factors in holding back development. Honduras. The coffee of Honduras is of very good quality, but production is small and the country is not an important factor in international trade. Exports usually run less than 1 million pounds. The chief obstacle to expansion is said to be lack of transportation facilities. British Honduras. The colony grows a little coffee for its own use, but imports most of what it needs. Production had reached almost 50,000 pounds in 1904, but the present average is only about 10,000 pounds, raised on scattering trees over about 1,000 acres. Panama. A small amount of coffee, of which occasionally as much as 200,000 or 250,000 pounds a year are exported, is raised in the uplands of Panama or is gathered from wild trees. The industry is not of great importance and the country imports considerable supplies, mostly from the United States. Mexico. A very good grade of coffee is produced in Mexico, and it is said that there is sufficient area of good coffee land to take care of the demand of the world outside of that supplied by Brazil. Production, however, is limited and to a large extent goes to satisfy home needs, leaving only about 50 million pounds for export. In spite of much government encouragement in past years, coffee cultivation has not made rapid progress. When we remember that the country became acquainted with the plant as early as 1790. Not until about 1870 did the country begin to become important in the list of coffee exporters, but by 1878-79 shipments amounted to about 12 million pounds. This steadily increased to 29,400,000 pounds in 1891-92. Exports in recent years have averaged about 50 million pounds, but in 1918 were only 30 million. Production has fluctuated greatly. In the years preceding the troubled revolutionary period, the total output was estimated as follows: 1907 45 million pounds, 1908 42 million pounds, 1909 81 million pounds, 1910 70 million pounds. In the 10 years preceding 1907, production dropped as low as 22 million pounds in 1902 and rose to 88,500,000 pounds in 1905. Next to the United States, Germany was the chief buyer of Mexican coffee before the war, although France and Great Britain also took several million pounds each. Haiti. For well over a century, Haiti has been shipping tens of millions of pounds of coffee annually, and the product is the mainstay of the country's economic life. In all that time, however, shipments have maintained much the same level. The country has been a coffee producer from the early years of the 18th century, when the plants began to spread from the original springs in Guyana or Martinique. After half a century of growth, exports had risen to 88,360,000 pounds in 1789-90, a mark that has never again been reached. Since then, exports have ranged between 40 million and 80 million pounds, keeping close to the lower mark in recent years because of European conditions. They were 38 million pounds in 1856, 55,750,000 pounds in 1866, and 52,300,000 pounds in 1876. They had reached 84,028,000 pounds in 1887-88, but fell back to 67,437,000 pounds in 1897-98, and 10 years later were 63,848,000 pounds. In 1917-18, they were only about two-thirds that amount, or 42,100,000 pounds. Some 8 million pounds are consumed yearly in the country itself. The coffee plantations cover about 125,000 acres. Dominican Republic. Coffee production in the Dominican Republic ranges between 1 million and 5 million pounds, exports in recent years averaging about 3,500,000 pounds. The quality of the coffee is good, but the plantations are not well cared for. Until 50 years ago, the industry was in a state of decline from a condition of former importance, but it was revived, and by 1881 it supplied 1,400,000 pounds for export. The amount was 1,480,000 pounds in 1888, 3,950,000 pounds in 1900, 1,540,000 pounds in 1909, and 4,870,000 pounds in 1919. Blight and disturbed political conditions have hampered development. In normal times, Europe takes most of the export. Jamaica. Jamaica began to raise coffee about 1730, and from that time on, there was a steady but slow increase in production. Shipments amounted to about 60,000 pounds in 1752, and to about 1,800,000 pounds in 1775. At the beginning of the new century, in 1804, exports of 22 million pounds are recorded, and in 1814, the figure was 34,045,000 pounds. Then exports gradually fell off, and in 1861 were only 6,700,000 pounds. They were 10,350,000 pounds in 1874, and since then have not varied much from 9 million or 10 million pounds a year. They were 9,363,000 pounds in 1900 and 7,885,000 pounds in 1909 and 8,246,000 pounds in 1919. The acreage of coffee remains fairly constant, being 24,865 in 1900, 22,275 in 1911, and 20,280 in 1917. It is said that there are 80,000 acres of good coffee land still uncultivated. Puerto Rico. The cultivation of coffee in Puerto Rico dates back to the middle of the 18th century, but exportation does not seem to have been much more than a million pounds a year until the first years of the 19th century. Between 1837 and 1840, the average exportation was about 10 million pounds, and by 1865, this had risen to 24 million pounds. 10 years later, it was 25,700,000 pounds. In recent years, it has averaged about 37 million pounds. The 1921 figure, including shipments to the continental United States, being 29,968,000 pounds. Production since 1881 has been between 30 million and 50 million pounds, the heaviest being in 1896 when the total output was 62,628,337 pounds, the largest figure in the island's history. The industry was greatly damaged by a disastrous storm in 1900 and was also adversely affected by the European War, as a large part of Puerto Rico crop goes to Europe. Puerto Rican coffee has not been popular in the United States, which takes only limited amounts. Cuba is one of the island's best customers. Guadeloupe. Coffee production in Guadeloupe reached its highest point in the latter part of the 18th century, when more than 8 million pounds were raised. The figure was around 6 million in 1808, but the output declined during the succeeding decades and 40 years later was only 375,000 pounds. The amount produced in 1885 was 986,000 pounds, and there has been a gradual increase so that the crop has been large enough to permit the exportation of 1 million to 2 million pounds or more since the beginning of the present century. Exports in 1901 were 1,449,000 pounds, in 1908 2,266,000 pounds, and in 1918 2,144,000 pounds. Other West Indian islands. Some little coffee is gathered for home consumption in many other West Indian islands, but little is exported. The island of Martinique, which is said to have seen the introduction of the coffee plant into the Western Hemisphere, does not now raise enough for its own use. Cuba was formerly one of the important centers of production, but for various reasons the industry declined, and for many years the country has imported most of its coffee supply. A century ago, the plantations numbered 2067 and the annual exportation amounted to 50 million pounds. When the island became independent, steps were taken to revive coffee planting, and in 1907 there were 1,411 plantations and 3,662,850 trees, producing 6,595,700 pounds of coffee. The Cubans, however, now find it convenient to obtain their coffee from the neighboring island of Puerto Rico and from other sources, and importations have remained around 20 million pounds a year. In Trinidad and Tobago, exports have reached as high as 1 million pounds a year, but in recent times they have fallen off heavily. St. Vincent exported 485 pounds in 1917 and Grenada 251 pounds in 1916. The Leeward Islands exported 1,415 pounds in 1917 and 2,946 pounds in 1916, the acreage being 274, the same as for many years past. Arabia, the home of the famous mocha coffee, still produces considerable quantities of that variety, although the output, comparatively speaking, is not large. The chief district is the Vilayat of Yemen, and the product reaches the outside world mainly through the port of Aden, although before the war much of this coffee was exported through Hodeida. The port of Massawa in the last 2 or 3 years has been drawing some of the supply of mocha for export. No statistics are available to show the production of mocha coffee, but an estimate made by the oldest coffee merchant in Aden places the average annual output at 45,000 bags of 176 pounds each, or 7,920,000 pounds. Although this is the only district in the world that can produce the particular grade of coffee known as mocha, there is little systematic cultivation and large areas of good coffee land are planted to other crops to provide food for the native. When transportation facilities are provided so that this food can be imported, it is predicted that the output of mocha coffee will be doubled. Aden is a great transshipping port of coffee from Asia and Africa, and more than half its exports are re exports from points outside of Arabia. British India. Cultivation of coffee was begun systematically in India in 1840, and 20 years later, the country exported about 5,860,000 pounds. For the next 8 years, the exports remained at about that figure, but in 1859 they amounted to 11,690,000 pounds, and by 1864 they had doubled, rising in that year to 26,745,000 pounds. They have continued at between 20 million and 60 million pounds ever since, reaching their highest point in 1872 with 56,817,000 pounds. In recent years, production and exportation have declined, the exports in 1920 being only 30,526,832 pounds. The area under coffee has been between 200,000 and 300,000 acres for 50 years or more, reaching its highest point in 1896 with 303,944 acres. Recently, the area has been slowly decreasing. Ceylon. The island of Ceylon was formerly one of the important producers of coffee, and the industry was a flourishing one until about 1869, when a disease appeared that in 10 or 15 years practically ruined the plantations. Production has gone on since then, but at a steadily declining rate. In late years, the island has not produced enough for its own use, and is now ranked as an importer rather than as an exporter. It is said that systematic cultivation was carried on in Ceylon by the Dutch as early as 1690, and shipments of 10,000 to 90,000 pounds a year were made all through the 18th century. Exports in one year, 1741, going as high as 370,000 pounds. The English took the island in 1795, and 30 years later they began to expand cultivation. Exports had risen to 12,400,000 pounds in 1836, and they continued to increase to a high point of 118,160,000 pounds in 1870. But in the next 30 years they declined until they were only 1,147,000 pounds in 1900. The total average in coffee at one time reached as high as 340,000, but as the coffee trees were affected by the leaf disease, this land was turned to tea, and in 1917 there were only 810 acres left in coffee. Dutch East Indies. The year 1699 saw the importation from the Malabar coast of India to Java of the coffee plants, which were destined to be the progenitors of the tens of millions of trees that have made the Dutch East Indies famous for 200 years. 12 years afterward, the first trickle of the stream of coffee that has continued to flow ever since found its way from Java to Holland in a shipment of 894 pounds. About 216,000 pounds were exported in 1721, and soon thereafter shipments rose into the millions of pounds. From 1721 to 1730, the Netherlands East India Company marketed 25,048,000 pounds of Java coffee in Holland, and in the decade following, 36,845,000 pounds. Shipments from Java continued at about the latter rate until the close of the century, although in the 10 years 1771 to 1780 they reached a total of 51,319,000 pounds. The total sales of Java coffee in Holland for the century were somewhat more than a quarter of a billion pounds, which represented pretty closely the amount produced. With the beginning of the 19th century, coffee production soon became much heavier, and in 1825 Java exported of her own production some 36,500,000 pounds, besides 1,360,000 pounds brought from neighboring islands to which the cultivation had spread. In 1855, the amount was 168,100,000 pounds of Java coffee and 4,080,000 pounds of coffee from the other islands. This is the highest record for the half century following the beginning of the regular reports of exports in 1825. From 1875 to 1879, the average annual yield was 152,184,000 pounds. In 1900, production in Java was 84,184,000 pounds. In 1910, it was 31,552,000 pounds, and in 1915 it had jumped to 73,984,000 pounds. On the west coast of Sumatra, coffee was regularly cultivated, according to one account, as early as 1783, but it was not until about 1800 that exportation began, with about 270,000 pounds. By 1840, exports were averaging 11 million to 12,250,000 pounds per year. Official records of production date from 1852, in which year The figures were 16,714,000 pounds. 5 years later, the recorded yield was 25,960,000 pounds, the high water mark of Sumatra production. The total output in 1860 was 21,400,000 pounds and 22,275,000 pounds in 1870. The average from 1875 to 1879 was 17,408,000 pounds, and from 1895 to 1899 it was 7,589,000 pounds. The yield was 5,576,000 pounds in 1900, 1,360,000 in 1910, and 7,752,000 in 1915. In celibates, the first plants were set out about 1750, but 70 years later, production was only some 10,000 pounds. This soon increased to half a million pounds, and from 1835 to 1852, the yield ran between 340,000 and 1,768,000 pounds. From 1875 to 1879, production averaged 2,176,000 pounds. From 1885 to 89, 2,747,000 pounds, and from 1895 to 1899, 707,000 pounds. In 1900, it was 680,000 pounds. In 1910, 272,000 pounds, and in 1915, 272,000 pounds. Planting under government control, largely with forced labor, has been the special feature of coffee cultivation in the Dutch East Indies. At first, the government exercised what was practically a monopoly, but private planting was more and more permitted, and in the latter part of the 19th century, the amount of coffee produced on private plantations exceeded that raised by the government. The government has now entirely given up the business of coffee production. Straits settlements. Trade in coffee is a transshipping trade. Singapore acting as a clearing center for large quantities of coffee from the neighboring islands. In 1920, the imports were 25,914,267 pounds and the exports 26,856,000 pounds. Federated Malay States. The acreage in coffee in the Federated Malay States is steadily declining. In 1903, coffee plantations covered 22,700 acres. In 1913, 7,695 acres, and in 1916, 4,312 acres. There was formerly a considerable export, but apparently local production is now required for home consumption, as in 1920 exports were practically nothing and about 9,800 pounds were imported. British North Borneo. Total exports of coffee have reached as high as 50,000 pounds, which was the figure in 1904, but they are much less now, being 5,973 pounds in 1915, 15,109 pounds in 1916, and 1,980 pounds in 1918. Sarawak. Previous to 1912, the exportation of coffee from Sarawak was 20,000 to 45,000 pounds annually. In 1912, a coffee estate of 300 acres was abandoned, and since that time there have been no exports. Philippines. Coffee raising was formerly one of the chief industries of the Philippines, but it has now greatly declined, partly because of the blight. Exports reached their highest point in 1883 when 16,805,000 pounds were shipped. Since then, they have fallen off steadily to nothing, and the islands are now importers, although still producing considerable for their own use. The area still under cultivation in 1920 was 2,700 acres, and the production in that year was given as 2,710,000 pounds, as compared with 1,580,000 pounds in 1919. The average of 1,500,000 pounds for the previous 5 years. Guam. Coffee is a common plant on the island but is not systematically cultivated. There is no exportation, but a Navy Department report says that the possible export is not less than 75 tons annually. Hawaii. A certain amount of coffee has been produced in the Hawaiian Islands for many years, exports being recorded as 49,000 pounds in 1861, as 452,000 pounds in 1870, and as 143,000 pounds in 1877. The trees grow on all the islands, but nearly all the coffee produced is raised on Hawaii. The trees are not carefully cultivated, but the coffee has an excellent flavor. The amount of land planted to coffee is about 6,000 acres. The exports go mostly to continental United States. The exports are increasing, the figures up to 1909 ranging usually between 1 million and 2 million pounds, and now usually running between 2 million and 5 million pounds. Including shipments to continental United States, Hawaii exported 5,775,825 pounds in 1918, 3,649,672 pounds in 1919, 2,573,300 pounds in 1920, and 4,979,121 pounds in 1921. Australia. Queensland is the only state of the Commonwealth in which coffee growing has been at all extensively tried, and here the results have, up to the present time, been far from satisfactory. The total area devoted to this crop reached its highest point in the season 1901 to 1902, when an area of 547 acres was recorded. The area then continuously declined to 1906 to 7, when it was as low as 256 acres. In subsequent seasons, the area fluctuated somewhat, but on the whole with a downward tendency. In 1919-20, only 24 productive acres were recorded, with a yield of 16,101 pounds. The country is now listed among the consuming rather than the producing countries. Abyssinia. This country, usually credited with being the original home of the coffee plant, still has, in its southern part, vast forests of wild coffee whose extent is unknown, but whose total production is believed to be immense. It is of inferior grade and reaches the market as Abyssinian coffee. There is also a large district of coffee plantations producing a very good grade called Harari, which is considered almost, if not quite, the equal of the Arabian mocha. This is usually shipped to Aden for re-export. Abyssinia's coffee reaches the outside world through three different gateways, and as the neighboring countries through which the produce passes also produce coffee, no accurate statistics are available to show the country's annual export. The total probably ranges from 10 million to 20 million pounds a year. Coffee was shipped from Abyssinia to the extent of 6,773,800 pounds in 1914, over the Franco-Ethiopian Railroad, 10,054,000 pounds in 1915 and 9,064,000 pounds in 1916. Export figures of the port of Massawa include a large amount of Abyssinian coffee, but the proportion is unknown. At this port, 108,680 pounds of coffee were exported in 1914 and 1,221,880 pounds in 1915. Abyssinian coffee exported by way of the Sudan amounted to 232,616 pounds in 1914 to 140,461 pounds in 1915 and to 4,164,600 pounds in 1916. British East African Protectorate. The acreage in coffee has greatly increased in recent years. It was estimated at 1,000 acres in 1911 and by 1916 it had grown to 22,200 acres. Production, as shown by the exports, has likewise increased greatly and exports in recent years have averaged about 8 million pounds a year. They were 10,984,000 pounds in 1917 and were 18,735,000 pounds in 1918. Uganda Protectorate. The acreage in coffee has been steadily increasing as shown by the following figures. 1910, 697 acres, 1914, 19,278 acres, 1916, 23,857 acres, 1917, 22,745 acres. In 1909, 33,440 pounds of coffee were produced and by 1918 this had grown to 10 million pounds. The average for the 5 years 1914 to 1918 was 5,076,000 pounds. Nyasaland Protectorate. 25 years ago, this colony exported coffee in amounts ranging from 300,000 to more than 2 million pounds. Production has now so declined that only 122,000 pounds were exported in 1918 and the average for recent years has been about 92,000 pounds. The acreage in Bering in 1903 was 8,234 and in 1917 it was 1,237. Nigeria. Production has been falling off in recent years. Exports were 35,000 pounds in 1896, 57 pounds in 1901, 70,000 pounds in 1909. In 1916 and 1917, however, they were only about 3,000 pounds. Gold Coast. This colony formerly produced considerable coffee, exporting 142,000 pounds in 1896. There have been no exports in recent years except about 440 pounds in 1916 and 660 pounds in 1917. Somaliland Protectorate. Exports of coffee were more than 7,500,000 pounds in 1897, indicating a very extensive production. But since then, there has been a steady decline, and in 1918, only about 440,000 pounds were shipped. Somali Coast French. Exports of coffee from this colony amounted to more than 5 million pounds in 1902 and since then they have remained fairly steadily at that figure, showing considerable increase in late years. Total exports in 1917 were 11,200,000 pounds. Italian Somaliland. Some coffee appears to be grown in this colony, but exports have been inconsiderable for many years. Sierra Leone. Production has been steadily declining for 20 years. Exports were 33,376 pounds in 1903, 17,096 pounds in 1913, and 8,228 pounds in 1917. Mauritius. In former times, this island was an important coffee producer. Exports in the early part of the 19th century running as high as 600,000 pounds. Today, there is practically no export and only about 30 acres are in bearing, producing 4,000 to 8,000 pounds a year. Revenue. This island also was once a notable grower of coffee. A century ago, production was estimated as high as 10 million pounds, and this rate of output continued well through the 19th century. In the present century, production has fallen off and only about 530,000 pounds were exported in 1909. The decrease has continued so that the average in recent years has been only about 25,000 pounds. End of section 31. Section 32 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The Production and Consumption of Coffee. Part 2. Coffee consumption of the million or more tons of coffee produced in the world each year, practically all with the exception of that which is used in the coffee growing countries themselves, is consumed by the United States and Western Europe, the British dominions, and the non-producing countries of South America. Over that vast stretch of territory, beginning with Western Russia and extending over almost the whole Asia, coffee is very little known. In the consuming regions mentioned, moreover, consumption is concentrated in a few countries which together account for some 90% of all the coffee that enters the world's markets. These are the United States, which now takes more than one half, and Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Holland, Belgium, Switzerland, and Scandinavia. The United Kingdom stands out conspicuously among the nations of Western Europe as a small consumer of coffee, the per capita consumption in that country being only about two-thirds of a pound each year. France and Germany are by far the biggest coffee buyers of Europe so far as actual quantity is concerned, although some of the other countries mentioned drink much more coffee in proportion to the population. The Mediterranean countries and the Balkans are of only secondary importance as coffee drinkers. Among the British dominions, the Union of South Africa takes much the largest amount, doubtless because of the Dutch element in its population, while Canada, Australia, and New Zealand show the influence of the mother country, consumption per head in the last two being no greater than in England. In South America, Brazil, Bolivia, and all the countries to the north are coffee producers. Of the southern countries, Argentina is the chief coffee buyer, with Chile second. In the Western Hemisphere, however, the largest per capita coffee consumer is the island of Cuba, which raises some coffee of its own and imports heavily from its neighbors. The list of coffee consuming countries includes practically all those that do not raise coffee and also a few that have some coffee plantations but do not grow enough for their own use. These countries are listed on page 287. Consumption figures can be determined with fair accuracy by the import figures, although in some countries where there is a considerable transit trade, it is necessary to deduct export from import figures to obtain actual consumption figures. The import figures given are the latest available for each country named. On account of the very wide fluctuations in imports during the war and the period following the war, per capita figures of consumption are of only relative value, as they have naturally changed radically in recent years. For the most part, however, the trade has about swung back to normal, and per capita figures based on the amounts retained for consumption, as given in the general coffee consumption table, are fairly close to those for the years before the war. As per capita calculations must take into account population as well as amounts of coffee consumed, and as population figures are usually estimates, the results arrived at by different authorities are likely to vary slightly, although usually they are not far apart. In figuring the per capita amounts in the table on page 288, latest available estimates of population have been used. The figures show that the following are the 10 leading countries in the per capita consumption of coffee in pounds. First, Sweden 15.25, second, Cuba 13.79, third, Denmark 13.19, fourth, United States 12.09, fifth, Belgium 11.06, sixth, Norway 10.95, 7, Holland 10.22, 8, Finland 8.25, 9, Switzerland 8.17, 10, France 7.74. The per capita consumption of the most important coffee consuming countries based on the large table is given with the 1913 per capita figures for comparison. Tea and coffee in England and the US. The rise of the United States as a coffee consumer in the last century and a quarter has been marked not only by steadily increased imports as the population of the country increased, but also by a steady growth in per capita consumption, showing that the beverage has been continually advancing in favor with the American people. Today it stands at practically its highest point, each individual man, woman, and child having more than 12 pounds a year, enough for almost 500 cups, allotted to him as his portion. This is 4 times as much as it was 100 years ago, and more than twice as much as it was in the years immediately following the Civil War. In general, it is 50% more than the average in the 20 years preceding 1897, in which year a new high level of coffee consumption was apparently established, the per capita figure for that year being 10.12 pounds, which has been approximately the average since then. Since the advent of countrywide prohibition in the United States on July 1, 1919, about 2 pounds more coffee per person, or 80 to 100 cups, have been consumed than before. Part of this increase is doubtless to be charged to prohibition, but it is yet too early to judge fairly as to the exact effect of bone dry legislation on coffee drinking. The continued growth in the use of coffee in the United States has been in decided contrast to the per capita consumption of tea, which is less now than half a century ago. In the United Kingdom, the reverse condition prevails. Tea drinking there steadily maintains a popularity which it has enjoyed for centuries, while coffee apparently makes no advance in favor. In this respect, the country is sharply distinguished from its neighbors of Western Europe, in many of which coffee drinking has been much heavier, considering the population, even than in the United States. The contrast between the tastes of the two countries in beverages is shown clearly by the per capita figures of tea and coffee consumption for half a century, as they appear in the table next column. Coffee consumption in Europe. On the continent of Europe, however, coffee enjoys much the same sort of popularity that it does in the United States. The leading continental coffee ports are Hamburg, Bremen, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Antwerp, Havel, Bordeaux, Marseille, and Trieste, and the nationalities of these ports indicate pretty well the countries that consume the most coffee. The northern ports are transshipping points for large quantities of coffee going to the Scandinavian countries, as well as importing ports for their own countries, and these countries have been among the leading coffee drinkers per head of population for many decades. Norway, for instance, in 1876 was consuming about 8.8 pounds of coffee per person, Sweden 5 pounds, and Denmark 5.2 pounds. The per capita consumption of various other countries at about the same period, 1875 to 1880, has been estimated as follows: Holland 17.6 pounds, Belgium 9.1 pounds, Germany 5.1 pounds, Austria-Hungary 2.2 pounds, Switzerland 6.6 pounds, Spain 0.2 pounds, Portugal 0.7 pounds, and Greece 1.6 pounds. Today, the leading country of the world in point of per capita consumption is Sweden, 15.25 pounds, but Holland held that position for a long while. During the World War, the disturbance of trade currents and the high price of coffee greatly reduced the amount of coffee drinking, and the Dutch took to drinking tea in considerable quantities. France, second only to the United States in the total amount of coffee consumed, is France, although that country before the war occupied third place, being passed by Germany. Havel is one of the great coffee ports of Europe and has a coffee exchange organized in 1882, only a short time after the exchange in New York began operations. France draws on all the large producing regions of her coffee, but is especially prominent in the trade in the West Indies and the countries around the Caribbean Sea. Imports in 1921 preliminary amounted to 322,419,884 pounds. Exports to 1,154,769 pounds, and net consumption to 321,265,115 pounds. Germany. Hamburg is one of the world's important coffee ports, and in normal times, coffee is brought there in vast amounts, not only for shipment into the interior of Germany, but also for transshipment to Scandinavia, Finland, and Russia. Up to the outbreak of the war, Germany was the chief coffee drinking country of Europe. During the blockade, the Germans resorted to substitutes, and after the war, because of high prices, there was still some consumption of them. German coffee imports since the war have not quite climbed back to their former high mark, and the per capita consumption, judged by these figures, is still somewhat low. Importations amounted to 90,602,000 pounds in 1920. The amount of total imports was 371,130,520 pounds in 1913, Total exports 1,783,521 pounds and net imports 369,346,999 pounds. Netherlands. Netherlands is one of the oldest coffee countries of Europe and for centuries has been a great transshipping agent, distributing coffee from her East Indian possessions and from America among her northern neighbors. Before sending these coffee shipments along, however, she kept back enough plentifully to supply her own people, so that for many years before the war, she led the world in per capita consumption. As far back as 1867-76, coffee consumption was averaging more than 13 pounds per capita. In the year before the war, the average was 18.8 pounds. The blockade and the other abnormal conditions during the war threw the trade off, and it is still subnormal. In 1920, the net imports were about 96 million pounds, which would give a per capita consumption of about 14 pounds if it all went into consumption. But part of it was probably stored for later exportation, as indicated by the figures for 1921, which show heavy exports and a consequent lower figure for consumption. 80% of the Netherlands coffee trade is handled through Amsterdam. Consumption of coffee is now slowly going back to normal, but the change in source of imports, which before the war came largely from Brazil, but which war conditions turned heavily toward the East Indies, is still in evidence. Other countries of Europe, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden are all heavy coffee drinkers. In 1921, Sweden had the highest per capita consumption in the world, 15.25 pounds. Before the war, these three countries each consumed about as much as capita as the United States does today, 12 to 13 pounds. The 1921 imports for consumption were as follows: Denmark 43,122,417 pounds, Norway 29,665,623 pounds, Sweden 89,660,766 pounds. Austria-Hungary was formerly an important buyer of coffee, large quantities coming into the country yearly through Trieste. Imports in 1913 totaled 130,951,000 pounds and in 1912 124,527,000 pounds. In 1917, the war cut down the total to 17,910,000 pounds net consumption. Finland shares with her neighbors of the Baltic a strong taste for coffee, importing in 1921 27,968,000 pounds, about 8.25 pounds per capita. In the same year, Belgium had a net importation of 83,824,000 pounds. Spain in 1920 consumed 48,513,821 pounds. Portugal in 1919 imported 6,926,575 pounds and exported 1,258,271 pounds, leaving 5,668,304 pounds for home consumption. Coffee is not especially popular in the Balkan states and Italy. Importations into the last named country in 1920 amounting to 66,494,925 pounds net. Switzerland is a steady coffee drinker, consuming £31,535,260 in 1921. Russia was never fond of coffee, and her total imports in 1917, according to a compilation made under Soviet auspices, were only 4,464,000 pounds. Other countries. The Union of South Africa in 1920 imported 27,798,000 pounds net, or about 3.8 pounds per capita. Cuba purchased 39,981,696 pounds in the fiscal year 1920. Argentina 37,541,000 pounds in 1919. Chile 12,358,000 pounds in 1920. Australia 2,239,000 pounds in 1920, and New Zealand 283,633 pounds in that year. 3 centuries of coffee trading. The story of the development of the world's coffee trade is a story of about 3 centuries. When Columbus sailed for the New World, the coffee plant was unknown even as near its original home as his native Italy. In its probable birthplace in southern Abyssinia, the native had enjoyed its use for a long time, and it had spread to southwestern Arabia, but the Mediterranean knew nothing of it until after the beginning of the 16th century. It then crept slowly along the coast of Asia Minor, through Syria, Damascus, and Aleppo until it reached Constantinople about 1554. It became very popular. Coffee houses were opened, and the first of many controversies arose. But coffee made its way against all opposition and soon was firmly established in Turkish territory. In those deliberate times, the next step westward from Asia to Europe was not taken for more than 50 years. In general, its introduction and establishment in Europe occupied the whole of the 17th century. The greatest pioneering work in coffee trading was done by the Netherlands East India Company, which began operations in 1602. The enterprise not only promoted the spread of coffee growing in two hemispheres, but it was active also in introducing the sale of the product in many European countries. Coffee reached Venice about 1615 and Marseilles about 1644. The French began importing coffee in commercial quantities in 1660. The Dutch began to import mocha coffee regularly at Amsterdam in 1663, and by 1679 the French had developed a considerable trade in the berry between the Levant and the cities of Lyons and Marseilles. Meanwhile, the coffee drink had become fashionable in Paris, partly through its use by the Turkish ambassador, and the first Persian cafe was opened in 1672. It is significant of its steady popularity since then that the name cafe, which is both French and Spanish for coffee, has come to mean a general eating or drinking place. Active trading in coffee began in Germany about 1670 and in Sweden about 1674. Trading in coffee in England followed swiftly upon the heels of the opening of the first coffee house in London in 1652. By 1700, the trade included not only exporting and importing merchants but wholesale and retail dealers, the latter succeeding the apothecaries who, up to then, had enjoyed a kind of monopoly of the business. Trade and literary authorities on coffee trading tell us that in the early days of the 18th century, The chief supplies of coffee for England and Western Europe came from the East Indies and Arabia. The Arabian, or as it was more generally known, Turkey berry, was bought first hand by Turkish merchants who were accustomed to travel inland in Arabia Felix and to contract with native growers. It was moved thence by camel transport through Judea to Grand Cairo via Suez to be transshipped down the Nile to Alexandria, then the great shipping port for Asia and Europe. By 1722, 60,000 to 70,000 barrels of Turkish, that is Arabian coffee, a year were being received in England, the sale price of Grand Cairo being fixed by the Bashaw, who valorized it according to the supply. Indian coffee, which was also grown in Arabia, was brought to Bet el Faqih in the mountains of southwestern Arabia, where English, Dutch, and French factors went to buy it and to transport it on camels to Mocha, whence it was shipped to Europe around the Cape of Good Hope. In the beginning, Indian coffee was inferior to Turkish coffee because it was the refuse or what remained after the Turkish merchants had taken the best. But after the European merchants began to make their own purchases at Betelfukir, the character of the Indian product as sold in the London and other European markets was vastly improved. Doubtless, the long journey in sailing vessels over tropic seas made for better quality. It was estimated that Arabia in this way exported about a million bushels a year of Turkish and Indian coffee. The coffee houses became the gathering places for wits, fashionable people, and brilliant and scholarly men, to whom they afforded opportunity for endless gossip and discussion. It was only natural that the lively interchange of ideas at these public clubs should generate liberal and radical opinions, and that the constituted authorities should look askance at them. Indeed, the consumption of coffee has been curiously associated with movements of political protest in its whole history, at least up to the 19th century. Coffee has promoted clear thinking and right living wherever introduced. It has gone hand in hand with the world's onward march toward democracy. As already told in this work, royal orders closed the coffee houses for short periods in Constantinople and in London. Germany required a license for the sale of the beverage. The French Revolution was fomented in coffee house meetings, and the real cradle of American liberty is said to have been a coffee house in New York. It is interesting also to note that while the consumption of coffee has been attended by these agitations for greater liberty for 3 centuries, its production for 3 centuries in the Dutch East Indies, in the West Indies, and in Brazil was very largely in the hands of slaves or of forced labor. Since the spread of the use of coffee to Western Europe in the 17th century, the development of the trade has been marked, broadly speaking, by two features. First, the shifting of the weight of production, first to the West Indies, then to the East Indies, and then to Brazil. And second, the rise of the United States as the chief coffee consumer of the world. Until the close of the 17th century, the little district in Arabia, whence the coffee beans had first made their way to Europe, continued to supply the whole world's trade. But springs of coffee trees were beginning to go out from Arabia to other promising lands, both eastward and westward. As previously related, the year 1699 was an important one in the history of this expansion, as it was then that the Dutch successfully introduced the coffee plant from Arabia into Java. This started a Far Eastern industry whose importance continues to this day and also caused the mother country Holland to take up the role of one of the leading coffee traders of the world, which she still holds. Holland, in fact, took to coffee from the very first. It is claimed that the first samples were introduced into that country from Mocha in 1616, long before the beans were known in England or France, and that by 1663 regular shipments were being made. Soon after the coffee culture became firmly established in Java, regular shipments to the mother country began, the first of these being a consignment of 894 pounds in 1711. Under the auspices of the Netherlands East India Company, the system of cultivating coffee by forced labor was begun in the East Indian colonies. It flourished until well into the 19th century. One result of this colonial production of coffee was to make Holland the leading coffee consumer per capita of the world. Consumption in 1913, as recorded on page 290, having reached as high as 18.8 pounds. It has long been one of the leading coffee traders, importing and exporting in normal times before the war between 150 million and 300 million pounds a year. The introduction of the coffee plant into the New World took place between 1715 and 1723. It quickly spread to the islands and the mainland washed by the Caribbean. The latter part of the 18th century saw tens of millions of pounds of coffee being shipped yearly to the mother countries of Western Europe, and for decades, the two great coffee trade currents of the world continued to run from the West Indies to France, England, Holland, and Germany, and from the Dutch East Indies to Holland. These currents continued to flow until the disruption of world trade routes by the World War, but they had been pushed into positions of secondary importance by the establishing of the two new currents, running respectively from Brazil to Europe and from Brazil to the United States, which constituted the 19th century's contribution to the history of the world's coffee trade. The chief feature of the 20th century's developments has been the passing by the United States of the halfway mark in world consumption. This country, since the second year of the World War, having taken more than all the rest of the world put together. The world's chief coffee stream, so to speak, is now from Santos and Rio de Janeiro to New York, other lesser streams being from these ports to Havre, Antwerp, Amsterdam, and in normal times Hamburg, and from Java to Amsterdam and Rotterdam. It is said that a movement fostered by Belgium and Brazil is underway to have Antwerp succeed Hamburg as a coffee port. The rise of Brazil to the place of all important source of the world's coffee was entirely 19th century development. When the coffee tree found its true home in southern Brazil in 1770, it began at once to spread widely over the area of excellent soil, but there was little exportation for 30 or 40 years. By the middle of the 19th century, Brazil was contributing twice as much to the world's commerce as her nearest competitor, the Dutch East Indies, exports in 1852-53 being 2,353,563 bags from Brazil and 1,190,543 bags from the Dutch East Indies. The world's total that year was 4,567,000 bags, so that Brazilian coffee represented about one half of the total. This proportion was roughly maintained during the latter half of the 19th century, but has gradually increased since then to its present three-fourths. The most important single event in the history of Brazilian production was the carrying out of the valorization scheme by which the state of Sao Paulo in 1906 and 7 purchased 8,474,623 bags of coffee and stored it in Santos in New York and in certain European ports in order to establish the price in the face of very heavy production. At the same time, a law was passed limiting the exports to 10 million bags per year. This law has since been repealed. The story of valorization is told more fully in chapter 31. The coffee thus purchased by the state was placed in the hands of an international committee which fed it into the world's markets at the rate of several 100,000 bags a year. Good prices were realized for all coffee sold, and the plan was successful not only financially but in the achievement of its main object, the prevention of the ruin of planters through overproduction. Another valorization campaign was launched by Brazil in 1918 and a third in 1921. Early in 1918, the Sao Paulo government bought about 3 million bags. Subsequent events caused a sharp advance in prices, and at one time it was said that the holdings showed a profit of $60 million. The Brazil federal government appointed an official director of valorization, Count Alexander Siciliano. A federal loan of £9 million with 4,535,000 bags of valorized coffee as collateral was placed in London and New York in May 1922. European consumption during the last century has been marked by the growth of imports into France and Germany, these being the two leading coffee drinkers of the world, aside from the United States. Germany held the lead in European consumption during the whole of the 19th century and also in this century until all imports were stopped by the Allied navies, although in actual imports, Holland for many years showed higher figures. Both Holland and England have acted as distributors, re-exporting each year most of the coffee which entered their ports. In the last half century, the chief consumers in the order named have been Germany, France, Holland, Austria-Hungary, and Belgium. However, with the removal of the duty on coffee in the last named country in 1904, imports trebled and Belgium took third place. The table at the top of this page shows the general trend of the trade for the last 70 years. Most of the coffee for these countries has for many years been supplied by Brazil, even Holland bringing in several times as much from Brazil as from the Dutch East Indies. Special features of the European trade have been the organization in 1873 and successful operation in Germany of the world's first international syndicate to control the coffee trade and the opening of coffee exchanges in Haver in 1882, in Amsterdam and Hamburg in 1887, in Antwerp, London, Rotterdam in 1890, and in Trieste in 1905. The advance of coffee consumption in the United States, the chief coffee consuming country in the world, has taken place through about the same period as the advance of production in Brazil, the chief producing country, but it has been far less rapid. From 1790 to 1800, coffee imports for consumption ranged from 3,500,000 to 32 million pounds. The figures in the next column show the net importations of the coffee into this country since the beginning of the 19th century. The chief source of supply, of course, has been Brazil, and the commercial and economic ties created by this immense coffee traffic has knit the two countries closely together. Brazil is probably more friendly to the United States than any other South American country, as shown by her action in following this country into the World War against Germany. She also grants the United States certain tariff preferentials as a recognition of the continued policy of this country of admitting coffee free of duty. The chief port of entry of coffee into the United States is New York, which for decades has recorded entries amounting from 60 to 90% of the country's total. Since 1902, New Orleans has shown a big advance, and in 1910 imported some 35% of the total. The only other port of importance is San Francisco, where imports have been increasing in recent years because of the growth of the trade in Central American coffee. Throughout the century and a third of steady increase of importations of coffee, Congress has for the most part permitted its free entry, as a rule resorting to taxation of the poor man's breakfast cup only when in need of revenue for war purposes. At times, the free entry has been qualified, but for the most part, coffee has been free from the burden of customs tariff. The country's coffee trade before the Civil War was without special incident, but since that time, the continued growth has brought about manipulations that have often resulted in highly dramatic crises. Organizations to exercise some sort of regulation in the trade, the development of a trade in substitutes, the advance of the sale of branded packaged coffee, the institution of large advertising campaigns, and other interesting features. These are treated more in detail in chapters that follow. End of section 32. Section 33 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The Production and Consumption of Coffee, Part 3. Coffee drinking in the United States. Is the United States using more coffee than formerly, allowing for the increase in population? Of course, there are sporadic increases in particular years and groups of years, and they may indicate to the casual observer that our coffee drinking is mounting rapidly. And then there is the steadily growing import figure, double what it was within the memory of a man still young. But the apparent growth in any given year is a matter of comparison with a nearby year, and there are declines as well as jumps. And as for the gradual growth, it must always be remembered that according to the Census Bureau, some 1,400,000 more people are born into this country every year or enter its ports than are removed by death or emigration. At the present rate, this increase would account for about 17 million pounds more coffee each year than was consumed in the year before. The question is, do Mr. Citizen or Mrs. Citizen or the little citizens growing up into the coffee drinking age pass his or her or their respective cups along for a second pouring where they used to be satisfied with one? Or do they take a cup in the evening as well as in the morning? Or do they perhaps have it served to them at an afternoon reception where they used to get something else? In other words, is the coffee habit becoming more intensive as well as more extensive? There are plenty of very good reasons why it should have become so in the last 25 or 30 years. For the improvements in distributing, packing, and preparing coffee have been many and notable. It is a far cry these days from the times when the housewife snatched a couple of minutes amid 100 other kitchen duties to set a pan over the fire to roast a handful of green coffee beans and then took 2 or 3 more minutes to pound or grind the crudely roasted product into coarse granules for boiling. For a good many years, the keenest wits of the coffee merchants, not only of the United States but of Europe as well, have been at work to refine the beverage as it comes to the consumer's cup, and their success has been striking. Now the consumer can have his favorite brand, not only roasted but packed airtight to preserve its flavor, and made up, moreover, of growths brought from the four corners of the earth and blended to suit the most exacting taste. He can buy it already ground, or he can have it in the form of a soluble powder. He can even get it with the caffeine element 99% removed. It is preserved for his use in paper or tin or fiber boxes with wrappings whose attractive designs seem to add something in themselves to the quality. Instead of the old coffee pot, black with long service, he has modern shining percolators and filtration devices with a new one coming out every little while to challenge even these. Last but not least, he is being educated to make it properly tuition free. It would be surprising, with these and dozens of other refinements, if a far better average cup of coffee were not produced than was served 40 years ago, and if the coffee drinker did not show his appreciation by coming back for more. As a matter of fact, the figures show that he does come back for more. We do not refer to the figures of the last 2 years, which indeed are higher than those for many preceding years, but to the only averages that are of much significance in this connection, namely those for periods of years going back half a century or more. 5 year averages back to the Civil War show increasing per capita consumption for continental United States. 5 year per capita consumption figures. 5 year period per capita 1867-71 6.38, 72 to 76 7.03, 77 to 81 7.53, 82 to 86 9.09, 87 to 91 8.07, 92 to 96 8.63, 97 to 1901 10.52, 1902 to 1906 11.50, 1907 to 1911 10.21, 1912 to 16 10.02, 1917 to 21 11.39. It will be seen that the gain has been a decided one, fairly steady but not exactly uniform. In the 50 years, John Doe has not quite come to the point where he hands up his cup for a second helping and keeps a meaningful silence. Instead, he stipulates, don't fill it quite full. Fill it about 5/6 as full as it was before. That is a substantial gain, and one that the next 50 years can hardly be expected to duplicate in spite of the efforts of our coffee advertisers, our inventors, and our vigorous importers and roasters. The most striking feature of this 50-year growth was the big step upward in 1897, when the per capita rose 2 pounds over the year before and established an average that has been pretty well maintained since. Something of the sort may have taken place again in 1920 when there was a 3 pound jump over the year before. It will be interesting to see whether this is merely a jump or a permanent rise, whether our coffee trade has climbed to a hilltop or a plateau. In this connection, it should be noted that the government's per capita coffee figures apply only to the continental United States, and that in computing them all the various items of trade of the non-contiguous possessions, not counting the Philippines, whose statistics are kept entirely separate from those of the United States proper, are carefully taken into account. But for the benefit of students of coffee figures, it should be added that this method does not result in a final figure, except for 1 year in 10. The reason is that between censuses, the population of the country is determined only by estimates, and these estimates by the US Bureau of the Census are based on the average increase in the preceding census decade. The increase between 1910 and 1920, for instance, is divided by 120, the number of months in the period, and this average monthly increase is assumed to be the same as that of the current year and of other years following 1920. Until new figures are obtained in 1930, the monthly increase will continue to be estimated at the same rate as the increase from 1910 to 20, or about 118,000. This figure will be used in computing the per capita coffee consumption. But when the 1930 figures are in, it may be found that the estimates were too low or too high, and the per capita figures for all intervening years will accordingly be subject to revision. This will not amount to much, probably 5 hundredths of a pound at most. But it is evident that between 1920 and 30, all per capita consumption figures issued by the government are to be considered as provisional to that extent at least. In the 1920 statistical abstract, the government has revised its per capita coffee and tea figures to conform to actual instead of estimated population figures between 1910 and 1920, with the result that these figures are slightly different from those published in previous editions of the abstract. Figures from 1890 to 1910 have also been slightly changed as they were originally computed by using population figures as of June 1st, whereas it is desirable to have computations based on July 1st estimates to make them conform to present per capita figures. Reviewing the 1921 trade in the United States. According to the latest available foreign trade summaries issued by the government, the United States bought more coffee in 1921 than in any previous calendar year of our history, although the total imports did not quite reach the highest fiscal year mark. Our purchases passed the 1920 mark by more than 40 million pounds and were higher than those of 2 years ago by 3,500,000 pounds. But this record was made only in actual amounts shipped, as the value of imported coffee was far below that of immediately preceding years. Coffee values, however, fell off less than the average values for all imports, the decrease for coffee being 43% and for the country's total imports 52%. Exports of coffee were somewhat less in quantity than in 1920 and about the same as in 1919, although the value, like that of imports, was considerably less than in either previous year. Re-exports of foreign coffee were considerably below the 1920 mark in both quantity and value, and indeed were less than in several years. The amount of tea re-exported to foreign countries was only about half that shipped out in 1920, showing a continuation of the tendency of the United States to discontinue its services as a middleman, which raised the through traffic in tea several million pounds during the dislocation of shipping. Actual figures of amounts and values of gross coffee imports for the 3 calendar years 1919 to 1921 have been as follows. This represents a gain of 3 and 3/10% over 1920 in quantity and of only about 1/5 of 1% over 1919. The decrease in value in 1921 was 43% from the figures for 1920 and 45% from those of 1919. Domestic exports of coffee, mostly from Hawaii and Puerto Rico, amounted to 34,572,900 967 pounds valued at $5,895,606 as compared with 36,757,443 pounds valued at $9,803,574 in the calendar year 1920, or a decrease of 6% in quantity and 40% in value. In 1919, domestic exports were 34,351,554 pounds, having a value of $8,816,581, practically the same in quantity but showing a falling off of 33% in value. Re-exports of foreign coffee amounted to 36,804,684 pounds in 1921, having a value of $3,911,847, a decline of 25% from the 49,144,691 pounds of 1920 and of 54% from the 81,129,691 pounds of 1919. Whereas, in point of value, there was a decrease of 56% from 1920, which was $9,037,882, and of 88% from that of 1919, which was $16,815,468. The average value per pound of the imported coffee, according to these figures, works out at little more than half that of either 1920 or 1919, illustrating precipitate drop of prices when the depression came on. The pound value in 1921 was 10.6 cents, for 1920 19.4 cents, and for 1919 19.5 cents. These values are derived from the valuations placed on shipments at the point of export. The foreign valuation, for which the much discussed American valuation is proposed as a substitute. They accordingly do not take into account costs of freight, insurance, etc. It is interesting to note that the average valuation of 10.6 cent a pound for coffee shipped during the calendar year is a substantial drop from 13.12 cents a pound that was average for the fiscal year 1921, showing that the decline in values continued during the last half of the calendar year. Coffee imports in 1921 continued to run in about the same well-worn channels as in previous years, according to the figures showing the trade with the producing countries. The United States, as heretofore, drew almost its whole supply from its neighbors on this side of the globe, the countries to the south furnishing 97% of the total entering our ports. The three chief countries of South America contributed 85%, and the share of Brazil alone was 62 and 5/10%. Brazil's progress to her normal pre-war position in our coffee trade is rather slow, although she continues to show a gain in percentage each year. Formerly, we obtained 70% to 75% of our coffee from that country, but war conditions, diverting nearly all of Central America's production to our ports, reduced the proportion to almost half. In 1919, this had risen to 59%. In 1920, it was somewhat over 60%, and in 1921, it attained a mark of 62 and 5/10%. The actual amount shipped, which was 839,212,388 pounds, having a value of $77,186,271, was about 7% higher than in 1920, which was 785,810,689 pounds, valued at 148,793,593 and about the same percent higher than that of 1919, 787,312,293 pounds, valued at 160,038,196. Although the actual poundage showed an increase, it will be noted that the value fell off almost one half as compared with 1920 and more than one half as compared with the year before. The real feature of the year and perhaps the most interesting development in the coffee trade of this country in recent years is the steady advance of Colombian coffee. In the year before the war, we obtained from our nearest South American neighbor 87,176,477 pounds of coffee valued at $11,381,675, which was about 10% of our total imports. In 1919, the first year after the war, this amount was almost doubled, being 150,483,853 pounds with a value of 30,425,162. In 1920, there was a further increase to 194,682,616 pounds, valued at 41,557,669, and in 1921 the high mark of 249,123,356 pounds, valued at $37,322,305, was reached. This was a gain of 28% over 1920 shipments, and although the value was less than in the year before, the decrease was only 10% in a year when the average fall in value was 43%. It will be news to many people interested in the coffee trade that the value of Colombian coffee, now imported into the United States, is almost half the value of the Brazilian coffee, $37 million as compared with $77 million. The number of pounds imported is a little less than one third the Brazilian contribution, but at the present rate of increase, it will pass the half mark in a few years. Colombia and Venezuela together now supply considerably more than half as much coffee as Brazil in value and more than one third as much in quantity. The average value of Colombian coffee in 1921 was about 15 cents a pound as compared with 11 cents for Venezuelan, 9 cents for Brazilian, 10 cents for Central American, and 10 and 6 tenths cents for total coffee imports. Shipments from Venezuela showed a drop in quantity of 9% as compared with 1920 imports being 59,783,303 pounds valued at $6,798,709. In 1920, they were 65,970,954 pounds, valued at $13,802,995, and in 1919, they were 109,777,831 pounds, valued at $23,163,071. The figures relating to imports from Central America are of interest as showing to what extent we are continuing to hold the trade of the war years when nearly all coffee shipped from that region came to the United States. Although there was probably been a considerable swing back to the trade with Europe, the 1921 figures show that a large percent of the trade that this country gained during the war is being retained. Imports in 1921 were considerably lower than in 1920 or in 1919, but were still more than 3 times as heavy as in 1913, the last year of normal trade. The displacement of Central America's trade by the war and the extent to which it has so far returned to old channels are illustrated in the table of imports into the United States from Central America in the last 9 years on page 301. As Germany was very prominent in pre-war trade, it is likely that more and more coffee will be diverted from the United States as German imports gradually increase to their old level. Imports from Mexico in 1921 were greater by 38% than in 1920, but were less than in 1919 and were still much below the normal trade before the war. The total was 26,895,034 pounds, having a value of $3,475,122 as compared with 19,519,865 pounds valued at $3,873,217 in the year before and with 29,567,469 pounds valued at $5,434,884 in 1919. The imports in 1913 were more than 40 million pounds, in 1914 more than 43 million pounds, and in 1915 more than 52 million pounds. West Indian coffees showed a gradual settling back to pre-war figures, which ranged from 3 million to 12 million pounds annually, but which in 1918, the last year of the war, leaped to 52 million pounds. In 1919, they amounted to 42 million 13,841 pounds valued at $7,575,051 and in 1920 fell to 29,204,674 pounds valued at 5,711,993. In 1921 they continued to drop, their total being 15,398,073 pounds valued at $1,518,784, a decrease of 47 and 3/10% in quantity. The year under review showed practically a return to normal for importations from Aden, which up to 1917 ran about 3 million pounds a year. In that year, the full effects of the war were felt in the Aden district, and shipments of coffee to this country dropped to 187,817 pounds. They rose to 432,000 pounds in 1918 and in 1919 to 681,290 pounds, valued at $141,391. In 1920, there was a further rise to 889,633 pounds, valued at $200,505, and in 1921 they amounted to 2,799,824 pounds, valued at $476,672. But this trade is of little importance compared with that of the producing countries of this hemisphere, being less than 1% of our total imports. Imports from the Dutch East Indies continue to decline, being 55% less than in 1920. They total of 12,438,016 pounds, however, valued at $1,777,602, is still 2 or 3 times the normal pre-war importation. Exports of coffee in 1921 $33,389,8 805 pounds of green coffee valued at 5,590,318 pounds and 1,183,162 pounds of roasted valued at $305,288 were about the same as those of the year before in quantity, although much lower in value. The 1920 shipments were 34,785,574 pounds, valued at $9,223,966 of green coffee and 1,971,869 pounds of roasted valued at $579,608. In the re-export trade, shipments of coffee were lower than in several years. Total amounts for 1921, 1920 and 1919 being 36,804,684 pounds, 49,144,091 pounds and 81,129,641 pounds and total values 3,911,847, $9,037,882 and 16,815,468. Re-exports to France fell off from 16,760,977 pounds in 1920 to 11,429,952 in 1921. Mexico took 3,236,245 pounds as compared with 9,892,639 in the previous year, and Cuba also reduced her purchases from 6,319,105 pounds to 2,831,109. Shipments to Denmark, 4,099,403 pounds, were practically the same as in 1920. 3,951,166 pounds, as were also those to Germany, 3,200,158 pounds as compared with 2,917,773 in 1920. In the trade of the two coffee exporting possessions of the United States, Hawaii and Puerto Rico, the 1921 figures show a considerable increase in shipments from Hawaii to continental United States and to foreign countries, while exports from Puerto Rico fell off slightly. Hawaii in 1921 sent 803,905 pounds valued at $123,347 to foreign countries, which compared with 687,597 pounds valued at $200,180 in the year before and 4,183,046 valued at $650,036 to continental United States as against 1,885,703 pounds valued at $476,033 in the previous year. Puerto Rico's crop, as usual, furnished the bulk of the domestic exports of the United States to foreign countries. 29,546,348 pounds valued at $5,027,741 as against 1920 exports of 31,321,415 pounds valued at 8,455,908. Shipments from Puerto Rico to continental United States amounted to 211,531 pounds valued at $35,780 as against £418,127 valued at $118,663 in 1920. Per capita consumption of coffee in continental United States showed a slight increase during the calendar year 1921 over that of 1920, the figure being 12.09 pounds as against 11.70 for the previous year. This calendar year figure compares with the fiscal year figure of 12.21 pounds, indicating that imports during the last half of 1920 were somewhat heavier than during the last half of 1921. End of section 33.
Section 34 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ido Moore. All About Coffee by William Ukers. How Green Coffees Are Bought and Sold. Buying coffee in the producing countries, transporting coffee to the consuming markets, some record coffee cargoes shipped to the United States, transport overseas, Java coffee ex-sailing vessels, handling coffee at New York, New Orleans, and San Francisco, the coffee exchanges of Europe and the United States, commission men and brokers, trade and exchange contracts for delivery, important rulings affecting coffee trading, some well-known green coffee markets. In moving green coffee from the plantations to the consuming countries, the shipments pass through much the same trade channels as other foreign-grown food products. In general, the coffee goes from planter to trade in the shipping ports, thence to the exporter, who sells it to an importer in the consuming country. He in turn passing it on to a roaster to be prepared for consumption. The system varies in some respect in the different countries, according to the development of economic and transportation methods, but, broadly considered, this is the general method. Buying coffee in the producing countries. The marketing of coffee begins when the berries are swept up from the drying patios, put in gunny sacks, and sent to the ports of export to be sampled and shipped. In Brazil, four-wheeled wagons drawn by 6 mules or two-wheeled carts carry it to the nearest railroad or river. Brazil, as the world's largest producer of coffee, has the most highly developed buying system. Coffee cultivation has been the chief agricultural pursuit in that country for many years, and large amounts of government and private capital have been invested in growing, transportation, storage, and shiploading facilities, particularly in the state of São Paulo. The usual method in Brazil is for the fazendeiro, coffee grower, or the comissário, commission merchant, to load his shipment of coffee at an interior railroad station. If his consignee is in Santos, he generally deposits the bill of lading with a bank and draws a draft, usually payable after 30 days, against the consignee. When the consignee accepts the draft, he receives the bill of lading and is then permitted to put the coffee in a warehouse. Storing at Santos. At Santos, most of the storing is done in the steel warehouses of the City Dock Company, a private corporation whose warehouses extend for 3 miles along the waterfront at one end of the town. Railroad switches lead to these warehouses so that the coffee is brought to storage in the same cars in which it was originally loaded upcountry. The warehouses are leased by commissarios. There are also many old warehouses, built of wood, still operated in Santos, and to these the coffee is transferred from the railroad station either by mule carts or by automobile trucks. At the receiving warehouses, samples of each bag are taken, the tester or sampler standing at the door with a sharp tool resembling a cheese tester, which he thrusts into the center of the bag as the men pass him with the bags of coffee on their heads, removing a double handful of the contents. Samples are divided into two parts, one for the seller and one that the commissario retains until he has sold the consignment of coffee covered by that particular lot of samples. The disappearing ensacador. In the old days, it was the custom every morning for the ensacadores, or baggers, and the exporters, or their brokers, to visit the comisario's warehouses and to bargain for lots of coffee made up by the comisario. In the Santos market, until recent years, the ensacador, or coffee bagger, often stood between the comisario and exporter. When American importing houses began to establish their own buying offices in the Brazilian ports about 1910 to deal direct with the fazendero and the comisario, the gradual elimination of the ensacador was begun. Today, he has entirely disappeared from the Santos market and is disappearing from Rio de Janeiro, Bahia, and Victoria. Coffee reaches Santos in a mixed condition. That is, it has not been graded or separated according to its various qualities. This is the work of the comisario, who puts each shipment into lots, in new official bags, each of which bears a mark stating that the contents are Sao Paulo growth. If the coffee is offered for sale by the owner, the comisario will put it on the street, the section of Santos given over to coffee trading. The comisario works with samples of the coffee he has to offer and only puts out one set at a time. He names his asking price, known locally as the pedido, which is the maximum rate he expects to get, but seldom receives. A set of samples may be shown to 25 or 30 exporting houses in a day, one at a time. When the sample is in the hands of a firm for consideration, no other exporter has the right to buy the lot even at the pedido price, and the comisario cannot accept other offers until he has refused the bid. On the other hand, if a house refuses to give up the samples, it is understood that it is willing to pay the pedido price. The firm first offering a price acceptable to the comisario's broker gets the lot, even though other houses have offered the same price. When a lot is sold, the samples are turned over to the successful bidder, and he then asks the comisario for larger samples for comparison with the first set. Comisarios make as high as 9%. Having sold the coffee of a given planter, the comisario often gets as much as 9% for his share of the transaction. Unless the bags have been furnished to the planter at a good rental, the coffee must be transferred to the comisario's bags, and for this, the planter pays a commission. Formerly, the coffee, being rebagged by the ensacador, was manipulated in what is called ligas, that is, mixing several neutral grades from various lots to create an artificial grade, or, more properly speaking, a type desirable for trading on the New York market. Grading and testing in Brazil. Having bought a lot of coffee, the exporter's next step is to grade and to test it. Grading is generally done in the morning and late afternoon, the hours from 1 to 4:30 being devoted to making offers. The afternoon grading is done by sight. The morning examinations are more thorough. Some progressive exporting houses even cup testing the samples. Samples are compared with house standards and with the requirements that have been cabled from the home office in the consuming country. Some of the coffee is roasted to obtain a standard by which all chops, varieties, are then graded and marked according to quality: fine, good, fair, or poor. Quality is further classified by the numerals from 2 to 8, which standards have been established on the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange, and are described farther on in this chapter. Some traders also use the terms large or small bean, fair, good, or poor roasters, soft or hard bean, light or dark, and similar descriptive terms. When the lot is ready for shipment overseas, the comisario stamps each bag with his identifying mark, to which the buyer or exporter adds his brand. If the comisario is ordered before 11 in the morning to ship a lot of coffee, he must be paid before 3 in the afternoon of the same day. If he receives the order after 11, payment need not be made before 3 in the afternoon of the following day. Generally, the terms of sale are full settlement in 30 days, less discount at the rate of 6% per annum for the unexpired time, if paid before the period of grace is up. Dispatching and capitazias. The exporter collects his money by drawing a draft against his client on the deposit of bill of lading, cashing the draft through an exchange broker who deducts his brokerage fee. The exporter must obtain a consular invoice, a shipping permit from both federal and state authorities, and pay an export tax before the coffee goes aboard the ship. This process is known as dispatching, while the dock company's charges are known as capitazias. In practically all coffee growing sections, the small planter is helped financially by the owners of processing plants or by the exporting firms. The larger planters may even obtain advances on their crops from the importing houses in New York, Havre, Hamburg, or other foreign centers. The exchange at Santos. A new coffee exchange began business at Santos on May 1, 1917. Sitting with the Coffee Brokers Board of Control. This board consists of 5 coffee brokers, 4 elected annually at a general meeting of the brokers of Santos, and 1 chosen annually by the president of the state of Sao Paulo. Among the duties of the board are the classification and valuation of coffee, adjustment of differences, etc. Transporting coffee to points of export. Transportation methods from plantation to shipside naturally vary with local topographical and economic conditions. In Venezuela, the bulk of the coffee is transported by pack mule from the plantations and shipping towns to the head of the railroad system, and thence by rail to the Catatumbo River, where it is carried in small steamers down the river and across Lake Maracaibo to the city of Maracaibo. In Colombia, coffee is sent down the Magdalena River aboard small steamers direct to the seaboard. In Central America, transportation is one of the most serious problems facing the grower. The roads are poor, and in the rainy season are sometimes deep with mud, so much so that it may require a week to drive a wagon load of coffee to the railroad or the river shipping point. Buying coffee in Abyssinia. Coffee is generally grown in Abyssinia by small farmers, who mostly finance themselves and sell the crop to native brokers, who in turn sell it to representatives of foreign houses in the larger trading centers. Trading methods between farmers and brokers are not much more than the old system of barter. In the southwest section, where the Abyssinian coffee grows wild, transport to the nearest trading center is by mule train, and not infrequently by camelback. In the Harar district, the women of the farmers living near Harar the market center carry the coffee in long, shallow baskets on their heads to the native brokers. In the more remote places, the coffee farmer waits for the broker to call on him. From the town of Harar, the coffee is transported by mule or camel train to Dar Dawa, whence it is shipped by rail to Djibouti to be sent to direct steamers to Europe, or across the Gulf of Aden to Aden in Arabia. 10 different languages are spoken in Harar. In order successfully to engage in the coffee business there, it is necessary either to become proficient in all these tongues or to engage someone who is. Coffee transport in Mexico and South America. When the coffee is brought partially cleaned into Harar by donkey or mule train, it is first taken to the open-air custom house coffee exchange in the center of town, where a 10% duty in coffee is exacted by the local government, and 1 Abyssinian dollar, 50 cents, is added for every 37.5 pounds, this latter being Ras Makonen's share. As soon as the native dealer has released to him what remains of his shipment, he takes it out of the custom house enclosure and disposes of it through the native brokers, who have their little office booths stretching in a long line up the street just outside the custom house entrance. There, a brokerage charge of 1 piastre per bag is paid by the buyer, and the coffee then becomes the property of the European merchant. In some cases, it is put through a further cleaning process, but usually it is shipped to Djibouti or Aden uncleaned. Arriving at Djibouti, there is a 1% ad valorem duty to pay. At Aden, there is another tax of 1 anna, 2 cents, to be paid to the British authorities. Since 1914, however, Abyssinian coffee has been exported largely through the Sudan, a much shorter and less expensive trip than that to Addis Ababa and Djibouti. Now the coffee is carried by pack train to Gambela on the Sabat River, and thence by river steamers to Khartoum, where it is loaded on railroad trains and sent to Port Sudan on the Red Sea. Buying coffee in Arabia. Most of the coffee in Arabia is grown in almost inaccessible mountain valleys by native Arabs and is transported by camel caravan to Aden or Hodeidah, where it is sold to agents of foreign importing houses. Mocha, once the principal exporting city for coffee, was abandoned as a coffee port early in the 19th century, chiefly because of the difficulty of keeping the roadstead of the harbor free from sandbars. In Aden, there is a kind of open-air coffee exchange, as in Harar, where the camel trains unload their coffee from the interior. The European coffee merchant does not frequent it, but is represented by native brokers, through whom all coffee business is transacted. This native broker is an important person and one of the most picturesque characters in Aden. He receives a commission of 1.5% from both buyer and seller. Certain grades of coffee are purchasable only in Maria Teresa dollars, so a knowledge of exchange values is essential to the broker's calling. Packing and transporting coffees at Aden. In making coffee sales, the negotiations between buyer and seller are carried on by means of finger taps under a handkerchief. The would-be purchaser reaches out his hand to the seller under cover of the cloth and makes his bid in the palm of the seller's hand by tapping his fingers. The code is well understood by both. Its advantage lies in the fact that a possible purchaser is enabled to make his bid in the presence of other buyers without the latter knowing what he is offering. Buying coffee in Netherlands, India. In the Dutch East Indies, cultivation of Coffea arabica has diminished, the decay of the industry beginning when Brazil and Central America became the dominant factors in the green market. Not so many years ago, coffee growing and coffee trading were virtually government monopolies. Under government control, each native family was required to keep from 600 to 1,000 coffee trees in bearing, and to sell 2/5 of the crop to the government. It was also compulsory to deliver the coffee cleaned and sorted to the official go-downs, and to sell the crop at fixed prices, 9 to 12 florins per picul previous to 1874, although 40 to 50 florins were offered in the open market. Later, the price was advanced. Until about 1900, the government paid 15 florins per picul for coffee and parchment. All government coffee was sold at public auction in Batavia and Padang, these sales being held 4 times a year in Batavia and 3 times a year in Padang. Coffee from private estates, not under government control and operated by European corporations or individuals, has now succeeded the government monopoly coffee. Private estate crops are sold by public tender, usually on or about January 28th of each year. If the owners do not get the price they desire in Batavia or Padang, the coffee is sent to Amsterdam for disposal. Some coffees always are sent to Holland, because the directors of the company get a commission on all sales there, and also because the coffees are prepared especially for the Dutch market. The Hollander wants his coffee blue-green in color. Loading coffee at Santos. In Brazil, when the coffee has been rebagged and marked by both the commissario and the exporter, the coffee is again sampled. These samples are compared with those by which the purchase was made, and if right, the bags are turned over to the dockmaster, who sets his laborers to work loading ship. 2 methods are used at Santos. The old familiar style of hand labor is still in evidence. Men of all nationalities, but largely Spaniards and Portuguese, take the bags on their heads and carry them in single file up the gangplanks and into the hold of the ship, The company, however, operates a huge automatic loading machine, or belt, which saves a great deal of time and labor. In other Brazilian ports, all loading is done by manual labor. Recently, at the suggestion of the Commercial Association of Santos, the Minister of Transport of Sao Paulo ordered that coffees destined for legitimate traders should be transported during 4 days of the week, and those of a speculative nature during the remaining 2 days. A premium of as much as 5,000 reais a bag has been paid by speculators in order to obtain immediate transport. Shipping coffee from Colombia. As Colombia ranks next to Brazil in coffee, a brief description of its transportation methods, which are unique, should be of interest to coffee shippers. A goodly portion of Colombia's coffee exports comes from the district around the little city of Cúcuta, whose official name is San José de Cúcuta. It is the capital of North Santander, is situated in a beautiful valley of the Colombian Andes Mountains that is watered by several rivers, and is only about a half-hour's ride by motor from the Venezuelan frontier. Due to its geographical position, Cúcuta serves as the most convenient inland port and commercial center for most of the department of North Santander. For the same reason, it is forced to depend on Maracaibo as its seaport, even though the Venezuelan government has a number of annoying laws controlling the commerce thus conducted. The Colombian ports of Barranquilla and Cartagena on the Atlantic are too distant from Cúcuta to be available, and a large part of the traffic would have to be done on mulebacks across one of the most formidable ranges of the Colombian Andes, involving high cost and delay in transportation. Yet its frontier position makes it possible for Cúcuta to have important commercial relations with the neighboring Republic of Venezuela, and to enjoy exceptional privileges from the Colombian central government. A cargo of coffee leaving Cúcuta has to go through the following steps on its way to a foreign market. 1. From Cúcuta, it travels 35 miles by railroad to Puerto Villamizar, a Colombian river port on the Zulia River. 2. At Puerto Villamizar, it is loaded into small, flat-bottomed steel lighters that are taken to Puerto Encontrados by manpower. Puerto Encontrados, belonging to Venezuela, is on the Catatumbo River, and the trip from Villamizar takes from 2 to 4 days, depending on the depth of the water in the river. During high water, river steamers are also used and make the trip in less than a day. 3. At Encontrados, the cargo is loaded on river steamboats, more or less of the Mississippi River type, which take it to Maracaibo, Venezuela. Coffee is also carried to Maracaibo by small sailing vessels. 4. At Maracaibo, it is taken by ocean vessel, which either carries it direct to New York or to Curaçao, Dutch West Indies, where it is transshipped to steamers plying between New York and Curaçao. It is obvious that the many transshipments that coffee coming from Cúcuta has to undergo greatly retard its arrival at a foreign port, and a cargo sometimes takes a month or more to reach New York. Coffee from Cúcuta is stored in the Venezuelan custom house, from which it must be shipped for export within 45 days, or the shipper runs the risk of having it declared by the Venezuelan government for consumo, home consumption, at a prohibitory tariff. Arrangements can be made at considerable cost to have the coffee taken to a private warehouse, but it is no longer possible to make up the chops in Maracaibo, as was done formerly with all the Cúcutas. The Venezuelan customs will not even allow the Maracaibo forwarding agent the same chops as a general rule. Special permission must be obtained to change any bags that are stained or damaged. Schooners from Curaçao have, in the past, carried a great deal of the Colombian coffee to Curaçao. Port handling charges in Brazil. It is almost impossible to list all the various charges for the handling of coffee at the port of shipment in Brazil, the figures not being accessible to outsiders. Some figures, such as warehouse charges and various forms of tax, are obtainable, however. For every bag of coffee which is in warehouse over 48 hours from the time of its arrival from the railroad, there is a charge of 200 reais, about 5 cents. In Sao Paulo, there is an export tax of 9% ad valorem levied by the state, and in Rio, The state tax is 8.5%. Then there is a surtax of 5 francs per bag in Santos and of 3 francs in Rio, which goes toward defraying the expenses of valorization. For every bag of coffee that passes over the dock company charges 100 reis, about 2.5 cents. Some record coffee cargoes. With its superior landing and shipping facilities, Brazil has been able to send extraordinarily large cargoes of coffee to the United States since the development of large modern freight-carrying steamships. While 75,000 or 90,000 bag cargoes were of common occurrence just prior to the outbreak of the World War, several shipments of more than 100,000 bags were made in the years 1915, 1916, and 1917. Up to January 1919, the record was held by the steamship Bjornstjerne Bjornson, which unloaded 136,424 bags at New York on November 17, 1915. Other shipments of more than 100,000 bags were by the Rossetti, December 1900, 125,918 bags. The Wascana, March 3, 1915, 108,781 bags. The Wagama, October 1916, 105,650 bags. The American, October 23, 1916, 124,212 bags. The Santa Cecilia, November 2, 1916, 105,500 bags. And the Dakotan, January 6, 1917, which carried 136,387 bags. Transport overseas. To bring green coffee to the consuming markets, both steamships and sailing vessels are used, although the latter have almost wholly given way to the speedier and more capacious modern steamers. Because of its large consumption, a constant stream of vessels is always on the way to the markets of the United States. The majority of these unload at New York, which in 1920 received about 59% of all the coffee imported into this country. New Orleans came next, with about 25%, and San Francisco third, with about 12%. The approximate time consumed in transporting green coffee overseas from the principal producing countries to the United States by freight steamships is shown in the table in the next column. In some cases, that of Guadalupe, for instance, the vessels stop at a number of ports, and this lengthens the time. This is also true of vessels running on the west coast of Central America and of those from Aden. During the World War, one shipment of Timor coffee consumed 3.5 years coming from Java to New York. It was aboard the German steamship Brisbane, which cleared from Batavia July 4, 1914, and fearing capture, took refuge in Goa, Portuguese India, where it lay until Portugal joined the Allies. Then the Portuguese seized the vessel and turned it over to the British, who moved it to Bombay. Here, the cargo was finally transshipped to the city of Adelaide, reaching New York in January 1918, 3.5 years after the coffee left Batavia. Java coffee ex-sailing ships. Up to 1915, it was the custom to ship considerable Java coffee to New York in slow-going sailing vessels of the type in favor 100 years ago. Java coffee's ex-sailing ships always commanded a premium because of the natural sweating they experienced in transit. Attempts to imitate this natural sweating process by steam heating the coffees that reached New York by the faster-going steamship lines and interference therewith by the pure food authorities caused the falling off in the demand for light, brown, or extra brown Dutch East Indian growths, and gradually the picturesque sailing vessels were seen no more in New York harbor. At the end, they were mostly Norwegian barks of the type of the Gapa. It usually took from 4 to 5 months to make the trip from Padang or Batavia to New York, crossing the equator twice, first in the Indian Ocean, then in the South Atlantic. The trip was more than equal to circumnavigating the Earth in our latitude. In the hold of the vessel, the cargo underwent a sweating that gave to the coffee a rare shade of color and that, in the opinion of coffee experts, greatly enhanced its flavor and body. The captain always received a handsome gratuity if the coffee turned extra brown. The demand for sweated or brown javas probably had its origin in the good old days when the American housewife bought her coffee green and roasted it herself in a skillet over a quick fire. Coffee slightly brown was looked upon with favor, for every good housewife in those days knew that green coffee changed its color in aging, and that of course aged coffee was the best. And so it came about that Java coffees were preferably shipped in slow-going Dutch sailing vessels, because it was desirable to have a long voyage under the hot tropical sun suitably to sweat the coffee on its way to market and to have it a handsome brown on arrival. The sweating frequently produced a musty flavor which, if not too pronounced, was highly prized by experts. When the ship left Padang or Batavia, the hatches were battened down, not to be opened again until New York Harbor was reached. Many of the old-style Dutch sailing vessels were built somewhat after the pattern of the Goede Vrouw, which Irving tells us was 100 feet long, 100 feet wide, and 100 feet high. Sometimes she sailed forward, sometimes backward, and sometimes sideways. After dark, the lights were put out, all sail was taken in, and all hands turned in for the night. The last of the coffee-carrying sailing vessels to reach the United States was the bark Padang, which arrived in New York on Christmas Day, 1914. End of section 34. Read by Ito Moore, San Francisco, California, March 8th, 2022.
Section 35 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wallace Morgan. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The handling of cargoes of coffee when they arrive at their destination is a source of wonder to the layman. There is probably no better place to study the handling of coffee than in New York City, the world's largest coffee center. Millions of bags of coffee pass into consumption every year through its docks, and scarcely a day goes by when there are not one or more ships discharging coffee upon the docks lining the Brooklyn shore, the center of the coffee warehouse district for New York. In 1921, the New York Dock Company alone had 159 bonded warehouses with a storage capacity of some 65 million cubic feet and 34 piers, the longest measuring 1,193 feet and containing more than 175,000 square feet. These piers have a total deck space of 61.5 acres. Their wharfage distance is more than 9 1/3 miles. More than 20 steamship lines berth their vessels there regularly, and many of them are coffee ships. The warehouses have direct connections with all the principal railway trunk lines running into the New York district, and the whole property of the company stretches along the waterfront opposite Lower Manhattan for about 2.5 miles. Although coffee is admitted to the United States free of duty, it is subject to practically the same formalities as dutiable goods. Before the cargo can be broken out, a government permit to land and deliver must be placed in the hands of the customs inspector on the dock. This done, the ship's samples, which consist of the samples sent by the exporter to the importer, are taken to the United States Appraiser's Office for inspection and are then delivered to the importer's representative. Meanwhile, the shipping documents covering the cargo, including bills of lading and consular invoices, have been sent to the post office for delivery to banks and bankers' agents who check and deliver them to the customs officers for entry. The government requires that this entry shall be made within 48 hours of the vessel's arrival. Else, the cargo will be stored in a United States bonded warehouse under what is known as general order, which makes the consignant liable for storage and cartage charges. When a coffee ship arrives in New York, not much time is lost in discharging the cargo. As soon as the vessel is securely moored to the pier and the government's permission to land and deliver is secured, the hatches are removed. The coffee is hauled out of the hold by block and tackle and swung off in slings to the pier, where dock laborers carry the bags to their proper places. If each cargo consisted of one consignment to a single importer and contained only one variety of coffee, unloading would be a comparatively simple affair. In general practice, however, the cargoes consist of a large number of consignments and a variety of grades, necessitating a careful sorting as unloading progresses. Accordingly, even before the unloading begins, the dock is chalked off into squares, each square having a number or symbol representing a particular consignment. As the bags come up out of the hold, the foreman of the laborers, who has a key to the brand marks on the bags, indicates where each bag is to be placed. Coffee to be reshipped either by lighter or rail is heaped in piles by itself until loaded on the lighters or freight cars. The next step is to transfer the cargo to the warehouse and to separate each consignment according to the various kinds of coffee making up the invoices. When the importer gives his orders to store, he sends also a list of the different kinds of coffees in his consignment called chops by the trade, with directions how to divide the shipment. To do this, the floor of the warehouse is chalked off into squares, as was done on the dock, but now the numbers or symbols in each space indicate the chops in each invoice or consignment. The importer naturally is eager to sample the newly arrived coffee. Sampling is generally done by trained warehouse employees who are equipped with coffee triers, sampling instruments resembling apple corers, which they thrust into the bags. The instrument is hollow and the coffee flows into the hand of the sampler, who places each sample in a paper bag which is marked to indicate the chop. The total sample of each chop usually consists of about 10 pounds of coffee, which the importer compares with the exporter's sample. When sampling for trade delivery, about 2/3 of the bags in a chop are tried. But when sampling for delivery on coffee exchange contract, every bag must be tested and care taken that each chop is uniform in color, kind, and quality. Coffee for exchange delivery must be stored in a warehouse licensed by the exchange, and the warehouseman is responsible for the uniformity of grade of each chop. When approximately 90% of the cargo has been unloaded and stored, the warehouse issue what has become known as the last bag notice. In a majority of cases, the coffee has been sold before arrival, and on receipt of the last bag notice, the importer can transfer ownership of the coffee and save interest. If a cargo ship of 75,000 to 100,000 bags of coffee that have been hurriedly loaded in the producing country and unloaded at destination in equal haste, a small portion of the cargo is almost certain to be damaged. Generally, the damage is slight. If a bag is torn or stained, the coffee is placed in a new bag. If the contents have become mildewed, the damaged portion is taken to a warehouse for reconditioning, while the sound coffee is thoroughly aired to remove the odor and is then placed in a clean bag. The reconditioned lot is put into a separate package and forwarded to the buyer with a reconditioning statement that shows what has been done. Bags that have become torn in transit and parts of their contents spilled are called slacks. These are weighed as they arrive on the dock by a licensed public weigher, and a sufficient quantity of the coffee remaining on the floor of the ship's hold is put into the bag to make it of the proper weight. The expense of reconditioning and rebagging is generally borne by the marine insurance companies. When the entire cargo is unloaded and the slacks and bad order bags are weighed and marked, the warehouseman tallies up the records of his clerks and renders a corrected chop list to the consignage. Another district along the waterfront of Brooklyn where coffee is discharged in large quantities is that between 33rd and 44th Streets, South Brooklyn, occupied by the Bush Terminal stores. This plant is laid out with railroad spurs on every pier so that its own transfer cars or the cars of the railroads running out of New York can be run into the sheds of the docks where coffee is being discharged from the ships. The methods employed by the Bush Terminal are similar to those just described, except that all the coffee is handled by electrically manipulated cars or trucks. In some instances, the powerful little tractors hauling many trailers to various parts of the yards. Before the World War, it cost approximately 1/2 cent a bag to handle green coffee from the vessel to the warehouse and in storage in New York. The rate advanced nearly 100% in the latter part of 1919, then dropped slightly, although it still is 1922 above the pre-war price. Other handling charges are shown in the following tabulation. The warehouseman in 1919 charged 4 cents per bag for loading into railroad cars. This charge was discontinued in 1921. The cost of weighing increased from 2.5 cents per bag in 1914 to 4.5 cents in 1919, and then dropped to the present price of 3 to 3.5 cents. A plan intended to cut down handling costs in New York and to expedite deliveries was inaugurated by the National Coffee Roasters Association at the beginning of 1920. The association formed a freight forwarding bureau and invited members to have their coffee shipments handled through the bureau. The charges for forwarding direct importations are 2 cents per bag. Cartage charges vary from 6 to 18 cents per 100 pounds. Claims are handled without charge. The 7 stages of transportation. The foregoing story has taken the reader through the 7 most direct routes that lead from the plantation to the roaster. First, from the patio to the railroad or river, then to the city of export and to the warehouses there, then into the steamers, out of them and up on the wharf at the port of destination, from the wharf into the warehouses, and finally from the warehouses to the roasting rooms. It will be understood that in some instances where the plantation is hidden away in the mountains, it is necessary to relay the coffee, and again, at this end, the coffee is very often transshipped. In some cases, more handlings are required. Handling coffee at New Orleans. Coffee ships are unloaded in New Orleans, the second coffee port in the United States, in about the same general manner as in New York, with the important exception that the block and tackle system for transferring the bags from the ship to the dock has been largely supplanted by the automatic traveling belt conveyor system. Another notable feature in New Orleans, steel-roofed piers, whereupon the coffee can be stored until ready for shipment to the interior. Because of the class of labor, mostly Negro, employed in unloading ships, New Orleans has found it expedient to retain the old flag system to indicate the part of the pier where each mark of coffee is to be piled as taken from the vessel. These little flags vary in shape, color, and printed pattern, each representing a particular lot of coffee, and they are firmly fixed at the part of the pier where those bags should be stacked. Trained checkers read the marks on the bags as the laborers carry them past and tell the carrier where the bag should be placed. To the illiterate laborers, the checkers' cries of blue check, green ball, red heart, black hand, and the like are more understandable than such indications as letters or numbers. Handling coffee at San Francisco. San Francisco ranks third in the list of United States coffee ports, having received its greatest development in the 4 years of the World War, when the flow of Central American coffees was largely diverted from Hamburg to the Californian port. In the course of these 4 years, the annual volume of coffee imports increased from some 380,000 bags to more than 1 million bags in 1918. The bulk of these importations came from Central America, though some came from Hawaii, India, and Brazil, and other South American countries. Because of its improved unloading and distributing facilities, San Francisco claims to be able to handle a cargo of coffee more rapidly than either New York or New Orleans. Handling Central American coffees in San Francisco is distinctly different from the business in Brazil. In order to secure the Central American planters' crops, the importers find it necessary to finance his operations to a large extent. Consequently, the Central American trade is not a simple matter of buying and selling, but an intricate financial operation on the part of the San Francisco importers. Practically all the coffee coming in is either on consignment or already sold to established coffee importing houses. Brokers do not deal direct with the exporters, and practically none of the roasters now import direct. In recent years, San Francisco has adopted the practice of buying a large part of her coffee on the to-arrive basis. That is, the purchase has been made before the coffee is shipped from the producing country or while in transit. This practice applies, of course, only to well-known marks and standard grades. Coffee that has not been sold before arrival in San Francisco is generally sampled on the docks during unloading, although this is sometimes postponed until the consignment is in the warehouse. It is then graded and priced and is offered for sale by samples through brokers. San Francisco is better equipped with modern unloading machinery and other apparatus than either New Orleans or New York, even more liberal use being made there than in New Orleans of the automatic belt conveyors, both for transferring the bags from the ships to the docks and for stacking them in high tiers on the pier. Another notable feature of the modern coffee docks is that the newer ones are of steel and concrete, and, as in New Orleans, are covered to protect the coffee from wind and storm. Europe's great coffee markets. Europe has 3 great coffee trading markets. Havre, Hamburg, Antwerp, Rotterdam, and Amsterdam are also important coffee centers, but rank far below the others named. In point of volume of stocks, Havre led the world before the war, while in respect to commercial transactions, it ranked second, with New York first. In pre-war days, the largest part of the world's visible supply of coffee was stored in the Havre bonded warehouses, being available for shipment to any part of Europe on short notice or even to the United States in emergencies. Even during the World War, this French port remained a powerful factor in internal coffee trading. Coffee trading in Havre, both exchange and spot transaction, follows about the same general lines as in New York and the other great coffee markets. Coffee futures are dealt in on the Havre Bourse. Green coffee sold in London by auction in Mincing Lane. On arrival, it is stored in bonded warehouses and is released for domestic use only when customers' duty at the rate of 4 1/2 pence per pound has been paid. The bulk of the coffee comes in parchment on consignment, and before sale, it must be hulled and sorted in the milling establishment, most of which are on the banks of the Thames. The auctions are held 4 times a week, usually on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The sales are advertised in the market papers, chief among which is the Public Ledger, and also by the auctioneers, who issue catalogs of their offerings a few hours before the beginning of the sale. Samples are laid out for inspection by prospective buyers who may cup test them if they desire. The actual selling is done by competitive cash bidding, the highest bidder becoming the owner. 2 classes of brokers do the bidding, one for home trade and the other for exporters. Home trade takes about 1/10 of the coffee, the remainder being sold for export. If the coffee is brought for re-export, it can be transferred to the shipping port, still in bond, and shipped out of the country without paying duty. During the World War, auctions were held about twice a week, but after the signing of the armistice in November 1918, the London traders resumed the 4 times a week practice. Coffee exchanges and trading methods. Green coffee buyers in the large importing centers of the United States and Europe recognize 2 distinct markets in their operations. One of these is called the spot market because the importers, brokers, jobbers, and roasters trading there deal in actual coffee in warehouses in the consuming country. In New York, the spot market is located in the district of Lower Wall Street, which includes a block or 2 each side on Front and Water Streets. Here, coffee importers, coffee roasters, coffee dealers, and coffee brokers conduct their street sales. The other market is designated as the futures market, and the trading is not concerned with actual coffee, but with the purchase or sale of contracts for future delivery of coffee that may still be on the trees in the producing country. Futures or options, as they are frequently called, are dealt in only on a coffee exchange. The principal exchanges are in New York, Havre, and Hamburg. New Orleans and San Francisco exchange dealers trade on their local boards of trade. Coffee exchange contacts are dealt in just like stocks and bonds. They are settled by the payment of the difference or margin, and the option of delivering actual coffee is seldom exercised. Generally, the operations are either in the nature of ordinary speculation on margin or for the legitimate purpose of effecting hedges against holdings or short sales of actual coffees. The New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange, the most important in the world because of the volume of its business, deals in all coffees from North, South, and Central America, the West Indies, and the East Indies, except those of the Robusta variety, and uses type number 7 as the basis for all exchange quotations. All other types are judged in relation to it. In determining the number of a type, the coffee is graded by the number of imperfections contained in it. These imperfections are black beans, broken beans, shells, immature beans, quakers, stones, and pods. For counting the imperfections, the black bean has been taken as the basis unit, and all imperfections, no matter what they may be, are calculated in terms of black beans, according to a scale which is practically as follows. By this scale, a coffee containing no imperfections would be classified as type number 1. The test is made on 1 pound samples. If a sample shows 6 black beans or equivalent imperfections, it is graded as number 2. If 13 black beans, as number 3. If 29 black beans, as number 4. If 60 black beans, as number 5. If 110 black beans, as number 6. And if more than 110 black beans, as number 7 or number 8. These two are graded by comparison with recognized exchange types. Coffees grading lower than number 8 are not admissible to this country. The quotation relationship of other types with the basic Rio number 7 is shown in the table below. A point is the 100th part of a cent. In the spot market, a trader may also buy or sell coffee to arrive, that is, a consignment that is aboard ship on the way to the market. Coffee is shipped to New York either on a consignment basis and sold for a commission, or it may have been brought in the shipping port and be already the property of an importer. When shipped on consignment, a wholesaler usually buys on the in-store contract, which provides that the purchaser must take delivery at the warehouse, though he is generally given a month's storage privilege before removal of the coffee. The practice among New York importers at present is to buy coffee on either the basis of FOB, delivery steamer at loading port, or delivery CNF, cost and freight, or CIF, cost, insurance, and freight, port of destination. Payment is made by letter of credit drawn on a New York or London bank, entitling the exporter to draw at 90 days sight against the shipping documents, so that the shipment will be in the hands of the purchaser long before the draft is made. Frequently, a jobber acts as his own importer of Brazil coffee, buying direct from the exporter without utilizing the agency of a broker or a regular importing firm. Brazil coffee is brought with the stipulation that differences between samples and the coffee actually delivered may be adjusted either on Brazil grading, half difference, or full difference, and with the further provision that if the delivery is a full type higher or lower than specified in the contract, the entire shipment may be rejected under the Brazil grading provision. The buyer must accept delivery if the coffee is better than the next lower type, even though not up to the type ordered, and if the coffee is of a higher type than contracted for, he need not pay premium for it. And buying on the half difference or full difference basis, the buyer is entitled to payment for half the difference or the full difference, respectively, for any undergrading, or must pay the seller accordingly if there is any overgrading. When a buyer specifies special features of description in addition to type, some sellers protect themselves against claims for difference on this score by inserting in the contract a clause to the effect that the description is given in good faith but is not guaranteed by the seller. End of section 35.
Section 36 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read to you by J.P. Liao. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Coffee exchanges and trading methods. Green coffee buyers in the large importing centers of the United States and Europe recognize two distinct markets in their operation. One of these is called the spot market because of the importers, brokers, jobbers, and roasters trading there deal in actual coffee in warehouses in the consuming country. In New York, the spot market is located in the district of Lower Wall Street, which includes a block or two each side on Front and Water Streets. Here, coffee importers, coffee roasters, coffee dealers, and coffee brokers conduct their street sales. The other market is designated as the futures market, and the trading is not concerned with actual coffee, but with the purchase or sale of contracts for future delivery of coffee that may still be on the trees in the producing country. Futures, or options as they are frequently called, are dealt in only on a coffee exchange. The principal exchanges are in New York, Havre, and Hamburg. New Orleans and San Francisco exchange dealers trade on their own local boards of trade. Coffee exchange contracts are dealt in just like stocks and bonds. They are settled by the payment of the difference, or margin, and the option of delivering actual coffee is seldom exercised. Generally, the operations are either in the nature of ordinary speculation on margin or for the legitimate purpose of effecting hedges against holdings or short sales of actual coffees. The New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange, the most important in the world because of the volume of its business, deals in all coffees from North, South, and Central America, the West Indies, and the East Indies, except those of the Robusta variety, and use type number 7 as the basis for all exchange quotations. All other types are judged in relation to it. In determining the number of a type, the coffee is graded by the number of imperfections contained in it. These imperfections are black beans, broken beans, shells, immature beans, Quakers, stones, and pods. For counting the imperfection, the black bean has been taken as the basis unit, and all imperfections, no matter what they may be, are calculated in terms of black beans, according to a scale, which is practically as follows. The black bean scale: 3 shells equates to 5 Quakers, equates to 5 broken beans, equates to 1 pod, equates to 1 medium-sized stone, equates to 2 small stones, which equates to 1 black bean, and 1 large stone equates to 2 to 3 black beans. By this scale, a coffee containing no imperfections would be classified as type number 1. The test is made on 1 pound samples. If a sample shows 6 black beans or equivalent imperfections, it is graded as number 2. If 13 black beans, as number 3. If 29 black beans, as number 4. If 60 black beans, as number 5. If 110 black beans, as number 6. And if more than 110 black beans, as number 7 or number 8. These two are graded by comparison with recognized exchange types. Coffee grading lower than number 8 are not admissible to this country. The quotation relationship of other types with the basic Rio number 7 is shown in the table below. By this scale, one can determine that when Rio number 7 is quoted at 17.1 cent, Rio number 2 is 18.6 cents, Santos number 3 19.1 cent, and Bogota number 5 18.1 cent. The quotations are on the pound and cents basis. In the spot market, a trader may also buy or sell coffee to arrive, that is, a consignment that is aboard ship on the way to the market. Coffee is shipped to New York either on a consignment basis and sold for a commission, or it may have been bought in the shipping port and be already the property of an importer. When shipped on consignment, a wholesaler usually buys on the in-store contract, which provides that the purchaser must take delivery at the warehouse, though he is generally given a month's storage privilege before removal of the coffee. The practice among New York importers at present is to buy coffee on either the basis of FOB, delivery steamer at loading port, or delivery CNF, or cost and freight, or CIF, cost, insurance, and freight, port of destination. Payment is made by letter of credit drawn on a New York or London bank, entitling the exporter to draw at 90 days' sight against the shipping documents, so that the shipment will be in the hands of the purchaser long before the draft is made. Frequently, a jobber acts as his own importer of Brazil coffee, buying direct from the exporter without utilizing the agency of a broker or a regular importing firm. Brazil coffee is bought with the stipulation that differences between samples and the coffee actually delivered may be adjusted either on Brazil grading, half difference, or full difference, and with the further provision that If the delivery is a full type higher or lower than specified in the contract, the entire shipment may be rejected. Under the Brazil grading provision, the buyer must accept delivery if the coffee is better than the next lower type, even though not up to the type ordered, and if the coffee is of a higher type than contracted for, he need not pay the difference for it. In buying on the half difference or full difference basis, the buyer is entitled to the payment for half the difference or the full difference, respectively, for any undergrading, or must pay the seller accordingly if there is any overgrading. When a buyer specifies special features of description, in addition to type, some sellers protect themselves against claims for difference on this score by inserting in the contract a clause to the effect that the description is given in good faith but is not guaranteed by the seller. How the New York Exchange functions. When the New York Coffee Exchange was incorporated in 1881, its charter stated its purpose to be to provide, regulate, and maintain a suitable building, room, or rooms for the purchase and sales of coffee and other similar grocery articles in the city of New York, to adjust controversies between members, to inculcate and establish just and equitable principles in the trade, to establish and maintain uniformity in its rules, regulations, and usages, to adopt standards of classification, to acquire, preserve, and disseminate useful and valuable business information, and generally to promote the above-mentioned trade in the city of New York, increase its amounts, and augment the facilities with which it may be conducted. In the promotion of trade at New York, the exchange has been highly successful. From time to time, it has been criticized, and more than once, coffee traders in the East and in the West have raised a question as to its value to non-speculating members. There are those who believe it serves a useful purpose, and others who call it a huge pool room. To say that, on the whole, it is not of benefit to the trade would be untrue. As one of its champions pointed out in 1914, when it shut down for a period of 4 months on the account of the World War, the ability to discount the future is a necessity and demands the facilities that a unit of centralization like the exchange affords. There is no difference between a purchase of coffee and one of a future month on options. The experience gained here and abroad demonstrates that any check placed upon such dealings is detrimental, with far-reaching effects upon the whole body of the trade. Unquestionably, the exchange is a powerful factor as a regulator of extremes in the market. The experience gained in Germany, where an embargo was placed upon transactions in futures, is illuminating. The disastrous effects were so plain that the authorities were forced to abandon their objections and permit a resumption of the business along the old lines. But a good thing can be abused, and the opportunity to gamble in options availed of by so many is the increment that disturbs the legitimacy of the market and creates the opposition to the whole proposition. When the exchange is ready to insist that every transaction in futures must be a legitimate one, and that every trader under its jurisdiction using the facilities of the exchange is made to realize that any operations that are purely of a gambling nature will subject him to severe discipline, then the coffee exchange will begin to stem the tide of an ever-growing opposition by the general public. The New York Legislative Committee on Speculations in Securities and Commodities had the following to say on the coffee exchange in its report to Governor Charles E. Hughes in 1909. It, the coffee exchange, was established in order to supply a daily market where coffee could be bought and sold and to fix quotations, therefore, in distinction from the former method of alternate glut and scarcity, with wide variations in price, in short, to create stability and certainty in trading in an important article of commerce. This it has accomplished, and it has made New York the most important primary coffee market in the United States. But there has been recently introduced a non-commercial factor known as valorization, a governmental scheme of Brazil by which the public treasury has assumed to purchase and hold a certain percentage of the coffee grown there, in order to prevent a decline of the price. This has created abnormal conditions in the coffee trade. All transactions must be reported by the seller to the superintendent of the exchange with an exact statement of the time and terms of delivery. The record shows that the average annual sales in the past 5 years have been in excess of 16 million bags of 130 pounds each. Contracts may be transferred or offset by voluntary clearings by groups of members. There is no general clearing system. There is a commendable rule providing that, in case of a corner, the officials may fix a settlement price for contracts to avoid disastrous failures. The original initiation fee was $250. Seats on the exchange once sold for as low as $110. In January 1916, there was a sale at $3,000. In October 1916, there was a sale for $5,000. In April 1921, 3 seats were sold for $5,500 each, but the record price of $8,600 was paid in 1919. Seats are now, 1922, worth about $6,000. The exchange includes in its membership 323 brokers, importers, dealers, and roasters. Membership is passed upon by a committee on membership, but anyone 21 years old, resident or non-resident, of good character and commercial standing is eligible when proposed and seconded by exchange members. The committee refers the application with its recommendation to the Board of Managers, which takes a ballot. The adverse vote of 1/3 of all votes cast rejects. The exchange elects annually a president, a vice president, and a treasurer, who performs the usual duties of exchange officers. The real governing body is the Board of Managers, consisting of the president, vice president, treasurer, and 12 other members. This governing board, meeting monthly, appoints the necessary subordinate officers and employees, and fixes their compensation, and may summon before them any officer or member for any purpose whatsoever. It appoints the secretary of the exchange from among its own number, a superintendent of the exchange, and numerous committees which are in active charge of specified activities. It also licenses the necessary coffee graders, warehousemen, weighmasters, and samplers of the exchange. A brief discussion of the duties of the superintendent and the various committees will help to explain the methods of the exchange market. The superintendent, under the direction of the Board of Managers, has charge of the details of its work and of that of the various committees. He keeps all the books and documents of the exchange, collects and pays over to the treasurer all the monies due to the exchange, not otherwise provided for, receives, deposits, and pays over all margins on coffee contracts, has active charge of the exchange rooms and the bulletin board, and manages and appoints, with the consent of the Board of Managers, the assistants needed to perform the details of the work under his charge. One of the functions of the exchange is to grade and to classify coffee, in which it takes every possible precaution. The rule provides for 8 standard grades, and only licensed graders are permitted to pass upon the product handled on the exchange. There are 25 of these graders, one of whom is appointed as a supervisor of types, to provide fresh standards and to maintain them as nearly as possible on an equity. When these standards are approved by the board and the exchange, they remain in force for a year. When coffee is received at a licensed warehouse, 2 official graders are chosen, one by the buyer and one by the seller. These graders receive 4 cents a bag if employed by a member, 8 cents a bag if employed by a non-member. If the graders disagree, their differences are referred to the Board of Coffee Arbitrators, consisting of 10 experts appointed by the Board of Managers. The superintendent selects by lot 3 of these arbitrators, who decide on the basis of the samples submitted, but will not make a decision lowering the grade below that of the lowest submitted, nor higher than the highest. If the disputants do not change the grading to come within the arbitrator's findings, the samples are sent to the entire Board of Arbitrators, exclusive to those who may have been the original graders, and final decision is made by majority vote. As soon as the coffee is graded, a certificate is issued stating the grades and bearing the signatures of the superintendent and graders. This certificate is conclusive evidence of the grade as far as the parties involved are concerned for the subsequent 12 months. The buyer receives the original and the seller a duplicate. The rules provide that weights decided upon the initial delivery are good during the life of the grading certificate for redelivery, with definite allowances to the receiver on redelivery of 1/4 pound a bag a month, instead of having to reweigh and resample for every separate delivery, as formerly. As claims and trade controversies occasionally arise, the exchange has provided means for their peaceful settlement. The Board of Managers elect annually an arbitration committee of 5 members, who swear to decide disputes fairly. This is the only committee on the exchange that has power to adjudicate disputes between members and non-members, and its services must be sought by the disputants, who must agree to abide by its decision. An adjudication committee of 7 is annually chosen from the membership by the managers to adjust all claims and controversies between members arising out of any merchandise transaction. If notice in writing of such claim or controversy, and of the intention to demand an adjudication thereon, be served by either party hitherto within 10 days from the assignment thereof. Within 3 days of the serving of this notice, each disputant selects an exchange member as his adjudicator, and these 2 name the third, who must be a member of the adjudicating committee. Even this decision may be appealed to the Board of Managers, which, if it finds the grounds of appeal good, as decided by majority vote, appoints an appeal committee of 5, of whom 3 must be members of the board. This last committee's decision is final. No new testimony bearing on the case may be introduced after the case has been closed by the adjudicators. Arbitration is voluntary with both parties, while adjudication is compulsory upon the application of either. Another committee of trade importance is the Spot Quotation Committee of 5 exchange members. Each day at 2 o'clock, except on Saturdays, when it meets at 11:45, this committee by a majority vote establishes the official daily market quotation of number 7 coffee. There is likewise a committee on quotations of futures. This committee of 5 meets daily immediately after the first call and at the close of the exchange and reports to the superintendent the tone and price of the contract market, to be posted on the blackboard and transmitted to other exchanges and commercial bodies. A committee of 5 on trade and statistics has the important function of reporting to the board as the regulations for the purchase, sale, transportation, and custody of merchandise, and it attempts to establish uniformity in such matters between different markets. It has charge also of all matters pertaining to the supply of newspapers, market reports, telegraphic and statistical information for the use of the exchange. In the early 80s, the exchange abolished the old method of keeping coffee statistics, and the basis then adopted has since been accepted by all the large coffee markets of the world. the minimum rates of the commission on coffee per contract of 250 bags for members of the exchange residing in the United States are based upon a price as follows, quoting from the exchange bylaws adopted June 8, 1920. Coffee exchange commission rates per contract of 250 bags. Commission rates below 10 cents. Commission is $6.25. Brokerage, $1.50. Commission rates above 10 cents to 19.99 cents. Commission is $7.50. Brokerage, $1.75. Commission rates 20 cents and above. Commission, $10. Brokerage, $2. For non-members residing within the United States, double the above rates of commission shall be charged. For members and non-members residing outside of the United States, a commission of $2.50 shall be charged in addition to the above rates. Whenever before 30 minutes after the closing of the exchange, a member gives to another member for clearance purchases and sales of contracts corresponding in all respects except as to price, made during the day by himself or for his account, when present on the floor of the exchange. A charge for each contract shall be made equal to the corresponding floor brokerage rate for buying and selling, in addition to any floor brokerage incurred. Members procuring business for other members may, by agreement, be entitled to one-half the commission rates for non-members prescribed in this section, less the corresponding brokerage charge, whether paid or not. When a transferable notice is given or received by a customer in fulfillment of a contract, the brokerage in that case shall not be less than one-half of the corresponding buying or selling commission prescribed in Section 103. Other committees are the Finance Committee, 2. To audit bills, claim against the exchange, to direct deposits and investments, and to audit the monthly and yearly accounts of the treasurer. A Law Committee, 3. To deal with matters of legislation, a membership and floor committee, 5, and a nominating committee, 5, organized as above outlined, and with a well-established code of trade rules, the exchange annually transacts a large number of sales in a business-like way. There is a considerable trading in future contracts, and a standard form has been adopted by the exchange. No future contracts are valid unless they are made in the following form. Brazil Coffee, Los Santos, Office of blank, New York blank, 19 blank. Sold for 32,500 pounds in about 250 bags of coffee, growth of North, South, or Central America, West Indies, or East Indies, excepting coffee known as Robusta, and also any coffee of new or unknown growth, deliverable from licensed warehouse in the Port of New York, between the first and last days of blank date next inclusive. The delivery within such time to be at seller's option upon a notice to buyer of either 5, 6, or 7 days, as may be prescribed by the trade rules. The coffee to be of any grade from number 8 to number 1 inclusive. No coffee to grade below number 8, provided the average grade of Brazilian coffees shall not be above number 3. Nothing in this contract, however, shall be construed as prohibiting a delivery averaging above number 3 at the number 3 grade, at the rate of blank cents per pound for number 7. With additions or deductions for any other grades according to the rates of the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange existing on the afternoon of the date previous to the date of the notice of delivery. Either party to have the right to call for margins as the variations of the market for like deliveries may warrant, which margins shall be kept good. This contract is made in view of and in all respect subject to the rules and conditions established by the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange, Inc., and in full accordance with Section 102 of the bylaws. Brokerage signatures. Across the face is the following. For and in consideration of $1 to blank sum amount, in hand paid, receipt whereof is hereby acknowledged, blank, accept this contract with all its obligations and conditions. All deliveries on such future contracts must be made from licensed warehouses. There is a separate to-arrive contract, but this likewise requires delivery at a licensed warehouse, unless the buyer and the seller have a mutual understanding to deliver the coffee from dock or ex-ship. Margins to protect the contract may be called for by either party. The largest deposit for margins was made in 1904, when $22,661,710 was deposited with the superintendent as required by the exchange rules. The basic grade in a future sale is number 7, but variations are provided as follows: 30 points for Rio, Victoria, and Bahia of all the grades between 7 and 1, and of 50 points between 7 and 8. 50 points is allowed on Santos and all other coffees except between grades 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 Santos, which are allowed 30 points. Thus, the buyer and the seller, when entering upon a transaction, know exactly what the difference will be between the standard number 7 and the coffee that can be delivered. The right to deliver any grade in a future transaction has done much to lessen the probability of corners in coffee, but this protection is further given by the stringent rule that the maximum fluctuations on the exchange can be only 2 cents a pound on coffee in 1 day and 1 cent on sugar. If greater changes should threaten, the exchange operations would automatically cease. False or fictitious sales are prohibited, and all contracts must be reported to the superintendent. All contracts are binding and call for actual delivery. The future contract, besides being used for the delivery of coffee during stated months in the future at a given price, is also used for hedging purposes, as in the grain and cotton markets. Dealers protect themselves against price fluctuations by hedging in the future market. Importers, for instance, when purchasing coffee abroad, frequently sell an equal amount for future delivery on the exchange. When the time for delivery arrives, it is simply a question of calculation of the market conditions, whether it is more advantageous to repurchase the sales made as a hedge, or as a kind of insurance to protect themselves against loss, and free the coffee so engaged, or to make delivery of the coffee as it comes in. The Board of Managers has power to close the exchange or to suspend trade on such days or parts of days as would, in their judgment, for the exchange's best interest. The Clearing Association is a recent outgrowth of the exchange, and is composed exclusively of exchange members. Every member has to bring his contracts up to market closing every night, either by making a deposit with the association to cover his balances, or by withdrawing in case he should be over. Members deposit $15,000 at the time of joining as a guarantee fund. And if the surplus is not sufficient to take care of the balances, the bylaws provide for the levying of assessments. The daily quotations on the coffee exchanges of New York, Havre, and, before the war, of Hamburg, determined to a large extent the price of green coffee the world over. The prices prevailing on the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange are studied by coffee traders in all countries, the fluctuations being reflected in foreign markets as the reports come from the United States. Quotations are cabled from one great market to another, and as each must heed those of the others to some extent, the coffee trade thus obtains a world price, and the effect on supply and demand is universal rather than local, as would be the case if quotations were not exchanged. In 1921, the exchange adopted an amendment to the trade rules and abolished the one-day transferable notice for both coffee and sugar. Foreign coffee quotations. Brazil coffee cable quotations are the market prices, in Rio or Santos, of 10 kilograms of coffee, the price being stated in mil-réis, the monetary unit of Brazil money. The basic grade of coffee at Rio is the number 7 of the New York Coffee Exchange. And at Santos, the International Standard of Good Average, GA, Santos. 1 kilogram, often written kilo or abbreviation to K, is equal to 2 1/5 pounds. And the 10 kilogram standard of quantity is therefore equivalent to 22 pounds or just 1/6 of a standard Brazil bag. The money value is not so simple, since Brazilian paper currency is unstable, and the mil-réis quotation means nothing unless it is considered in connection with the rate of exchange for the same day, i.e. the current gold value of the mil-réis. This gold value is always given with the daily quotations from Brazil and is expressed in British pence. The par value of the mil-réis, 1,000 reais, is 54.6 cents gold of United States money, but its present actual value is only about 15 cents, and it has been as low as 11 1/4 cents. Our dollar sign is used to denote mil-réis, placing it after the whole number, and before the fractional part expressed in 1/1000ths. Thus, 8 1/4 mil-réis would be written 250 RS. Suppose, for example, a Rio quotation is given at $8.400 with the exchange at 7.5 D. This means 22 pounds of coffee have a gold value of 63 British pence. 8.4 times 7.5 equals 63, or 5/3, as the Englishman would write it, which is equal to 1.27.5, making the coffee worth 5.8 cents per pound. Of course, the person familiar with Brazil quotations will not need to make this reduction to the pound-cent term in order to understand the figures. They will have a proper relative meaning to him in their original form, and it must not be overlooked that it is in this form only that they express correctly the value of the coffee in Brazil. It may make a great difference to the Brazilian planter or exporter whether an increased gold value of his coffee arises through a higher mil-réis bid or an appreciated exchange, simply on the account of local currency considerations. That is to say, the purchasing power of a mil-réis in Brazil will not necessarily vary exactly as the rate of exchange on London. London quotations are made in shillings and pence on 100 weight CWT of coffee. This CWT is not 100 pounds, but 112 pounds, 1/20th of the English ton, or art long ton, of 2,240 pounds. And in all English coffee statistics, the coffee quantities are expressed in this ton. A London quotation of 30/9, or 30 shillings and 9 pence, for example, is equivalent to $7.44 for 112 pounds of coffee, or 6.64 cents per pound at the normal rate of exchange, $4.80 to $4.86 the pound sterling. At Havre, the coffee price is given in francs on a quantity of 50 kilograms. This is 110 pounds and almost as much, therefore, as the British CWT. In normal times, the franc is equal to 19.3 cents. A French quotation of 37.5, for instance, means therefore $7.19 for 110 pounds of coffee, or 6.53 cents per pound. The Hamburg quotation, formerly from Brazil per 50 kilos, is made on 1 pound German, equal to half kilogram, and is expressed in pfennigs. 1 pfennig is 1/100th of a mark, and the mark once was equal to 23.8 cents. A German quotation of, say, 31 means therefore 7.38 cents. 31 times 0.238 equals 7.378 for 1.1 pounds, or 6.71 cents per pound. 3 kinds of brokers. In the coffee trade, there are three kinds of brokers: floor, spot, and cost and freight. Floor brokers are those who buy and sell options on the coffee exchange for a fixed consideration per lot of 250 bags. There is at present, in 1922, a stamp tax of 2 cents on each $100 value, or fraction thereof, figured on each separate lot. Spot brokers are those who deal in actual coffee, selling from jobber to jobber, or representing out-of-town houses. The seller paying a commission of about 15 cents a bag in small lots, and half of 1 cent in large lots. Cost and freight brokers represent Brazilian accounts, and generally receive a brokerage of 1 1/4%. On out-of-town business, they usually split the commission with the out-of-town or local brokers. The out-of-town brokers sometimes, however, deal direct with the importer. All brokers except floor brokers are sometimes called street brokers. Most of the large New York, New Orleans, and San Francisco brokerage houses also do a commission business, handling one or more Brazilian or other coffee-producing country accounts. Important rulings affecting coffee trade. The United States have no coffee law as they have a tea law, prescribing purity, quality, and finesse for consumption. But buyers and sellers of green coffee are required to observe certain well-defined federal rules and regulations relating specifically to coffee. Up to the year 1906, when the Pure Food and Drug Act became law, the green coffee trade was practically unhampered, and several irregularities developed, calling into existence federal laws that were designed to protect the consumer against trade abuses, and at the same time to raise the standards of coffee trading. Under these regulations, it is legal to import into this country a coffee that grades below a number 8 exchange type, which generally contains a large proportion of sour or damaged beans, known in the trade as blackjack or damaged coffee, as found in skimmings. Blackjack is a term applied to coffee that has turned black during the process of curing, or in the hold of a ship during transportation, or it may be due to a blighting disease. Another ruling is intended to prevail the sale of artificially sweated coffee, which has been submitted to a steaming process to give the beans the extra brown appearance of high-grade East Indian and mocha coffees, which have been naturally sweated in the holds of sailing vessels during the long journey to American ports. Up to the time that the Pure Food and Drugs Act went into effect, artificial sweating was resorted to by some coffee firms. And out of that practice grew a suit that resulted in a federal court decision sustaining the Pure Food Act and classifying the practice as adulteration and misbranding. The act also intended to prevent the sale of coffees under trade names that do not properly belong to them. For example, only coffees grown on the island of Java can properly be labeled and sold as Javas. Coffees from Sumatra, Timor, etc., must be sold under their respective names. Food Inspection Decision Number 82, which limited the use of the term Java to the coffee grown on the island of Java, was sustained in a service and regulatory announcement issued in January 1916. Likewise, the name mocha may be used only for coffees of Arabia. Before the Pure Food Law was enacted, it was frequently the custom to mix bourbon Santos with mocha and to sell the blend as mocha. Also, Abyssinian coffees were generally known in the trade as longberry mocha, or just straight mocha, and Sumatra growths were practically always sold as Javas. Traders used the names of mocha and Java because of the high value placed upon these coffees by consumers, who, before Brazil dominated the market, had practically no other names for coffee. One of the most celebrated coffee cases under the Pure Food Act was tried in Chicago, February 1912. The question was whether, in view of the long-standing trade custom, it was still proper to call an Abyssinian coffee longberry mocha. The defendant was charged with misbranding because he sold as Java and Mocha a coffee containing Abyssinian coffee. The court decided that the product should be called Abyssinian Mocha. But since then, general acceptance has been obtained of the government's viewpoint as expressed in FID number 91, which was that only coffee grown in the province of Yemen in Arabia could properly be known as mocha coffee. Another important ruling, considering coffee buyers and sellers, prohibits the importation of green coffees coated with lead chromate, Prussian blue, and other substances to give the beans a more stylish appearance than they have normally. Such polished coffees find great favor in the European markets, but are now denied admittance here. The Board of Food and Drug Inspection decided in 1910 against a trade custom that has prevailed until then of calling Mina's coffee Santos when shipped through Santos instead of Rio. For years, a practice obtained of rebagging certain American growths in New York. In this way, Bucaramangas frequently were transformed into Bogotas. Rios became Santos. Bahías and Victorias were sold as Rios, and the misbranding of Peaberry was quite common. A celebrated case grew out of an attempt by an American coffee importer and broker to continue one of these practices under the Pure Food Act made it a criminal offense. The defendants, who were found guilty of conspiracy and who were fined $3,000 each, mixed, repacked, and sold under the name PAL Bogota, a well-known Colombian mark, 84 bags of washed Caracas coffee. After an exchange of views with the United States Board of Food and Drug Inspection, the New York Coffee Exchange decided that, after June 1, 1912, it would abolish all grades of coffee under the exchange type number 8. The practice in Holland of grading Santos coffees by selecting beans most like Java beans and polishing and coloring them to add verisimilitude, known as manipulated Java, became such a nuisance in 1912 that the United States consuls refused to certify invoices to the United States unless accompanied by a declaration that the produce was pure Java, neither mixed with other kinds nor counterfeited. The United States Bureau of Chemistry ruled in February 1921 that Coffea Robusta could not be sold as Java coffee, or under any form of labeling which tended either directly or indirectly to create the impression that it was Coffea Arabica, so long and favorably known as Java coffee. This was in line with the Department of Agriculture's previous definition that the coffee was the seed of the Coffea Arabica or Coffea Liberica, and that Java coffee was Coffea Arabica from Java. Coffea Robusta was barred from deliveries on the New York Coffee Exchange in 1912. During the greater part of the year 1918, the United States government assumed virtually full control of the coffee trade. It was a wartime measure and was intended to prevent speculation in coffee contracts and freight rates, to cut down the number of vessels carrying coffee to this country so as to provide more ships for transporting food and soldiers to Europe, and to put the coffee merchants on rations during the stress of war. On February 14, 1918, importers and dealers were placed under license. And 2 days later, rules were issued through the Food Administration fixing the maximum price for coffee for the spot month in the futures market at 8.5 cents, prohibiting dealers from taking more than normal pre-war profits or holding supplies in excess of 90 days requirements, and greatly limiting resales. On May 8th, the United States Shipping Board fixed the official freight rate from Rio de Janeiro to New York at $1.50 per bag, which, without control, has risen to as high as $4 and more, as compared with the ordinary rate of 35 cents before the war. On January 12, 1919, 2 months after the armistice was signed, the rules were withdrawn, and the coffee trade was left to carry on its business under its own direction. Some well-known coffee marks. Practically every bag of good quality green coffee is imprinted with a brand which indicates by whom it was shipped. These imprints are known in the trade as green coffee marks. Many of them, through long usage, have become celebrated in international trade. One of the most famous was HLOG. This stood for Heaven's Light Our Guide and was owned by John O'Donoghue's sons. For many years, it was used on mocha coffee, but it is now out of existence. Other well-known mocha marks are MR, Maurice Reyes, with the figure of a camel, a star, or a deer's head between the letters LF or LB, Levirato Ferris, CF or CB, Caracanta Ferris. Bogota marks include PAL in triangle, Bogota, PA Lopez & Co., Camellia, Pinzon & Co., Salazar, AOL in triangle, Bogota, and Carmencita, Manizales, Excelso, Steinwender, Stoffwegen & Co. Among the best-known Medellin marks are FAC&H, FA Korea & Sons, PEC&C, Pedro Estrado Co., LMT&C, Luis M. Toro & Co., A&C, A. Angel & Co., ECS, Medellin, Excelso, Eppens, Smith Co., Balzac Bro, Medellin, Excelso, Balzac Bros, La Rambla, Banco Lopez, and Don Carlos, Medellin, Excelso, Steinwender, Stoffregen & Co., Caracas, Marx Show, JPP&H, Juan Pablo Perez & Sons, HLB&C, HL Bulton & Co., FST&C, Felipe S. Toledo & Co., JLG, JL Gorondona, and many others. Colster, Colster & Co., is a well-known Puerto Rico Cabello mark. Maricaibos bear numerous marks, chief among them which are MNC, Menda & Co., Cogojo, Cogojo & Co., Fossi, Fossi & Co., BM&C, Boyer Mola & Co., B&C, Bulm & Co., FST&C, Philippe S. Toledo & Co., VDR&C, Van Dessel, Rodo & Co., and JEC&C over RGE, J.E. Carret & Co. A prominent Mexican mark is PAN, Rafael de Castello & Co. Brazil coffee is usually marked merely with the initials of the firm or bank financing the shipment. Some representative Brazilian marks are Aranco in rectangle, Brazil, J.A. & Co. in rectangle, Brazil Rosebud, J.A. & Co. in rectangle, Brazil Urbana, all used by J. Aaron & Company. SSC in circle, Rio, SSC in triangle, Santos, both used by Steinwender, Stoffregen & Co., Sions, M.M. Mervens, Sion & Co., and Nosak, BSSC in swastika, used by Nosak & Co. There are hundreds of other marks. In most countries, they change so often that one rarely stands out above the rest. End of section 36, read to you by J.P. Liao, Vancouver, Canada, November 24, 2022.
Section 37 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read to you by J.P. Liao. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Green and roasted coffee characteristics. The trade values, bean characteristics, and cup merits of the leading coffees of commerce, with a complete reference table of the principal kinds of coffee grown in the world, appearance, aroma, and flavor and cup tasting, how experts test coffee, a typical sample roasting and cup tasting outfit. More than 100 different kinds of coffee are bought and sold in the United States. All of them belong to the same botanical genus, and practically all to the same species, the Coffea arabica. But each has distinguishing characteristics which determine its commercial value in the eyes of the importers, roasters, and distributors. The American trade deals almost exclusively in Coffea arabica. Although in the latter years of the World War, increasing quantities of Robusta and Liberica growths were imported, largely because of the scarcity of Brazilian stocks and the improvement in the preparation methods, especially in the case of Robustas. Considerable quantities of Robusta grades were sold in the United States before 1912. But trading in them fell off when the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange prohibited their delivery on exchange contracts after March 1st, 1912. All coffees used in the United States are divided into two general groups, Brazils and milds. Brazils comprise those coffees grown in Sao Paulo, Minas Gerais, Rio de Janeiro, Bahia, Victoria, and other Brazilian states. The milds include all coffees grown elsewhere. In 1921, Brazils made up about 3/4 of the world's total consumption. They are regarded by American traders as the price coffees, while milds are considered as the quality trades. Brazil coffees are classified into 4 great groups, which bear the names of the ports through which they are exported: Santos, Rio, Victoria, and Bahia. Santos coffee is grown principally in the state of Sao Paulo, Rio in the state of Rio de Janeiro and the state of Minas Gerais, Victoria in the state of Espírito Santo, and Bahia in the state of Bahia. All of these groups are further subdivided according to their bean characteristics and the districts in which they are produced. Brazil coffee characteristics. Santos. Santos coffee, considered as a whole, have the distinction of being the best grown in Brazil. Rio's rank next, Victoria's coming third in flavor, and Bahia's fourth. Of the Santos growths, the best is that known in the trade as bourbon, produced by trees grown from mocha seed. Coffea arabica, brought originally from the French island colony of Bourbon, now Réunion, in the Indian Ocean. The true bourbon is obtained from the first few crops of mocha seed. After the 3rd or 4th year of bearing, the fruit gradually changes in form, yielding in the 6th year the flat-shaped beans, which are sold under the trade name of flat bean Santos. By that time, the coffee has lost most of its bourbon characteristics. The true bourbon of the first and second crops is a small bean and resembles the mocha, but makes a much handsomer roast with fewer quakers. The bourbons grown in the Campinas district often have a red center. As regards flavor, a good bourbon Santos is considered the best coffee for its price, and is the most satisfactory low-cost blending coffee to be obtained. It is used with practically any of the high-priced coffees to reduce the cost of the blend. When properly made, this coffee produces a drink that is smooth and palatable, without tang or special character, and is suitable to the average taste. When aged, Bourbon Santos decreases in acidity and increases somewhat in size of bean. The Santos coffee, described as flat bean, usually has a smooth surface, varying in size from small to large bean and in color from a pale yellow to a pale green. The cup has a good and smooth body of neutral character, and the bean can be used straight or in a blend with practically any mild coffee. Another Santos growth, known in the trade as harsh Santos, grows near the boundary between Sao Paulo and Minas Gerais. It often has some of the Rio characteristics and commands a lower price than other Santos coffees. Some trade authorities are of the opinion that Santos coffees are an exception to the rule that most green coffees improve with age. They argue that careful cup testing will reveal that a new crop Santos is to be preferred to an old crop. Rios. Rio coffee is not generally liked in the United States, though in former years it had some following even in the better trade. The demand for all grades of Rios has been decreasing, Santos taking their place in the United States. Rio coffee has a particular rank flavor. It has a heavy, pungent, and harsh taste, which traders do not consider of value either in straight coffee or in blends. However, its low price recommends it to some packers, and is often found in the cheapest brands of packaged coffees and also in many compounds. In color, the bean runs from light green to dark green, but when it is stored for any length of time, a common practice in the past, the color changes to a golden yellow, and the coffee is then known as Golden Rio. The bean also expands with age. All Rio coffee is described by the name Rio, but the American trade recognizes 8 different grades, designated by numerals from 1 to 8. These grades are determined by standards adopted by the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange and are classified by the number of imperfections found in the chops exported. Number 1, Rio, contains no imperfections, such as black beans, shells, stones, broken beans, pods, or immature beans, or Quakers. Such a chop is rarely found. Number 2 has 6 imperfections. Number 3 has 13. Number 4 has 29. Number 5 has 60. Number 6 has 110. Number 7 has 200. And number 8 has about 400. Although on the exchange, these last 2 are graded by standard types. Victorias. Up to about the year 1917, Victoria coffees were held in even less favor by American traders than were Rios. As a rule, the bean was large and punky, of a dark brown or dingy color, and its flavor was described as muddy. Then, the coffee growers began to introduce modern machinery for handling the crops, with the result that the character of the produce has been much improved, and the demand of it has been steadily growing. Many roasters who formerly used Rios straight for their lower grades have changed to Victorias, not only to improve the appearance of the roast, but to soften the harsh drinking qualities of the low-grade Rios. Bahia. Until recent years, Bahia coffee has been decidedly unpopular in the United States, largely because of its particular smoky flavor due to drying the coffee by means of wood fires, instead of by the usual sun method. This practice has been abandoned. Bahia coffee has shown a marked improvement in quality, and importations into the United States have increased. The Bahia coffee produced in the Chapada district is considered to be the best of the group. The bean is light-colored and of fair size. Other types are Caravella and Nazareth, both of which are below the standards demanded by the majority of the American trade. Magagujipe. This is a variety of Coffea arabica first observed growing near the town of Magagujipe on All Saints Bay, county of Magagujipe, Bahia, Brazil, where it is called Coffea indigena. The green bean is of huge size and varies in color from green to dingy brown. It is the largest of all coffee beans and makes an elephantine roast, free from Quakers but woody and generally disagreeable in the cup. However, Dr. P.J.S. Kramer of the Netherlands Government Experimental Garden in Bangladesh, Java, regards it very highly, referring to it as the finest coffee known, and as having a highly developed, splendid flavor. This coffee is now found in practically all the producing countries, and shows the characteristics of the other coffees produced in the same soil. The characteristics of mild coffees. Among the mild coffees, there is a much greater variation in characteristics than is found among the Brazilian growths. This is due to the differences in climate, altitude, and soil, as well as in the cultural, processing, storage, and transportation methods employed in the widely separated countries in which milds are produced. Mild coffees generally have more body, more acidity, and a much finer aroma than Brazil's. And from the standpoint of quality, they are far more desirable in the cup. As a rule, they may have also better appearance or style, both in the green and in the roast, due to the fact that greater care is exercised in picking and preparing the higher grades. Milds are important for blending purposes, most of them possessing distinctive individual characteristics which increase their value as blending coffees. Not all coffees improve with age. Although it has been held that green coffees improve with age, and there is little doubt that this is true in so far as roasting merits are concerned, the question has been raised among coffee experts as to whether age improves the drinking qualities of all coffees alike. Rio coffees should improve with age, as they are naturally strong and earthy. Age might be expected to soften and to mellow them, and others having like characteristics. If, however, the coffee is mild in cup quality in the first instance, then it may be asked if age does not weaken it, so that in time it must become quite insipid. Several years ago, a New York coffee expert pointed out that this was what happened to the Santos coffees. The new crop, he said, was always a more pleasant and enjoyable drink than the old crop, because it was a more pronounced mild coffee in the cup. Mexicans. Considering those coffees grown nearest the American market first, we come to the coffees of Mexico. All coffees grown in this republic are known as Mexicans. They are further divided according to the states and districts in which they are produced, and as to whether they are prepared according to the wet or the dry method. The types best known in the American markets are Cuautepec, Huatusco, Orizaba, Córdoba, Oaxaca, and Jalapa. And the lesser known are Orupa, Michoacán, Colima, Chiapas, Triunfo, Tapachula, Sierra, Tabasco, Tampico, and Coatzacoalco. Some of these are rarely seen in the markets of the United States. The coffee most cultivated in Mexico is supposed to have come from the mocha seed. Of this species is the Oaxaca coffee, which is valued because of its sharp acidity and excellent flavor, two qualities that make it desirable for blending. The bean of the Sierra Oaxaca, common unwashed, is not large, nor is the appearance stylish. The Pluma Oaxaca washed coffee, however, is a fancy bean and good for blending purposes. Chotepec coffees are among the finest grown in Mexico and take rank with the world's best grades. They are quite acidy, but have a desirable flavor, and when blended with coffees like Bourbon Santos, make a satisfactory cup. The Orizaba, Huatusco, and Jalapa growths resemble Chutepecs, of which they are neighbors in the state of Veracruz. They are very thin in body, but are stylish roasters and have a good cup qualities. As a class, they do not possess the heavy body and acidity of genuine Chutepecs. Some Huatuscos are exceptions. Orizaba is superior to Jalapas. Chiapas and Tapachula coffees are generally more like Guatemalan growths than any other produced in Mexico, which is natural in view of the proximity of the districts to the northern territory of Guatemala. The Sierra, Tampico, Tabasco, and Coatzacoalco coffees are uncertain in quality. Mostly they are low grade, some of them frequently possessing a groundy, flat, or roy flavor. Cordoba coffees lack the acidity and tang of the Oaxacas, but make a handsome roast. They are considered too neutral to form the basis of a blend, but can be used to balance the tang of other grades. Central Americans. Central American coffee is the general trade name applied to the growths produced in Guatemala, Honduras, Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama, the countries comprising Central America. Guatemala. This country sends the largest quantity to the United States and also produces the best average grades of the Central American districts. Guatemalans are mostly washed and are very stylish. The bean has a waxy bluish color. It splits open when roasting and shows a white center. Low-grown Guatemalans are thin in the cup. But the coffees grown in the mountainous districts of Coban and Antigua are quite acidy and heavy in body. Some Cobans border on bitterness because of the extreme acidity. The Antiguas are medium, flinty beans, while Cobans are larger. Both grades are spicy and aromatic in the cup and are particularly good blenders. Properly roasted to a light cinnamon color and blended with a high-grade combination, Cobans make one of the most serviceable coffees on the American market. Guatemalans are generally classified as noted in the complete reference table. Honduras. While the upland coffees of Honduras are of good quality, the general run of the country's production seldom brings as high a price as Santos of equal grade. Nearly all Honduras coffees consists of small, round berries, bluish-green in color. Very little of this growth comes to the United States, the bulk of the exports going to Europe, where it commands a high price, especially in France. Salvador. Salvador coffee is inferior to Guatemalan's product, grade for grade. Only a small portion is washed, and the bulk of the crops is naturals, that is, unwashed. The bean is large and of fair average roast. The washed grades are fancy roasters with very thin cup. The largest part of the production goes to Europe. Some 25% of the exports are brought into the United States through San Francisco. Nicaragua. The ordinary run of Nicaragua coffee, the naturals, is looked upon in the United States as being of lower quality, though the washed beans from the Matagalpa district have plenty of acid in the cup and usually are fine roasters. Matagalpa beans are large and blue-tinged. Germany, Great Britain, and France take about all the Honduras coffees exported, only about 6% of the total coming to the United States. These coffees are described more in detail in the complete reference table. Costa Rica. Good grades of Costa Rican coffee, such as are grown in the Cartago, San Jose, Alajuela, and Grecia districts at high altitudes, are highly esteemed by blenders. They are characterized by their fine flavor, rich body, and sharp acidity. It is frequently declared that some of these coffees are often acidy enough to sour cream if used straight. Due to careless methods of handling, sour or Haiti beans are sometimes found in chops of Costa Rican from the lowlands. Panama. Panama grows coffee only for domestic use, and consequently it is little known in foreign markets. The bean is of average size and tends toward green in color. In the cup, it has a heavy body and a strong flavor. The coffee grown in Potec Valley is considered to be of fine quality, due no doubt to the care given in cultivation by the American and English planters there. South America. Colombians. Colombia produces some of the world's finest coffees, of which the best known are Medellin, Manizales, Bogotas, Bucaramangas, Tolimas, and Cucatas. Old crop Colombians of the higher grades, when mellowed with age, have many of the characteristics of the best East Indian coffees, and in style and cup are difficult to distinguish from the mandolings and ancolas of Sumatra. Such coffees are scarce on the American market. Practically all the shipments coming to the United States being new crop and lacking some of the qualities of the mellowed beans. Compared with Santos coffee, good grade Colombians give 1/4 more liquor to a given strength with better flavor and aroma. They are classed and graded as noted in the complete reference table. Mandolins are a fancy mountain-grown coffee and are esteemed for their good qualities. The beans vary in size and the color ranges from light to dark green, making a rather rough roast. In the cup, they have a fine, rich, distinctive flavor, and in the American grading are regarded as the best of the Colombian commercial growths. Manizales rank next to the mandolins and have nearly the same characteristics. Bogotas of good grade are noted for their acidity, body, and flavor. When the acidity is tempered with age, the coffee can be drunk straight, which cannot be done with many other growths. The Bogota green bean ranges from a blue-green bean to a fancy yellow. It is long and generally has a sharp turn in one end of the center stripe. It is a smooth roaster and has a rich, mellow flavor. Bucaramangas, grown in the district of that name, are regarded favorably in the American markets as good commercial coffees for blending purposes. The naturals have heavy body, but lack acidity and decided flavor, and are much used to give backbone to blends. The fancies sometimes push the superior East Indian growths hard for first place. Tolimas are considered a good grade average coffee and are characterized by a fair-sized bean, attractive style, and good cup quality. Cucatas coffees, though grown in Colombia, are generally classified among the Maracabos of Venezuela because they were mostly shipped from that port. They are described accordingly with the Venezuelan coffees. Venezuela. The coffees of Venezuela are generally grouped under the heads of Caracas, Puerto Cabello, and Maracaibo, the names of the ports through which they are exported. Each group is further subdivided by the names of the districts in which the principal plantations, i.e. La Guaira coffee, includes that produced in the vicinity of Caracas and Cumana. Caracas coffee is one of the best known in the American market. The washed Caracas is in steady demand in France and Spain. The bean is bluish in color, somewhat short, and of a uniform size. The liquor has a rather light body. Some light blue washed Caracas coffee are very desirable and have a particular flavor that is quite pleasant to the educated palate. Caracas chops rarely hold their style for any length of time, as the owners usually are not willing to dry properly and thoroughly before milled. When, however, the price is right, American buyers will use some Caracas chops instead of Bogotas. At equal prices, the latter have the preference, as they have more body in the cup. Puerto Cabello and Cumana coffees are valued just below Caracas. They are grown at a lower altitude and are somewhat inferior in flavor. Not less than 1/3 of Puerto Cabello coffees come across the 30-mile gulf to the westward from the port of Tucacas in a little steamer called the Barquisimeto, which is famous all along the coast as the cocktail shaker. C.H. Stewart solemnly asserts that Barquí can do the shimmy when laying at anchor in quiet waters. Merida and Táchira coffees are considered the best of the Maracaibo grades, Tovars and Trujillos being classed as lower in trade value. Though Cúcuta coffee is grown in the Colombian district of that name, it is largely shipped through Maracaibo, and hence is classed among the Maracaibo types. It is ranked with Maridas and fine-grade Boconos, and somewhat resembles the Java bean in form and roast, but is decidedly different in the cup. Washed Cucatas are noted for their large size, roughness, and waxy color. They make a good appearing roast, splitting open and showing irregular white centers. New crop beans are sometimes sharply acid, though they mellow with age and gain in body. Until recent years, Táchira coffee was always sold as Cúcuta, but now there is a tendency to ship it under the name Táchira Venezuela, while true Cúcuta is marked Cúcuta Colombia. Tachiras closely resemble the true cucatas, grade for grade. Up to about 1905, the coffees grown near Salazar in Colombia came to the market under the name of Salazar, but since then they have been included among the cucata grades and are sold under that name. The state of Táchira lies next to the Colombian boundary, and its mountains produce much fine-washed coffee. This has size and fair style, as a rule, but does not possess cup qualities to make it much sought. It ages well and, being of good body, the old crops, other things being equal, frequently bring a tidy premium. The Rubio section of Táchira produces the best of its washed coffees. Here are several of the largest and best equipped estates in all Venezuela. Washed when fresh, the coffees from these estates are usually sold somewhat under the fancy Caracas, but the triados of the Táchira rank with the best of the country, owing to their large bean, solid color, and good quality. They roast well and cup with good body, though not much character. Good Táchira traillos are sold on the same basis as the cucatas, which they resemble. The meridas are raised at higher altitude than cucatas, and good grades are sought for their particularly delicate flavor, which is neither acidy nor bitter, and heavy body. They rank as the best by far of the Maracaibo type. The bean is high grown, of medium size, and roundish. It is well knit and brings the highest price while it still holds its bluish style, as it then retains its delicate aroma and character. The triados of Merida run unevenly. Tovars rank between Trujillos and Táchiras. They are fair to good body without acidity, making a duller roast than cucatas, but contain fewer quakers. They are used for blending with Bourbon Santos. Boconos are light in color and body. They are of two classes, one a round, small to medium bean, and the other larger and softer. Their flavor is quite neutral, and they are frequently used as fillers in blends. Trujillos lack acidity and make a dull, rough roast unless aged. They are blended with Bourbon Santos to make a low-priced, palatable coffee. Some coffees of merit are produced at Santa Ana, Monte Carmelo, and Bocono and Trujillo. Other South American countries. The coffees from other South American countries, even where there is an appreciable production, are not important factors in international trade. The coffee of Ecuador, shipped through the port of Guayaquil, goes mostly to Chile, a comparatively small quantity being exported to the United States. The bean is small to medium in size, pea green in color, and not desirable in the cup. The coffee is about equal to low-grade Brazil and is used principally as a filler. Peru produces an ever-lessening quality of coffee. The bulk of the exports in pre-war years going to Germany, Chile, and the United Kingdom. It is a low-altitude growth and is considered poor grade. The bean ranges from medium to bold in size and from bluish to yellow in color. Bolivia is an unimportant factor in the international coffee trade, most of its exports going to Chile. The chief variety produced is called the Yunga, which is considered to be of superior quality, but only a small quantity is grown. Guyana's coffee trade is insignificant. The three best known types are Suriname, Demerara, and Cayenne, named after the ports through which they are shipped. The West Indies. Coffee either is or can be grown practically everywhere in the West Indies, but the chief producing districts are found on the islands of Puerto Rico, Haiti, and Santo Domingo, Jamaica, Guadalupe, and Curacao. Coffees coming from these islands are generally known by the name of the country of production and may be further identified by the names of the districts in which they are grown. Puerto Rico. Since the United States took possession of Puerto Rico, soil experts have endeavored to raise the quality of the coffee grown there, especially the lower grades, which had particularly wild characteristics. Today, the superior grades of Puerto Rican coffees rank among the best growths known to the trade. The bean is large, uniform, and stylish, ranging in color from a light gray blue to a dark green blue. Some of these are artificially colored for foreign markets. The coffee roasts well and has a heavy body, similar to the fanciest Mexicans and Colombians. Its cup is not as rich, but it makes a good blend. Puerto Rican coffees command a higher price in France than in the United States, which accounts for the larger proportion of exports to Europe, excepting when the French market was cut off during the World War. Jamaica. Jamaica produces two distinct types of coffee, the highland and the lowland growths. Among the first named is the celebrated Blue Mountain coffee, which has a well-developed, pale blue-green bean that makes a good appearing roast and a pleasantly aromatic cup. It is frequently compared with the fancy cobans of Guatemala. The lowland coffee is a poorer grade and consists largely of a mixture of different growths produced on the plains. It is a fair-sized bean, green to yellow in the natural and blue-green when washed. In the cup, it has a grassy flavor, but is flat when drunk with cream. It is used chiefly as a filler in blends and for French roasts. Haiti and Santo Domingo. The coffees of these two republics have like characteristics, being grown on the same island and in about the same climatic and soil conditions. Careless cultivation and preparation methods are responsible for the generally poor quality of these coffees. When properly grown and cured, they rank well with high-grade washed varieties and have a rich, fairly acid flavor in the cup. The bean is blue-green and makes a handsome roast. Guadalupe. Guadalupe coffee is distinguishable by its green, long, and slightly thick bean covered by a pellicle of whitish silvery color which separates from the bean in the roast. It has excellent cup qualities. Martinique. This island formerly produced a coffee closely resembling the Guadalupe, but no coffee is now grown there, though some Guadalupe growths are shipped from Martinique and bear its name. Other West Indian islands. Among the other West Indian islands producing small quantities of coffee are Cuba, Trinidad, Dominica, Barbados, and Curacao. The growths are generally good quality, bearing a close resemblance to one another. In the past, Cuba produced a fine grade, but the industry is now practically extinct. Asia. Arabia. For many generations, mocha coffee has been recognized throughout the world as the best coffee obtainable. And until the Pure Food Law went into effect in the United States, other high-grade coffees were frequently sold by American firms under the name of mocha. Now, only coffees grown in Arabia are entitled to that valuable trade name. They grow in a small area in the mountainous regions of the southwestern point of the Arabian Peninsula, in the province of Yemen, and are known locally by the names of the districts in which they are produced. Commercially, they are graded as follows: Mocha Extra for all extra qualities, Mocha Number 1 consisting of only perfect berries, Number 1A containing some dust but otherwise free of imperfections, Number 2 showing a few broken beans and Quakers, Number 3 having a heavier percentage of brokens and Quakers and also some dust. Mocha beans are very small, hard, roundish, and irregular in form and size. In color, they shade from olive green to pale yellow, the bulk being olive green. The roast is poor and uneven, but the coffee's virtues are shown in the cup. It has a distinctive, winey flavor, and it's heavy with acidity. two qualities which make a straight mocha brew especially valuable as an after-dinner coffee, and also esteemed for blending with fancy, mild, washed types, particularly East Indian growths. As in other countries, the coffees grown on the highlands in Yemen are better than the lowland growths. As a rule, the low-altitude beans is larger and more oblong than that grown in the highlands, due to its quicker development in the regions where the rainfall, though not great, is more abundant. While mocha beans are known commercially by great numbers, the planters and the Arabian traders also designate them by the name of the district or province in which each is grown. Among the better grades thus labeled are the Yefi, the Anisi, the Matari, the Sanani, the Sharki, and the Hami Harasi. For the poorer grades, these names are used: Remi, Barai, Shami, Yemini, and Maidi. Of these varieties, the Matari, a hard and regular bean, pale yellow in color, commands the highest price, with the Yafi a close second. Harasi coffee heads the market for quality coupled with general average of quality. Indian and Ceylon. Coffees from India and Ceylon are marketed almost exclusively in London, little reaching the American trade. Of the Indian growths, Malabars, grown on the western slopes of the Go Mountains, are classed commercially as the best. The bean is rather small and blue-green in color. In the cup, it has a distinctive, strong flavor and deep color. Mysore coffee ranks next in flavor on the English market. It is mountain grown and the bean is large and blue-green in color. Tellicherry is another good grade coffee, closely resembling Malabar. Coorg coffee is an inferior growth. It is lowland type and in the cup is thin and flat. The bean is large and flat and tends toward dark green in color. Travancore is another lowland growth, ranking about with Coorg, and has the same general characteristics. See the complete reference table for details. Ceylon, although it once was of the world's most important producers, has been losing ground as a coffee-producing country since 1890. Ceylon coffees are classified commercially as native, plantation, and mountain. The native is a poor grade lowland growth with large flat bean and low cup quality. The plantation, so named because more carefully cultivated on highland plantations, is a stylish roaster and gives a rich flavor and strong fragrance in the cup. The mountain, grown at high altitudes, is a small steel blue bean and is considered by British traders as equal to the best varieties grown anywhere. It was formerly shipped to Aden to be mixed with mocha. French Indochina. The coffee of French Indochina is highly prized in France, where the bulk of the export goes. The coffee tree grows well in the provinces of Tonkin, Annam, Cambodia, and Cochin China. Tonkin is the largest producer and grows the best varieties. In the cup, Tonkin coffee is thought by French traders to compare favorably with mocha. Of the several varieties of Coffea arabica grown in Indochina, the Grand Bourbon, Bourbon Ronde, and Bourbon El Rey are the best known. The first named is a large bean of good quality, the second is a small round bean of superior grade, and the third is a still smaller bean of fair cup quality. Africa. Abyssinia. The coffee grown in Abyssinia is classified commercially into two varieties: Harari, which is grown principally in the district around Harar, and Abyssinian, produced mainly in the provinces of Kaffa, Sidamo, and Guma. Harari coffee is the fruit of cultivated trees, while Abyssinian comes from wild trees. The first named produces a long and well-shaped berry and is often referred as longberry Harari. The bean is larger than the mocha, but similar in general appearance. Its color shades from blue-green to yellow. Good grades of Harari have cup characteristics resembling mocha. and by some are preferred to mocha because of their winier cup flavor. The Abyssinian coffee is considered much inferior to Harari, and chops generally contain many imperfections. The bean is dark gray in color. Little Abyssinian coffee comes to the United States. Many other African countries produce coffee, but little of it ever reaches the North American market. Uganda, in British East Africa, grows a good grade of Robusta coffee, which is valued on the London market. Liberian coffee grown on the West Coast used to be mixed with Bourbon Santos to some extent, but it is generally considered low grade, although it makes a handsome elephantine roast. The product of Guinea is a very small bean, halfway between a pea berry and a flat bean, and has a dingy brown color. It is considered worthless as a drink. A medium-sized, strong-flavored bean that is rich in the cup is grown in the African Congo district. In Angola, a fair quantity of coffee is produced. In the cup, it has a strong and pungent flavor, but lacks smoothness and aroma. Zanzibar produces a pleasing coffee in very limited quantities. The bean is medium-sized and regular in shape. Mozambique's coffee is greenish in color, of medium size and mellow. The production is small. Madagascar produces an insignificant quantity for export. Although the coffee is considered fair average, with rich flavor and considerable fragrance. Bourbon coffee, grown on the island of Réunion, commands a high price in the French market, where practically all exports go. It is a small, flinty bean and gives a rich cup and fragrance. East Indian Islands. Some of the coffee from the East Indian Islands rank among the best in the world, particularly those from Sumatra. East India coffees are distinguished by their smooth, heavy body in the cup, the fancy grades giving an almost syrupy richness. Java. Java coffees are generally of a smaller bean than those from Sumatra, and are not considered as high grade. The bulk of the new crop growths have a grassy flavor which most people find unpleasant when drunk straight. Under the old culture system, coffee was bought by the government and held in go-downs from 2 to 3 years until it had become mellow with age. In late years, this system has been abandoned, and the planters now sell their product as they please, and in most cases without mellowing, excepting as they age during the long sea voyage from Batavia to destination. Before the advent of large fleets of steamers in the East Indian trade, the coffee was brought to America in sailing vessels that required from 3 to 4 months for the trip. During the voyage, the coffee went through a sweating process which turned the beans from a light green to a dark brown and considerably enhanced their cup values. The sweating was due to the coffee being loaded while moist and then practically sealed in the vessel's hold during all its trip through the tropical seas. As a consequence, the cargo steamed and foamed, and as a rule, part of the bean became moldy. The damage seldom extending more than an inch or two into the mats. Sweated coffees command from 3 to 5 cents more than those that came in pale. Before, the Java coffee trade began to decline in the later part of the 19th century. Coffea arabica was grown abundantly throughout the island. Each residency had numerous estates, and their names were given to the coffees produced. The best coffees came from Pranger, Cirebon, Bergdorf, and Batavia, ranking in merit in the order named. All Java coffees are known commercially either as private growth or as blue bean washed, the former being cured by either the washing or the dry hulling method, while the latter are washed. Private growths are usually a pale yellow, the bean being short and round and slightly convex. It makes a handsome, even roast, showing a full white strip. The washed variety is a pale blue-green, the bean closely resembling the private growth in form and roast. These coffees have a distinctive character in the cup that is much different from any other coffee grown. Their liquor is thin. All the better-known coffees of Java, which are designated by the districts in which they are grown, are listed in the complete reference table. Coffee from few of the many districts come to the North American market. Among those that are sold in the United States are the Kado and Semarang, both which are small, yellowish green, and the Malang, a green hard bean which makes a better roast than Kado and Semarang but is inferior to them in the cup. Sumatra. Sumatra has the reputation of producing some of the finest high-priced coffees in the world, such as Mandailing, Angola, Anyer Bangis, Padang Interior, and Palembang. Mandailing coffee is a large brownish bean which roasts dull but is generally free from Quakers. It is very heavy in body and has a unique flavor that easily distinguishes it from any other growth. The Angola bean is shorter and better appearing than Mandailing, but otherwise bears a close resemblance. Its flavor is only slightly under Mandailing and, like that coffee, is recommended for blending with the best grades of mocha. While the Ayer Bangdes bean is somewhat larger than the other two just mentioned, it is not so dark brown in color and is not quite so heavy in body. The flavor is very delicate. These three growths are known in the trade as the fancies and are considered the best of Sumatra's production. The Sumatra coffee best known to the American trade is the Padang Interior, which is shipped through the ports of Padang on Sumatra's west coast. The bean is irregular in form and color and makes a dull roast. However, the flavor is good. Although it lacks the richness of the fancies, another celebrated coffee grown on the west coast is the Bukit Gampong, grown on the estate of that name near Padang. It is a high-grade coffee, making a handsome roast and possessing a delicate flavor. The foregoing coffees are produced on what were formerly termed government estates, and during the heyday of government control were sold by auction and came mostly to the United States. Among the private estate coffees, Corinchis take first rank for quality. Some traders say that they are the best in international commerce. They closely resemble Angolas but range a cent or two lower in price. Next in order of merit is Timor coffee, grown on the island of that name. It is not as attractive in appearance, roast, or cup quality as Corinchis. A grade below Timor's is Bonji coffee, which is seldom seen on the American market. Crow coffee is better known and more widely used in the United States. The bean is large but has an attractive appearance. Crows are heavy body of somewhat groundy flavor when new crop, and are good roasters and blenders. Other East Indian coffees are Tegals, Balis, and Macassars, all of which are second-rate growths as compared with the bulk of Sumatra's, grade for grade. The Macassars are produced in the district of that name on the island of Celebes. The best coffee grown in Celebes comes from the province of Manado and is known by that name. It is thought to be of a superior quality and commands a high price in Europe. The Pacific Islands. The Philippine Islands have not figured in international coffee trade since 1892, although in preceding years the Philippines exported several million pounds of an average good grade of coffee. While coffee is one of the shade trees used by householders in Guam, none of the fruit is exported. Coffee production is an unimportant industry in Samoa, Australia, New Guinea, New Caledonia, and other Pacific islands, and none is grown for export. Hawaii. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the Hawaii Islands have taken a position of increasing importance, shipping some 2 million pounds of good quality coffee to the United States, their biggest customer. Coffee grows to some extent on all the islands of the group, but fully 95% is raised on the districts of Kona, Puna, and Hamakua on the main island of Hawaii. All Hawaii coffee is high grade and is generally large bean, blue-green in color when new crop, and yellow-brown when aged. It makes a handsome roast and has a fine flavor that is smooth and not too acid. It blends well with any high-grade mild coffee. Kona coffee, grown in the district of that name, commands the highest price. Old crop Kona coffee is said by some trade authorities to be equal to either mocha or old government Java. Appearance, aroma, and flavor in cup tasting. Before the beginning of the 20th century, practically all the coffees bought and sold in the United States were judged for merit simply by the appearance of the green or of the roasted bean. Since that time, the importance of testing the drinking qualities has become generally recognized. And today, every progressive coffee buyer has his sample roasting and tasting outfit with which to carry out painstaking cup tests. Both buyers and sellers use cup test, the former to determine the merits of the coffee he is buying, and the latter to ascertain the proper value of the chop under consideration. Frequently, a test is made to fix the relative desirability of various growths considered as a whole, using composite samples that are supposed to give representation to an entire crop. The first step in testing coffee is to compare the appearance of the green bean of a chop with a sample of known standard value for that particular kind of coffee. The next step is to compare the appearance when roasted. Then comes the appearance and aroma test when it is grounded, and finally, the most difficult of all, the trial of the flavor and aroma of the liquid. Naturally, the tester gives much care to proper roasting of the samples to be examined. He recognizes several different kinds of roasts, which he terms the light, the medium, the dark, the Italian, and the French roasts, all of which vary in shades of color, and each of which gives a different taste in the cup. The careful tester watches the roast closely to see whether the bean acquire a dull or bright finish, and to note also if there are many Quakers or off-color beans. When the proper roasting point is reached, he smells the beans while still hot to determine their aroma. In some growths and grades, he will frequently smell of them as they cool off, because the character changes as the heat leaves them, as in the case of many Maracaibo grades. After roasting, the actual cup testing begins. Two methods are employed. The blind cup test, in which there is no clue to the identity of the kind of coffee in the cup, and the open test, in which the tester knows beforehand the particular coffee he is to examine. The former is most generally employed by buyers and sellers, although a large number of experts who do not let their knowledge interfere with their judgment use the open method. In both systems, the amount of ground coffee placed in the cup is carefully weighed so that the strength will be standard. Generally, the cups are marked on the bottom for identification after the examination. Before pouring on the hot water to make the brew, the aroma of the freshly grounded coffee is carefully noted to see if it is up to standard. In pouring the water, care is exercised to keep the temperature constant in the cup, so that the strength in all will be equal. When the water is poured directly on the grounds, a crust or scum is formed. Before this crust breaks, the tester sniffs the aroma given off. This is called the wet smell or crust test and is considered of great importance. Of course, the taste of the brew is the most important test. Equal amounts of coffee are sipped from each cup, the tester holding each sip in his mouth only long enough to get the full strength of the flavor. He spits out the coffee into a large brass cuspidor, which is designed for the purpose. The expert never swallows the liquor. Cup testing calls for keenly developed senses of sight, smell, and taste, and the faculty for remembering delicate shadings in each sense. By sight, the coffee man judges the size, shape, and color of the green and roasted bean, which are important factors in determining commercial values. He can tell also whether the coffee is of the washed or unwashed variety, and whether it contains many imperfections such as quakers, pods, stones, brokens, off-colored beans, and the like. By his sense of smell of the roast and of the brew, he gauges the strength of the aroma, which also enters into the evaluation calculation. His palate tells him many things about a coffee brew. If the drink has body and is smooth, rich, acidy, or mellow, if it is winey, neutral, harsh, or roy, if it is musty, groundy, woody, or grassy, or if it's rank, hidey, sour, muddy, or bitter. These are trade designations of the different shades of flavor to be found in the various coffees coming to the North American market, and each has an influence on the price at which they will be sold. The up-to-date cup tester requires special equipment to get the best results. A typical installation consists of a gas sample roasting outfit, employing at least a single cylinder holding about 6 ounces of coffee, and perhaps a battery of a dozen or more, an electric grinding mill, a testing table with the top that can be revolved by hand, a pair of accurately adjusted balance scales, 1 or more brass kettles, a gas stove for heating water, sample pans, many china or glass cups, silver spoons, and a brass cuspidor that stands waist high and is shaped like an hourglass. Since the World War, there have been some notable changes in the buying of coffees, particularly in European markets. For example, the old idea of buying fancy coffees at fancy prices is probably gone for good in Europe. End of section 37, read to you by J.P. Liao, Vancouver, Canada, August 28, 2022.
Section 38 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Abbott. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Factory Preparation of Roasted Coffee, Part 1. Chapter 25. Factory Preparation of Roasted Coffee. Coffee roasting as a business. Wholesale coffee roasting machinery. Separating, milling, and mixing or blending green coffee and roasting by coal, coke, gas, and electricity. Facts about coffee roasting. Cost of roasting. Green coffee shrinkage table. Dry and wet roasts. On roasting coffee efficiently. A typical coal roaster. Cooling and stoning. Finishing or glazing. Blending roasted coffees. Blends for restaurants. Grinding and packaging. Coffee additions and fillers. Treated coffees and dry extracts. The coffee bean is not ready for beverage purposes until it has been properly manufactured, that is, roasted or cooked. Only in this way can all the stimulating, flavoring, and aromatic principles concealed in the minute cells of the bean be extracted at one time. An infusion from green coffee has a decidedly unpleasant taste and hardly any color. Likewise, an underdone roast has a disagreeable, grassy flavor, while an overdone roast gives a charred taste that is unpalatable to the average citizen of the United States. Coffee Roasting as a Business. In spite of the generally admitted fact that freshly roasted coffee makes the best infusion, most of the coffee used today is not roasted at or near the place where it is brewed, but in factories that are provided with special equipment for the roasting of coffee in a wholesale way. The reasons for this are various, partly relating to the mere economy of buying and manufacturing on a large scale, and partly relating to the trained skill that is needed both for selecting suitable green coffees to make a satisfactory blend and for the roasting work itself. The proportion of consumers, including restaurants and hotels, who roast their own coffee is so small as to be negligible, at least in the United States. The average person who buys coffee today for brewing use never sees green coffee at all, unless as an educational exhibit in some dealer's display window. The reasons just mentioned, which have made coffee roasting a real business, all tend, of course, to make the roasting establishments of large size. But this tendency is offset by the problem of distributing the roasting coffee so that it will reach the ultimate consumer in good condition. Roasting enterprises on a comparatively small scale, not by consumers, but by sufficiently expert dealers, would probably be much more numerous on account of the fresh roast argument, except for the fact that coffee roasting machines cannot be installed so easily as the grinding mills, meat choppers, and slicing machines that find extended use in small stores. The steam, smoke, and chaff given off by the coffee as it is roasted must be disposed of by an outdoor connection without annoying the neighbors or creating a fire hazard. From these general remarks, it can easily be seen that the size of individual roasting establishments will vary greatly, according to the skill of the proprietor in meeting the disadvantages of working on either the smallest or the largest scale. A wholesale plant may be considered to be one in which coffee is roasted in batches of 1 bag or more at a time. And with this definition, nearly all the roasting in the United States is done in a wholesale way. For many years, the regular factory machines have been of a size suitable for roasting 2 bags of coffee at a time, but roasters of larger size have recently come into considerable use. Plants treating from 50 to 150 bags per day are the most common, but the daily capacity runs up to 1,000 bags or more. The minimum cost of equipping a plant is somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. The individual machines are of standard construction, but the arrangement in a particular building, especially for the larger plants, is worked out with great care and with numerous special features, so that the goods can be handled from start to finish with minimum expense for floor space, labor, power, etc. The practical coffee roaster locates his roasting room in the top floor of his factory building, where light and ventilation are generally best. He usually has a large skylight in the roof, directly over the roasting equipment. In addition to the advantage as regards good light and the convenient discharge of smoke, steam, and odors through the roof, the top-story location makes it possible to send the roasted coffee by gravity through the various bins which may be needed in connection with subsequent operations, such as grinding and for temporary storage before the final packaging and shipping. Wholesale coffee roasting machinery. The indispensable coffee operations are roasting and cooling, and in practically all United States plants, the cooling is followed by stoning. This is an air suction operation that affects, sided by gravity, the removal of any stones or other hard material that would damage the grinding mill. The best commercial cleaning and grading of the green coffee has usually left in every bag a few small stones. These can be got rid of better after the coffee is roasted, because it is then not only lighter, but more bulky. Besides these three operations of roasting, cooling, and stoning, the plant may have machinery for treating the coffee both before it is roasted and after it leaves the stoner. Treatment of the green coffee in roasting establishments is of less importance now than in years gone by. First, because most coffees now come to market more perfectly graded and cleaned than formerly, and second, because the whole bean appearance of the coffee has become of less account, as wholesale grinding operations have increased. Nevertheless, many plants consider it highly important to have a separator for grading the coffee closely as regards the size of the beans, and particularly for the separation of round beans or pea berry, as well as milling machinery for making the coffee as clean as possible before it is roasted. One green coffee operation that has lost none of its old-time importance, but on the contrary is more needed as the plants increase in size, is the mixing of different varieties of coffee in proportions that have been decided on by sample tests so as to get a uniform blend. The mixer does not blend the various coffees any more surely than a good roaster cylinder will do it, but treats batches of much larger size. This means saving a great amount of labor that would be necessary for putting the desired quantity of component coffees into each individual roaster. A proper installation of green coffee machinery requires various bins of ample capacity and bucket elevators by which the coffee can be sent without manual labor from one operation to another. In modern plants, all the bins and elevators are constructed of metal. The separator, with its bins and elevator, may be installed independently of the rest of the plant, the graded coffee being all bagged up again and treated as new raw stock, some of it to be held for later use or perhaps sold again unroasted. The milling machine and the mixer, however, are usually so placed and connected that the coffee can be sent from one to the other and to the roaster feed hoppers without any manual labor. When the roaster sells his product in package form ready for the consumer, he will have a packaging department in which are grinding, weighing, labeling, and packing machines and equipment. In some of the more progressive plants, particularly in the United States, all the packing units are incorporated in one machine, so that the different steps in the work are carried on automatically and in one continuous operation. The efficient roaster executive equips his entire plant with approved labor-saving devices. In the better establishments, the coffee is carried along by mechanical conveyors through all the operations, from the first cleaning machine to the final packaging. Separating. As already mentioned, a machine frequently found in wholesale plants is the separator, or grater. This apparatus, which is the same in principle in all countries, but varies in size and form according to local requirements, consists of a series of perforated screens. The perforations differ in size, and as the coffee is shaken on them, the small beans drop through the holes, the larger ones passing across the screen and dropping into a receptacle or chute ready for the next operation. The screens are made to grade the beans into large and small pea berry, large, medium, and small flat beans, brokens, and other commercial sizes. The average separator will grade 15 to 20 bags of coffee in an hour. Milling. Milling machines, for cleaning the green coffee, operate on practically the same principle the world over, varying in capacity and details of construction. A popular type used in the United States has two metal cylinders, one set within the other, and revolving in opposite directions. The inner cylinder is ribbed with flanges, and the outer one is lined with wire cloth. As these cylinders revolve, The beans pass between them, rubbing against themselves and the rough sides of the cylinders. This action serves to remove dirt and other foreign matter that may be clinging to the beans, and also gives them an attractive polish. An exhaust fan sucks away the dirt milled off in the process. This type of machine will mill about 40 bags of green coffee in an hour. Mixing or blending green coffee. Most roasters blend the different types of coffee while green. Some blend them after they have been roasted separately. When blended before roasting, the coffees are mixed by a machine built especially for that purpose. The mixing machine in general use in all countries consists of a large metal cylinder which, in wholesale operations, is revolved by the factory's general power plant or by a separate motor. The cylinder is equipped on the inside with sets of reverse screw mixing flanges that tumble the beans around until they are thoroughly blended, and there is usually a fan attachment to remove dust. This operation serves also to smooth down and to polish the surfaces of the beans, which adds to the style of the coffee when roasted. The average blending machine will mix from 10 to 20 bags of coffee at a time. The actual mixing requires less than 5 minutes, but a longer period is needed for feeding and discharging. This is the last of the so-called green coffee operations. The next step is roasting. Roasting by coal, coke, gas, and electricity. Coffee is roasted commercially in cylinder or ball receptacles, revolving in heated chambers, the degree of heat reaching about 420 degrees Fahrenheit. The cylinder type of roaster is invariably used in the United States, while both the cylinder and the ball types are popular in England, France, Germany, Holland, and other foreign countries. Each roasterman has his own opinion about the fuel that gives the best result, and throughout the world the choice lies between anthracite coal, coke, and gas, though hardwood is frequently used in countries where other fuels are not available or not economical. Electric heat has been tried for commercial roasting in Germany, 1906, in England, 1909, and in the United States, 1918. But the experimenters have always found the cost of electric fuel to be prohibitive in competition with coal and gas. An electric roaster was demonstrated at the Food Conservation Show in New York in 1918, at a time when the federal government was urging the necessity of conserving coal as a war economy measure. The inventor claimed that his machine would reduce roasting cost, improve the flavor and the aroma, and maintain a constant and easily controlled heat. He declared also that when roasted in his devices, less coffee was required for brewing. An expert coffee roasting machinery man who has been working on the development of a practical electric roaster says that if it were possible to bake the coffee in an oven, just as the baker does his bread, the fuel cost would then compare favorably with that of gas or coal. It is because the heat chamber must have an exhaust to release the chaff and smoke that the use of electricity to replace the heat loss proves prohibitive when compared with coal or gas. In all types of coal and coke-burning roasters, the cylinders are heated by a fire underneath, while in gas roasters, the flame may be underneath or within the cylinder itself. Roasters in which the heat is within the cylinder are known as direct flame or inner heated machines. All three systems are used in the United States and Europe. Facts about coffee roasting. The modern commercial roasting outfit is as near foolproof as human genius has been able to devise. The more advanced types are almost automatic in operation and are designed to ensure uniformity of roasts. In such machines, the green coffee is conveyed to the roasting cylinder by means of bucket elevators, which pour the beans into a feed hopper. From the feed hopper, the coffee is dumped through the opening in the front headpiece into the cylinder. The cylinder is perforated and has inside flanges which keep tossing the coffee about while the cylinder revolves, so that the coffee will not burn during the roasting process. To roast coffee by coal or coke usually requires from 25 to 30 minutes, depending on the moisture content of the beans, whether they are spongy or flinty, whether a light, medium, or dark roast is desired, and on the skill of the operator. Gas roasting requires from 15 to 20 minutes. The quicker the roast, the better the coffee, is the opinion of many trade leaders, one of whom says, "It is a growing belief that in roasts of short duration, the largest percentage of the aromatic properties is retained. A slow roast has the effect of baking and does not give full development. Also, slow roasts seldom produce bright roasts, and they usually make the coffee hard instead of brittle, even when the color standard has been attained." While coffees of widely varying degrees of moisture require somewhat different treatment, the consensus of opinion is that the best results are obtained from a slow fire at the beginning, until some of the moisture has been driven off, when the stronger application of heat may be given for development. An intense heat in the beginning often results in tipping or charring the little germ at the end, the most sensitive part of the bean. Scorched beans have been caught at some point in the cylinder, often in a bent flange. Burning on one face, sometimes called kissing the cheeks, is caused by the too rapid revolution of the cylinder, so that some of the coffee carries over. In the best practice, crowding of cylinders is avoided, many roasters making it a rule not to exceed 90% of the rated capacity of the cylinder. Those operating gas roasters may affect a fuel economy by running a low-grade coffee in the cylinder after the last roast has been drawn and the gas extinguished. 5 minutes revolution absorbs the heat and drives off a proportion of moisture. The coffee, which may then be left in the cylinder, requires less time and fuel in the morning, and the roast is finished while the cylinder is warming up. Double roasting brightens a roast, but is a detriment to the cup quality. A dull roasting coffee may be improved by revolving the green coffee in a cylinder without heat for 20 minutes, which has the effect of milling. The use of a small amount of water upon roast gives better control by checking the roast at the proper point, the crucial time of its greatest heat. Also, it swells and brightens the coffee and tends to close the outer pores. While the addition of water is open to abuse, few roasters have soaked their coffees enough to offset the natural shrinkage as much as 3 or 4%. Such practice would result greatly to the detriment of the cup quality. There is no universal standard for the degree to which coffee should be roasted. In the United States, there are demands for all degrees, from the light roast, in favor in England, to the extremely dark roast in vogue in France, Italy, Brazil, Turkey, and in the producing countries. The North American trade recognizes these different roasts: light, cinnamon, medium, high, city, full city, French, and Italian. The city roast is a dark bean, while full city is a few degrees darker. In the French roast, the bean is cooked until the natural oil appears on the surface, and in the Italian, it is roasted to the point of actual carbonization, so that it can be easily powdered. Germany likes a roast similar to the French type, while Scandinavia prefers the high Italian roast. In the United States, the lighter roast is favored on the Pacific coast, the darkest in the South, and a medium-colored roast in the eastern states. The cinnamon roast is most favored by the trade in Boston. While coffee roasting in the United States usually takes from 15 to 30 minutes, depending on the fuel and the machine employed, manufacturers of gas machines on the German market claim to roast it in superior fashion in from 3.5 to 10 minutes. This subject is discussed more in detail in Chapter 34. Coffee loses weight during the roasting process, the loss varying according to the degree of roasting and the nature of the bean. Coffee roasters figure, however, that the average loss is 16% of the weight of the green bean. It has been estimated that 100 pounds of coffee in the cherry produces 25 pounds in the parchment. That 100 pounds in parchment produces 84 pounds of cleaned coffee, and that 100 pounds of clean coffee produces 84 pounds roasted. During the roasting process, the coffee undergoes a great chemical change. After it has been in the cylinder a short time, the color of the bean becomes a yellowish brown, which gradually deepens as it cooks. Likewise, as the beans become heated, they shrivel up until about half done, or at the developing point. At this stage, they begin to swell and then pop open, increasing 50% in bulk. This is when the experienced roasterman turns on all the heat he can command to finish the roasting as quickly as possible. Dry and wet roasts. At frequent intervals, he thrust his trier, an instrument shaped somewhat like an elongated spoon, into the cylinder, and takes out a sample of coffee to compare with his type sample. When the coffee is done, he shuts off the heat and checks the cooking by reducing the temperature of the coffee and of the cylinder as quickly as can be done. In the wet roast method, he will spray the coffee, while the cylinder is still revolving, with 3 to 4 quarts of water to every 130 pounds of coffee. In the dry method, he depends altogether upon his cooling apparatus. Roasters generally are not in favor of the excessive watering of coffee in and after the roasting process for the purpose of reducing shrinkage. Heading the coffee, or checking the roast before turning it out of the roasting cylinder, is quite another matter and is considered legitimate. Where coffees are watered in the cylinder at the close of the roast to reduce the shrinkage, it is possible to get back only about 4% of the shrinkage by such treatment, and the practice is frowned upon by the best roasters. Generally speaking, water is turned into the roasting cylinder to quench the roast. The amount varies with the style of machine, whether gas or coal. Usually the water turns to steam, and the result is not an absorption of the water, but a momentary checking of the roast with a tendency to swell and to brighten the coffee. This is, comparatively speaking, a dry roast, but not an absolutely dry roast. It is doubtful if more than 1% of American coffee roasters employ an absolutely dry roast. It does not give satisfactory results. The word has been abused for advertising purposes. Of course, a dry roasted coffee is a better article for making a satisfactory beverage than one that has been soaked with water. But the word dry must be given a definite meaning, which the trade generally will agree to uphold if it is to have any real meaning or value to the consumer. Until some standard for roasted coffee shall be established, it is to be feared the term dry roast will continue to be used for coffee roasted by almost any other process. The Bureau of Chemistry held a hearing in 1914 at Washington, at which the question of a ruling on watering coffee was discussed. The trade was well represented, but no agreement was reached. It was deemed inadvisable to make a definite rule on the watering of coffee, because the water content cannot be controlled, as the bean starts to absorb moisture as soon as it leaves the roaster. On roasting coffee efficiently. A. L. Burns, New York, is well qualified to speak on this subject. He says, "Roasting coffee is not so difficult a matter as is often claimed by operators and experts who seek thus to magnify their importance. But it is nevertheless a process about which a great deal may be learned in the school of practical experience. With one of our modern machines, anybody with ordinary intelligence and nerve can take off a roast after one trial which would pass muster in many establishments. But that same person applying himself to the roasting job for a week will either be turning out vastly better roasts or will have demonstrated that he never can excel as a roasterman." Modern coffee roasting machines provide for easy control of the heat, from coal, coke, or gas fuel, for constantly mixing the coffee in such a manner that the heat is transmitted uniformly to the entire batch, for carrying away all steam and smoke rapidly, for easy testing of the progress of the roast, and for immediate discharge when desired. The operator's problem, therefore, is the regulation of the heat and deciding just when the desired roasting has been accomplished. If all coffees were alike, roasting would soon be almost automatic. In some plants, most of the work is on one uniform grade or blend. But coffees which vary greatly in moisture content, in flinty or spongy nature, and in various other characteristics, will puzzle the operator until he establishes a personal acquaintance with them in various combinations in repeated roasting operations. The roasterman, therefore, must be able to observe closely, to draw sensible conclusions, and to remember what he learns. Roasting coffee is a work of a sort which anybody can do, which a few people can do really well, and no one so well but that further improvement is possible. There is no absolute standard of what the best roasting results are. Some dealers want the coffee beans swelled up to the bursting point, while others would object to so showy a development. Some care nothing at all about appearance as compared with cup value, while others insist on a bright style, even at some sacrifice of quality. Business judgment must decide what goods can be sold most profitably. The loss of coffee in weight in the roasting operation, or shrinkage as it is called, is a matter which offers opportunities for false claims of advantage in roasting processes. Anybody can see that if just as good roasted coffee could be produced with a lessened shrinkage, there would be a chance for a decided increase in profits. It is a sort of finding money proposition which always turns out to be too good to be true. The purpose of roasting coffee is to produce an article entirely different from green coffee, which is accomplished mainly by driving out moisture. If coffee is roasted thoroughly, inside as well as outside, so as to give the greatest roasted coffee value, it must sustain a proper loss in weight, which there is no legitimate way to avoid. The amount of shrinkage varies a great deal with the kind of coffee and its age, also with the kind of roasting desired. Adding a little water to the coffee at the end of the operation has the advantage of checking the roast at the desired point and helping to swell and brighten the coffee, but it is a practice which is sometimes abused by soaking the coffee with water so as to reduce the shrinkage. This is done either dishonestly, to steal coffee which belongs to somebody else, or foolishly, for the heavier coffee has a lessened cup value which more than counterbalances the apparent gain. A typical coal roaster. A typical United States coal roaster is shown in the accompanying cut. It is the latest form of that type of Burns machine which requires a brickwork setting. The picture shows the roaster ready to operate, except for smoke pipe and power connections. The front of the machine shown has a cast iron plate having brackets which support the cylinder front bearing, and double fire doors below for the furnace and the ash pit. The movable part of the roaster is hidden by the front head, a heavy casting which stands still except when moved by hand through a half turn for feeding and discharging. The cylinder is driven by gears at the back, revolving constantly at uniform speed. The inside of the cylinder is arranged with reverse spiral flanges, which mix the coffee perfectly and make uneven roasting impossible, and they discharge promptly every grain of coffee when the front head opening is turned to the lower position. The roaster is generally operated with coal fuel, but can be used with gas by installing a suitable burner under the cylinder. End of section 38. Section 39 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Abbott. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Factory Preparation of Roasted Coffee, Part 2. Cooling and stoning. Coffee which leaves the roaster beautifully uniform in appearance, says A.L. Burns, may lose all uniformity by delayed or inadequate cooling. Separated beans of coffee will cool off by themselves, but when heaped together, the inner part of the mass will get hotter and even take fire. Coffee must be spread over a considerable surface, or all kept moving, and have at the same time a lot of air forced through it. Otherwise, there will be some darkening and overdevelopment of part of the coffee, and a loss of the uniformity which is the first requirement of good roasting. The cooling apparatus consists of a movable box-like metal car which can be brought up to the front of the roaster to the revolving cylinders. The car has a perforated false bottom to which is attached a powerful exhaust fan system that sucks the heat out of the coffee. In large plants, utilizing 2 or more floors, the tilting type cooling car is favored. This car permits instant discharge through an opening in the floor into a receiving tank suspended from the ceiling below and connected with the stoning apparatus. Recently, a flexible arm cooler has been invented that provides full fan suction to a cooler car at all points in its track travel from the roaster to the emptying position. The stoner, an essential part of the modern roasting plant, has for its function the removal of stones and other foreign matter of which the green coffee operations have failed to get rid. The stoner is usually built in direct combination with the cooling equipment and does its work by means of a gravity separation in an upward-moving column of air. The coffee passes into the suction boot of the stoner, either directly from the cooler box or from a floor hopper into which the cooler dumps, and is carried up the stoner pipe, or riser, by an air current of ample power which can be accurately regulated. This ensures the carrying up of coffee only, the stones remaining at the bottom of the machine and being dumped at intervals into a pan underneath. The coffee passing up the riser pipe is delivered into a large stoner hopper, which is usually hung to the ceiling of the roasting room. The correct construction of this hopper is of great importance, as the coffee must be deposited completely without breakage, and the air must pass on through the suction fan, carrying nothing except bits of loose chaff. A different type of cooler is in the form of an upright cylinder, consisting of 2 metal perforated drums, one set within the other. The inner drum is sufficiently small to allow the coffee to move freely between the drums. Inside the smaller one is an exhaust pipe which draws the heat and chaff out of the coffee. This device is recommended for use only in connection with wet roasted coffee. Still another type consists of a single perforated cylinder set horizontal with the floor and revolving alongside of an exhaust box which sucks out the heat and chaff as the coffee is tumbled about in the cylinder. A rocking type, that is not generally employed, is constructed on the principle of the screen used by house builders to separate coarse sand from the fine, and is pivoted at the middle so that it can be rocked end to end. Finishing or glazing. Finishing whole bean roasted coffee, by giving it a friction polish while it is still moist, using a glaze solution or water only, is a practice not harmful if the proper solutions are employed. Roasted coffee dulls in ordinary handling, and it is claimed that coating not only improves its appearance, but serves also to preserve the natural flavor and aroma of the bean. A machine having flat-sided wooden cylinders with ventilated heads and operated 2/3 full of coffee so as to get an effective rolling motion is generally employed. Coatings composed of sugar and eggs are popular, but their use should be stated on the label. Coffee roasters are divided on this question of coffee coating. The best thought of the trade is undoubtedly opposed to the practice when it is done to conceal inferiority or abnormally to reduce shrinkage. Some New York coffee roasters, who made a thorough investigation of the matter, found coating coffee with a wholesome material not injurious and the coated coffee better in the cup. Dr. Harvey W. Wiley found, in the celebrated Ohio case against Arbuckle Brothers, that coating coffee with sugar and eggs produced beneficial results, and that the coating preserved the bean. The Bureau of Chemistry has never issued any ruling on the subject of coating coffee. Blending roasted coffee. After cooling and stoning, unless it is to be polished or glazed, the coffee is ready for grinding and packing if it has been blended in the green state. Otherwise, the next step will be to mix the different varieties before grinding, although some packers blend the different kinds after they have been ground. To mix whole bean roasted coffee without hurting its appearance is rather difficult, and there is no regular machine for such work. Rarely is a single kind of coffee drunk straight. The common practice in all countries is to mix different varieties having opposing characteristics so as to obtain a smoother beverage. This is called blending, a process that has attained the standing of an art in the United States. Most packaged coffees are blends. In addition to other qualities, the practical coffee blender must have a natural aptitude for the work. He must also have long experience before he becomes proficient, and must be acquainted with the different properties of all the coffees grown, or at least of those that come to his market. Furthermore, he must know the variations and characteristics of current crops, for in most coffees no two crops are equal in trade values. Innumerable blends are possible with more than 100 different coffees to draw upon. A blend may consist of 2 or more kinds of coffee, but the general practice is to employ several kinds, so that, if at any time one cannot be obtained, its absence from the blend will not be so noticeable as would be the case if only 2 or 3 kinds were used. In blending coffees, consideration is given first to the shades of flavor in the cup and next to price. The blender describes flavors as acidy, bitter, smooth, neutral, flat, wild, grassy, groundy, sour, fermented, and heady, and he mixes the coffees accordingly to obtain the desired taste in the cup. Naturally, the wild, sour, groundy, fermented, and heady kinds are avoided as much as possible. Coffees with a Rio flavor are used only in the cheaper blends. Generally speaking, a properly balanced blend should have a full, rich body as a basis, and to this should be added a growth to give it some acid character, and one to give it increased aroma. Personal preference is the determining factor in making up a blend. Some blenders prefer a coffee with plenty of acid taste, while others choose the non-acid cup. For the first named kind, the blender will mix together the coffees that have an acidy characteristic, while for a non-acidy blend, he will mix an acidy growth with one having a neutral flavor. Coffees can be divided into 4 great classes: the neutral flavored, the sweet, the acidy, and the bitter. All East Indian coffees, except Ceylons, Malabars, and the other Hindustan growths, are classified as bitter, as are Old Brown Bucaramangas, Brown Bogotas, and Brown Santos. The acid coffees are generally the new crop-washed varieties of the Western Hemisphere, such as Mexicans, Costa Ricas, Bogotas, Caracas, Guatemalas, Santos, etc. However, the acidity may be toned down by age so that they become sweet or sweet bitter. Red Santos is generally a sweet coffee and is prized by blenders. High-grade washed Santo Domingo and Haiti coffees are sweet both when new crop and when aged. Practical coffee blenders do not mix 2 new crop acid coffees or 2 old crop bitter kinds, unless their bitterness or acidity is counteracted by coffees with opposite flavors. One blender insists that every blend should contain 3 coffees. Some bourbon and flat bean Santos coffees are better when new, and some are better when old. But a blend of fine old crop coffee with a snappy new crop coffee gives a better result than either separately. A new crop bourbon and an old yellow flat bean make a better blend than a new crop flat bean and an old crop bourbon. Probably the very best result in a low-price blend may be obtained by using 1/2 old crop bourbon Santos with 1/2 new crop Haiti or Santo Domingo of the cheaper grades. Typical low-price coffee blends in the United States may be made up of a good Santos, possibly a bourbon, and some low-cost Mexican, Central American, Colombian, or Venezuelan coffee, the Santos counteracting these acidy milds. Going next higher in the scale of price, fancy old bourbon Santos is used with 1/3 fancy old Cucuta or a good Trujillo. For a blend costing about 5 cents more a pound retail, 1/3 fancy old Cucuta or Merida is blended with fancy old bourbon Santos. The highest price blend may contain 2/3 of a fine private estate Sumatra and 1/3 Mocha or Longberry Harari. Alfred W. McCann, while advertising manager for Francis H. Leggett and Company, New York, in 1910, evolved a new coffee distinction based on the argument that certain coffees like mochas, Mexicans, bourbons, and Costa Ricas were developed in the cup through the action on them of cream or milk, while others, such as Bogotas, Javas, Maracaibos, etc., flattened out when cream or milk was added. He argued, accordingly, that breakfast coffees should be made up from the former, but that the latter should not be used except for after-dinner coffees, to be drunk black. William B. Harris, then coffee expert for the United States Department of Agriculture, took issue with Mr. McCann, claiming that if a coffee is watery and lacks body, it will not take kindly to milk or cream, not because the chemical action of milk or cream flattens it out, but because there is nothing there in the first place. The strength of the brew being equal, all coffees will take cream or milk, Mr. Harris held. M.J. McGarty said in 1915 that he had tried out many coffees in the cup and could not see that adding milk made any difference. However, he found that sometimes a line of coffees will contain a sample that flattens out at the drinking point, the point where the boiling water has cooled to permit of its being drunk, and he thought this was what Mr. McCann had in mind, as by adding milk to such a coffee, it was brought back to the drinking point. In other words, it was Mr. McGarty's opinion that, in blending coffees, those coffees which hold their own from the start, or boiling point, until they become cold, or even improve right through, are more desirable for blending purposes, and that those that are best at the drinking point should be given the preference. Coffee blends for restaurants. William B. Harris believes that the coffee of prime importance in preparing restaurant blends is Bogota. He advises the use of a full-bodied Bogota and an acid Bourbon Santos in the proportion of 3/4 Bogota to 1/4 Santos. Blends may also be made up from combinations of Bogota, Mexicans, and Guatemalas. According to Mr. Harris, the average blend of good coffee when made up, 2 1/2 pounds of coffee to 5 gallons of water, will produce a liquor of good color and strength. For many hotels, however, this may not answer, as it is not heavy enough. More coffee must then be used, or 10% of chicory added. A blend with chicory can be made by using 2/3 Bogota, 1/3 Bourbon Santos, and 10% chicory. No steward, hotel man, or restaurant man should, however, advertise coffee on his menu and then serve a drink employing chicory, because, while there is no federal law against such a practice, there are state laws against it. Chicory is all right in its place, and many prefer a drink made from coffee and chicory, but such a drink cannot properly be called coffee. Hotel men should purchase their coffee in the bean and do their own grinding. Then they need never have cause to complain that their coffee man deceived them or that some salesman misled them. The hotel steward wishing to furnish his patrons with a heavy-bodied coffee, particularly a black after-dinner coffee, without chicory, will use 3, 4, or even 4 1/2 pounds of ground coffee to 5 gallons of water. With so wide a choice of coffees to choose from, a coffee blender can make up many combinations to meet the demands of his trade. Probably no two blenders use exactly the same varieties in exactly the same proportions to make up a blend to sell at the same price. However, they all follow the same general principles laid down in the foregoing flavor classification of the world's coffees. Grinding and packaging coffee. Unless the coffee is to be sold in the bean, it is sent to the grinding and packing department, to be further prepared for the consumer. Since the federal food law has been in effect, the public has gained confidence in ground and bean coffee in packages, and today a large part of the coffee consumed in the United States is sold in 1 and 2 pound cartons and cans, already blended and ready for brewing. A progressive coffee packing house may have 3 different styles of grinding machines. One called the granulator for turning out the so-called steel-cut coffee. The second, a pulverizer for making a really fine grind. And the third, a grinding mill for general factory work and producing a medium ground coffee. Commercial coffee grinding machines are alike in principle in all countries, the beans being crushed or broken between toothed or corrugated metal or stone members, one revolving and the other being stationary. While all grinding machines are alike in principle, they may vary in capacity and design. The average granulator will turn out about 500 pounds of steel-cut coffee in an hour. The pulverizer, from 75 to 200 pounds. And the average grinding mill, from 500 to 600 pounds. Some types of grinding machines have chaff-removing attachments to remove, by air suction, the chaff from the coffee as it is being ground. A large number of trade terms for designating different grinds of coffee are used in the United States, some of them meaning the same thing, while similar names are sometimes contradictory. A canvass of the leading American coffee packers in 1917 discovered that there were 15 terms in use, and that there were 34 different meanings attached to them. For the term fine, there were 5 different definitions. Medium had 5, coarse 7, pulverized 4, steel cut 7, ground 2, powdered 1, percolator 2, steel cut chaff removed 1, Turkish ground 1, while granulated, Greek ground, extra fine, standard, and regular were not defined. The term steel cut is generally understood to mean that in the grinding process, the chaff has been removed and an approximate uniformity of granules has been obtained by sifting. The term does not necessarily mean that the grinding mills have steel burrs. In fact, most firms employ burrs made of cast iron or of a composition metal known as burr metal because of its combined hardness and toughness. The steel cut idea is another of those sophistries for which American advertising methods have been largely responsible in the development of the packaged coffee business in the United States. The term steel cut lost all its value as an advertising catchword for the original user when every other dealer began to use it, no matter how the ground coffee was produced. When the public has been taught that coffee should be steel cut, it is hard to sell it ground coffee unless it is called steel cut, although a truer education of the consumer would have caused him to insist on buying whole bean coffee to be ground at home. Steel cut coffee, that is, a medium ground coffee with the chaff blown out, does not compare in cup test with coffee that has been more scientifically ground and not given the chaff removal treatment that is largely associated in the public mind with the idea of the steel cut process. According to the results of the trade canvass previously referred to, it would appear that the terms most suited to convey the right idea of the different grades of grinding and likely to be acceptable to the greatest number would be coarse, for boiling and including all the coarser grades, medium, for coffee made in the ordinary pot, including the so-called steel cut, fine, like granulated sugar and used for percolators, very fine, like cornmeal and used for drip or filtration methods, powdered, like flour and used for Turkish coffee. Coffee begins to lose its strength immediately after roasting, the rate of loss increasing rapidly after grinding. In a test carried out by a Michigan coffee packer, it was discovered that a mixture of a very fine with a coarse grind gives the best results in the cup. It was also determined that coarse ground coffee loses its strength more rapidly than the medium ground, while the latter deteriorates more quickly than a fine ground, and so on, down the scale. His conclusions were that the most satisfactory grind for putting into packages that are likely to stand for some time before being consumed is a mixture consisting of about 90% finely ground coffee and 10% coarse. His theory is that the fine grind supplies sufficiently high body extraction, the coarse, the needful flavor and aroma. On this irregular grind, a United States patent, number 14,520, has been granted, in which the inventor claims that the 90% of fine eliminates the interstices that allow too free ventilation in a coarse ground coffee, and consequently prevents the loss of the highly volatile constituents of the 10% of coarse ground particles, and at the same time gives a full body extraction. Making and filling containers. As stated before, a large proportion of the coffee sold in the United States is put up into packages, ready for brewing. Such containers are grouped under the name of the material of which they are made, such as tin, fiber, cardboard, paper, wood, and combinations of these materials, such as a fiber can with tin top and bottom. Generally, coffee containers are lined with chemically treated paper or foil to keep in the aroma and flavor, and to keep out moisture and contaminating odors. As the package business grew in the United States, the machinery manufacturers kept pace, until now there are machines that, in one continuous operation, open up a flat paper carton, seal the bottom fold, line the carton with a protecting paper, weigh the coffee as it comes down from an overhead hopper into the carton, fold the top and seal it, and then wrap the whole package in a waxed or paraffined paper, delivering the package ready for shipment without having been touched by a human hand from the first operation to the last. Such a machine can put out 15,000 to 18,000 packages a day. Another type of machine automatically manufactures 2- and 3-ply paper cans, such as are used widely for cereal packages. It winds the ribbons of heavy paper into a spiral shape, automatically gluing the papers together to make a can that will not permit its contents to leak out. The machine turns out its product in long cylinders, like mailing tubes, which are cut into the desired lengths to make the cans. The paper or tin tops and bottoms are stamped out on a punch press. Coffee cans are generally filled by hand. That is, the can is placed under the spout of an automatic filling and weighing machine by an operator who slips on the cover when the can is properly filled. The weighing machine has a hopper which lets the coffee down into a device that gauges the correct amount, say a pound or 2 pounds, and then pours it into the can. The machine weighs the can and its contents, and if they do not show the exact predetermined weight, the device automatically operates to supply the necessary quantity. After weighing, the can is carried on a traveling belt to the labeling machine, where the label is automatically applied and glued. Then the can is put through a drying compartment to make the label stick quickly. Paper bags are filled much the same way as the tin and the fiber cans. In fact, some packers fill their paper and fiber cartons by the same system, although the tendency among the largest companies is to install the complete automatic packaging equipment because of its speed and economy in packaging. Frequently, the weighing machines are used in filling wooden and fiber drums holding 25, 50, and 100 pounds of coffee to be sold in bulk to the retailer. Coffee additions and fillers. In all large coffee-consuming countries, coffee additions and fillers have always been used. Large numbers of French, Italian, Dutch, and German consumers insist on having chicory with their coffee, just as do many Southerners in the United States. The chief commercial reason for using coffee additions and fillers is to keep down the cost of blends. For this purpose, chicory and many kinds of cooked cereals are most generally used, while frequently roasted and ground peas, beans, and other vegetables that will not impair the flavor or aroma of the brew are employed in foreign countries. Before Parliament passed the Adulterant Act, some British coffee men used as filters cacao husks, acorns, figs, and lupins, in addition to chicory and the other favorite fillers. Up to the year 1907, when the United States Food and Drug Act became effective, chicory and cereal additions were widely used by coffee packers and retailers in this country. With the enforcement of the law requiring the label of a package to state when a filler is employed, the use of additions gradually fell off in most sections. In botanical description and chemical composition, chicory, the most favored addition, has no relationship with coffee. When roasted and ground, it resembles coffee in appearance, but it has an entirely different flavor. However, many coffee drinkers prefer their beverage when this alien flavor has been added to it. Treated coffees and dry extracts. The manufacture of prepared or refined coffees has become an important branch of the business in the United States and Europe. Prepared coffees can be divided into two general groups: treated coffees, from which the caffeine has been removed to some degree, and dry coffee extracts, soluble coffee, which are readily dissolved in a cup of hot or cold water. To decaffeinate coffee, the most common practice is to make the green beans soft by steaming under pressure, and then to apply benzol or chloroform or alcohol to the softened coffee to dissolve and to extract the caffeine. Afterward, the extracting solvents are driven out of the coffee by re-steaming. However, chemists have not yet been able to expel all the caffeine in treating coffee commercially, the best efforts resulting in from 0.3 to 0.07% remaining. After treatment, the coffee beans are then roasted, packed, and sold like ordinary coffee. In manufacturing dry coffee extract in the form of a powder that is readily soluble in water, the general method is to extract the drinking properties from ground roasted coffee by means of water and to evaporate the resulting liquid until only the coffee powder is left. Several methods have been developed and patented to prevent the valuable flavor elements from being evaporated with the water. A typical dry coffee extract making equipment consists of a battery of percolators or leachers, a vacuum evaporating device, and a vacuum dryer. The leachers do not differ materially from the ordinary restaurant percolators, a battery usually including from 3 to 7 units, each charge of water going through all the percolations. The resulting heavy liquid then goes to the evaporator to be concentrated into a thick liquor. The evaporator consists of a horizontal cylindrical vapor compartment connected with an inclined cylindrical steam chest in which are numerous tubes, or flues, that occupy almost the whole chest. These tubes are heated by steam. The coffee liquor is passed through the tubes at high speed and thrown with great force against a baffle plate at the opening to the vapor chest. The vapor passes around the baffle plate to a separator. The liquor drops to the lower part of the steam chest, which is free from tubes, and is ready to be drawn out for the next process, the drying. At this stage, the extract is a heavily concentrated syrup and is ready to be converted into powder. This is done in the vacuum dryer, which consists of a hollow revolving drum surrounded by a tightly sealed cast-iron casing. The drum is heated by steam injected into its interior and is revolved in a high vacuum. In operation, a coating of coffee liquor is applied automatically by means of a special device to the outside of the drum. The liquor is taken by gravity from the reservoir containing the liquid supply and is forced upward by means of a pump into the liquid supply pan, directly under the drum, with sufficient pressure to cause the liquid to adhere to the drum, the excess liquor overflowing from the pan into the reservoir. The coating on the drum is controlled or regulated by a spreader. The heat and the vacuum reduce the extract to a dry powder in less than 1 revolution of the drum. As the drum completes 3/4 of a turn, a scraper knife removes the coffee powder, which is delivered to a receiver below the drum. Modern vacuum drum dryers have a capacity of from 25 to 500 pounds of dry soluble coffee per hour. C.W. Trigg and W.A. Hamer were granted a patent in the United States in 1919 on a new process for making an aromatized coffee extract. In this process, the caffeol of the coffee is volatilized and is then brought into contact with an absorbing medium, such as is used in the extraction of perfumes. The absorbing medium is then treated with a solvent of the caffeol, and the solution is separated from the petrolatum. Then the coffee solution is concentrated to an extract by evaporation, after which the extract and the caffeol are combined into a soluble coffee. 5 additional patents were granted on the same process in 1921. End of section 39.
Section 40 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newton Frisky. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Wholesale Merchandising of Roasted Coffee. Chapter 26. Wholesale Merchandising of Coffee. How coffees are sold at wholesale. The wholesale salesman's place in merchandising. Some coffee costs analysed. Handy coffee selling chart. Terms and credits. About packaged coffees. Various types of coffee containers. Coffee packaged labels. Coffee package economies. Practical grocer helps. Coffee sampling. Premium method of sales promotion. Coffee is sold at wholesale in the United States chiefly by about 4,000 wholesale grocers, who handle also many other items of food, and by roasters who make a specialty of preparing the green coffee for consumption and who feature either bulk or trademarked packaged goods. Much of the largest proportion of the wholesale coffee trade today is made up of roasted coffees, though some wholesalers still sell green bean to retail distributors who do their own roasting. Most of the roasted coffee is ground, although in some parts of the United States there is at present a growing consumer demand for coffee in the bean. Of the coffee sold in trademark packages in 1919 in the United States, about 75% was ground ready for brewing. The larger wholesale houses generally confine their operations to the sections of the country in which they are located, but some of the biggest coffee packing firms seek national distribution. In both cases, branch houses are usually established at strategic points to facilitate the serving of retail customers with freshly roasted coffee at all times. In recent years, too, it has become a general practice for the home offices or main headquarters to advertise their product in magazines, newspapers, streetcars, and by mail and on billboards, while the branches solicit trade in the territories by means of travelling salesmen, local newspaper advertisements, booklets, circulars, and demonstrations at food shows. The wholesale salesman. The travelling salesman is probably the most effective agency in securing the retailer's orders for coffee. A good coffee salesman not only sells coffee, but he teaches his customers how he can best build up and hold his coffee trade. He acquaints the retailer with all the talking points about the coffee he handles, and how to feature it in store displays and advertisements, how to stage demonstrations, and to work up special sales. If he is a good salesman, he does not permit the merchant to buy more coffee than he can dispose of while it is still fresh, and he shows the dealer the folly of handling too many brands of packaged coffees. If he sells coffee in bulk, the efficient salesman has also a sound working knowledge of blending principles and is able to suggest the kinds of coffee to blend to suit the particular requirements of the grocer's trade. In short, he takes an intelligent interest in his customer's business and cooperates with him in building up a local coffee trade. Some coffee costs analysed. In estimating the price at which he must sell his coffee to make a fair profit, the wholesale coffee merchant has many items of expense to consider. To the cost of the green coffee he must add the cost of transportation to his plant, the loss of shrinkage in roasting, which ranges from 15 to 20%, packaging costs, if he is the packer, the items of expense in doing business such as wages and salaries, advertising, buying and selling, freight, express, warehouse and cartage, postage and office supplies, telephone and telegraph, credit and collection, and the fixed overhead charges for interest, heat, light, power, insurance, taxes, repairs, equipment depreciation, losses from bad debts, and miscellaneous items. The average loss for bad debts among grocers in 1916 was 0.03% of the total sales, according to the Director of Business Research at Harvard University, who estimated also that the common figure for credit and collection expense was 0.06%. The total cost of doing business has been estimated as ranging from between 12 and 20% of the total annual sales, so that a bag of green coffee costing $16 in New York or New Orleans costs the coffee packer in the Middle West from $22.33 to $24.56, according to the expense of carrying on his business. Terms and credits. Wholesale coffee trade contract terms and credits are not dissimilar from those in other lines of commerce. The wholesaler helps the retailer finance his business to the extent of granting him 30 to 60 days in which to pay his bill, offering him a cash discount if the invoice is paid within 10 days of the date of sale. Until recent years, these terms were frequently abused, the customer demanding much longer credits and often taking the 10-day discount after 30 or more days had elapsed. This abuse was particularly prevalent from 1907 to 1913, when coffee prices were low and competition was especially keen. In addition, the retailers often demanded special deliveries of supplies, which added to the wholesalers' costs, and some retailers refused to pay the cost of cartage from their cars to their stores. With the coming of high prices after the close of the World War, the wholesalers showed a tendency to tighten up their credit and discount terms, the National Coffee Roasters Association especially recommending 30 days credit, or at most 60 days, and the maximum cash discount rate of 2%. Another trade abuse, which has been corrected almost altogether, was the practice of selling coffee to be billed as shipped. That is, the wholesaler held the coffee on order and billed only when delivered, even though several weeks or months had passed before shipment. About packaged coffees. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the sale of coffee in packages has increased steadily until now, 1922. This form of distribution competes strongly with bulk coffee sales. While bulk coffee is still preferred in some eastern sections of the United States, coffee packers are making deep inroads there, to the extent that practically all high and medium grade retailers feature packaged coffees, either under their own brand name or that of a coffee specialty house. The prime requisite for success in any packaged coffee is the composition of the blend. One of the leaders in the field, which we will call Y, is said to be composed of Bogota, Bourbon Santos, and Mexican. In March 1922, it was being sold at retail in New York for 42 cents. A competing brand, which we will call Z, is said to be of blend Bogota and Bourbon Santos. It was being sold at retail in New York at the same time period for the same price. Simultaneously, in the retail stores of a well-known chain system, a bulk blend composed of 60% Bourbon Santos and 40% Bogota was to be had loose for 29 cents. The important factor that contributes to packaged coffee's success is the container. It must be of such a character as will best preserve the freshness, the flavour and the aroma of the coffee until it reaches the consumer. Packaged coffee has not yet won universal favour. Some of the arguments used against it are that the price is generally higher than the same grade in bulk, that it leads to price cutting by stores that can afford to sell it at about the cost as a leader for other articles, that the margin of profit is frequently too close for some retailers, and when that market advances, some packers change their blends to keep down the costs to maintain the advertised price, and that, when packed ground, there is a rapid loss of flavour, aroma, and strength. Friends of packaged coffees point to the time saving in handling in the store, to the fact that contents of the package are not contaminated by odours or dirt, that the blends are prepared by experts and are always uniform, and that the coffee is always properly roasted, and, in the case of packaged ground coffee, properly ground, that the brand names are widely and consistently advertised, and that a retailer has the benefit of the packer's cooperation in building up sales campaigns by means of booklets and local advertising. Various types of coffee containers. 5 types of containers are used for packing coffee, namely cardboard cartons, paper bags, fibre or paper cans, tin cans, and composite tin and fibre cans, and packages. Fibre packages include paraffin-lined, as well as those that have been chemically treated with other waterproof and flavour-retaining substances. The carton is popular because it takes up less room in storage and in shipment to the packing plant, and also because the label can be printed directly on the package. Another economy feature is its adaptability to the automatic packing machine, which transforms it from a flat sheet into a wrapped and sealed package of coffee. Moisture-proof and flavour-retaining inner liners and outside wrappers are generally used to prevent deterioration of the coffee's strength and aroma. Paper bags are the least expensive containers to be obtained, and when lined with foil or prepared paper, they are considered to be satisfactory. Like the carton, the label can be printed directly on the bag. They also lend themselves to close packing in shipping cases. Another popular type of container is the paper or fibre can, which is made of fiberboard with a slip cover. Fibre cans are also made with tin tops and bottoms, and the metal parts supplying a measure of rigidity to the package. These composite packages are made round, square, oblong, or cylindrical. Paraffin containers are characterized by an outer covering of glossy paraffin and are made in various shapes. In some makes, the paraffin is forced into the pores of the paper base, making for added flavor retaining and moisture-proof properties. In this type of package, the label may also be printed directly on the package. In recent years, vacuum-packed coffee has won great favour, first in the West and latterly in the East. Tin cans are used. Vacuum sealing machines close the containers at the rate of 40 to 50 a minute. Private tests by responsible coffee men are said to have shown that the coffee in the bean or the ground, when vacuum packed, retains its freshness for longer periods than when packed by any other method. Labels. Coffee packers must give due attention to certain well-defined laws bearing on package labels. Before the Federal Pure Food Act went into effect on January 1, 1907, many coffee labels bore the magic names of Mocha and Java, when in fact neither of those two celebrated coffees were used in the blend. Even mixtures containing a large percentage of chicory or other addition were labelled Pure Mocha and Java Coffee. The enactment of the Pure Food Law ended this practice, making it compulsory that the labels should either state the actual coffees used in the blend or a brand name, together with the name of either the packer or the distributor. When chicory or other addition is used, the fact must be stated in clear type directly following the brand name. The reading matter on the label should contain facts only, and should not bear extravagant claims of superior quality or of methods of preparing or packing that have not been followed. Coffee packaging economies. During the United States' participation in the World War, tin became practically unobtainable, and coffee packers turned to paper and fibre containers as substitutes in packaging nearly all grades. In this war period, commercial economy became a fetish to the business world, and coffee packers worked to save not only the material, but shipping space, labour and time. Paper and fibre containers proved to be not only practical but economical packages. Because of the wartime experience, many packers changed permanently to square and oblong containers. They found these containers could be packed solid in shipping cases, leaving no unfilled space between packages, as is the case with cylindrical cans. Also, smaller shipping cases could be used. As a further measure of economy, several packers changed from the square, knocked-down paper or fibre carton to the oblong carton that is made up, filled and sealed by automatic machinery from a flat printed sheet of cardboard. This type of container is generally lined or wrapped with a moisture-proof and flavour-retaining paper. There has been a tendency in recent years to standardise coffee packages as a means of working out packaging and shipping economies. One of the leading American proponents of standardization said, "One of the first arguments raised against standardization is that it eliminates individuality, and individuality is one of the big guns covering the front-line trenches in the war of competition. The folly of recommending that every 1 pound coffee carton, for instance, should be of exactly the same size and shape is immediately apparent, but let us not confuse such unification with standardization. Assuming that a pound of coffee may be safely contained in 72 cubic inches, we find that a carton 3 inches thick by 4 inches wide by 6 inches high will serve our purpose, and, as an illustration of extremes, a carton 3 inches thick by 3 inches wide by 8 inches high, or one carton 2 inches thick by 6 inches wide by 6 inches high, will each have exactly the same cubical contents. In fact, there is almost infinite variety of combinations of dimensions which will contain substantially 72 cubic inches. The advantages claimed for these packages are that each is well proportioned and makes a good selling appearance. Each bears a direct relation to the other two, and all may be handled with uniformly good results on the same set of standardized packaging machinery. One size of shipping case, instead of 3, may be used to hold exactly the same number of pounds of coffee, regardless of whether shipped in 1 pound, half pound, or quarter pound cartons. For smaller dealer assortments, any 2 or all 3 sizes also exactly fit the following standard shipping cases. For £36, 13 7/8 inches by 16 1/2 inches by 12 3/4 inches high. For £54, 13 7/8 inches by 16 1/2 inches by 19 1/8 inches high. The standardization of packages and shipping containers results in a lower cost of containers and a smaller stock to carry, with attendant reductions in details in purchasing and billing departments, in inventories, and in many other overhead expense factors. Practical grocer helps. Wholesale coffee merchandising does not properly end with the delivery of a shipment of coffee to a retailer. The progressive wholesaler knows that it is to his best interest to help that grocer sell his coffee as quickly as possible, to make good profit on a quick turnover, and to dispose of it before the coffee has deteriorated. Practical cooperation between wholesaler and retailer is one of the most important factors in coffee merchandising. In these days of keen and unremitting competition, neither agency can stand alone for long. The progressive wholesaler does not sell a retailer a poorer quality of coffee for any particular grade than his trade calls for, and he does not load him up with more than can be disposed of while still fresh. He gauges the capacity and facilities of each retail customer, and then gives him practical help to keep the stock moving. The packer of branded coffees helps by advertising to the consumer in magazines and newspapers, always featuring the name of his brands, and he supplies the grocer with educational pamphlets and booklets on the growing preparation and merits of coffee in general, with the added fillip about the desirability of his particular brand. Through his salesman, the packer shows the grocer how to display the coffee on the counter and in the window, and often supplies him with placards and cutout featuring his brand. He cooperates in staging special coffee demonstrations in the store, instructs the retailer in the importance of teaching his clerks how to talk and to sell coffee intelligently, and how to prepare advertising copy for his local newspaper so as to get the fullest measure of profit from the wholesaler's national or sectional advertising. Coffee sampling. The sampling method of creating demand for merchandise has been tried in the wholesale coffee trade, only to be abandoned by the majority of packers. With other and more satisfactory ways of creating consumer interest, promiscuous sampling was found to be too expensive, in the view of the comparatively small returns. One indictment against sampling is that it does not make any more impression on the average person than does an advertisement that appears only once and is then abandoned. Wide-awake merchants have learnt that the public's memory is exceedingly short, and that they must keep hammering with advertisements to establish and maintain a demand for their products. It would seem that the logical place for sampling is in the retailer's store, especially in connection with demonstrations. Many progressive grocers stimulate interest in their coffees by serving, on special demonstration days, small cups of freshly brewed coffee, giving the customer a small sample of the brand or blend used, to be taken home to see if the same pleasing results can be obtained there also. Generally, this form of sampling, when properly conducted, has shown a larger percentage of returns than any other method. Premium method of sales promotion. For many years, the premium method of sales promotion has been an important factor in wholesale coffee merchandising, as well as in retail distribution. The premium system has been characterized as a form of advertising, and many coffee packers and wholesalers prefer to spend their advertising appropriations in that way rather than in transitory printed advertisements in newspapers and general magazines. While certain forms of the system have been legislated out of existence in some states, friends of the plan claim that it is a true profit-sharing method which blesses both him that gives and him that takes, and that it is an advanced and legitimate means of promoting business when properly conducted. They assert that this is a system of promotion whereby the advertising expense, plus a large percentage of the profits of the business stimulated thereby, is automatically returned to the dealer buyer without increasing cost or lowering the quality of product so advertised, that it eliminates advertising waste by producing a given volume of sales for a given expenditure of money, that it reduces the cost of advertising by promoting a continuous series of purchases at one advertising expense, that it promotes cash payments and discourages credit business. Premium users claim that the force of a printed advertisement is often spent in stimulating the first purchase, while to secure a premium, the purchaser must continue to buy the commodity carrying the premium, or trade with the giver of the premium until the merchandise of a stipulated value or quantity has been purchased. In general practice, the premium-giving coffee packer or wholesaler may either offer the retailer an inducement in the form of a desirable store fixture, household article, or item for his personal use, or he may offer it to the customer through the retailer. The methods of giving the premium are numerous. To the retailer, he may give the article outright with each purchase of a stipulated quantity for his coffee, or he may offer it as a prize to the retail distributor selling the most coffee in a certain period in a specified territory. Frequently, the premium is of such value that the wholesaler cannot give it with any quantity of coffee distributor can dispose of in a short time, so he issues coupons or certificates with each purchase, permitting the retailer to redeem the premium when he has saved the required number. Or the retailer may get the premium with the first purchase by paying the difference in cash. In giving premiums to consumers, the wholesaler follows the same general plan used with retailers, except that in most cases the coupons are packed with the coffee and are redeemable at the retailer's store. Sometimes, however, the consumer sends the coupons or certificates to the wholesaler, getting the premium direct from him. In another phase of the premium system, the retailer works independently of the wholesaler, buying and giving away his own premiums to promote or to hold trade for his store. This phase is explained in the chapter on retail coffee merchandising. End of section 40.
Section 41 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 27. Retail Merchandising of Roasted Coffee. How coffees are sold at retail, the place of the grocer, the coffee and tea dealer, the chain store, and the wagon route distributor in the scheme of distribution, starting in the retail coffee business, small roasters for retail dealers, model coffee departments, creating a coffee trade, meeting competition, splitting nickels, figuring costs and profits, a credit policy for retailers, premiums. Coffee is sold at retail in the United States through 7 distinct channels of trade. The independent retail grocers, about 350,000, handling about 40% of the 1.3 billion pounds sold annually, and the other 60% being sold by chain stores, mail-order houses, house-to-house wagon route distributors, specialty tea and coffee stores, department stores, and drugstores. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the independent grocer's monopoly in retail coffee merchandising has been dwindling at a rate that has seriously alarmed those interests and their friends. B.C. Cassanis of New Orleans, addressing a convention of the National Association of Retail Grocers in the United States in 1916, said that the wholesale coffee roasters of the country had invested in their business $60 million, and that $135 million worth of roasted coffee was sold by them every year. Considering the methods of merchandising, the 7 retail distributing agencies may be grouped into 3 distinct classes. The first class would comprise the independent grocer, the chain store, the department store, the drugstore, and the specialty store, all of which maintain stores where the consumer comes to buy. The second class takes the mail-order house, which solicits orders and delivers its coffee by mail, and sometimes by freight or express. The third class covers the wagon route dealer, who goes from house to house seeking trade and delivers his coffee on order at regular periods direct to the consumer in the home. As an inducement to contracting for large quantities to be delivered in weekly or biweekly periods, the house-to-house dealer generally gives some household article, or the like, as a premium to establish goodwill and to retain the trade of his customers. New impetus was given to the method of selling coffee by mail when the parcel post system was adopted by the federal government in 1912, and since then, this plan has become an important factor in retail coffee merchandising. Generally, the mail-order houses confine their sales efforts to agricultural districts and small towns, soliciting trade by catalogs, by circular letters, and by advertisements in local newspapers and in magazines, which circulate chiefly among dwellers in rural districts. The majority of wagon route distributors depend on the lure of their premiums and on personal calls to develop and to hold their coffee trade. The leading wagon route companies, sometimes called premium houses, maintain offices and plants in large cities adjacent to the territories to which they confine their sales efforts. At strategic points, they have district agents who engage the wagon men, that do the actual soliciting of orders, and that deliver the coffee. All wagon route companies handle other products besides coffee, specializing in tea, spices, extracts, and such household goods as soap, perfumes, and other toilet requisites that promise a quick sale and frequent reorders. Some of their competitors complain that they handle only more profitable lines, leaving the independent local grocer to supply the housekeeper with the items on which the margin of profit is comparatively small. Wagon route coffee retailing began to make itself felt seriously about the year 1900. At first, the premiums usually consisted of a cup and saucer with the first order, the customer being led to continue buying until at least a full set of dishes had been acquired. Later, the range of premiums was expanded. Until today, the wagon man offers several hundred different articles that can be used in the home or for personal wear or adornment. Practically all the leading wagon route concerns favor the advanced premium method. That is, a special canvasser induces a consumer to contract for a large quantity of coffee and other products in return for receiving the premium at once, though the coffee is delivered only as the customer wants it, generally 2 pounds every 2 weeks. The wagon man delivers the coffee and is usually held responsible for the customer fulfilling the agreement and is expected to secure repeat orders with other premiums. The importance of the wagon route plan of coffee retailing is shown by the fact that in 1921 there were 600 houses of this kind in the United States, and it was estimated that they distributed 8% of the total amount of the coffee consumed in the country. The biggest company was capitalized at $16 million and operated 1,100 wagons. Most of the wagon route concerns were operating in the central states, practically 1/3 of them covering the states of Illinois, Wisconsin, Indiana, and Iowa. Pennsylvania is also a wagon route dealer center. The premium wagon route distributors have an organization called the National Retail Tea and Coffee Merchants Association. It is comprised of 126 members, all of whom use premiums, who operate over 2,000 wagons. The largest single wagon route operator is the Jewel Tea Company of Chicago. The members of this organization claim to have served more than 2 million families in 1920. In the chain store system of merchandising, we see the opposite extreme of coffee retailing. The wagon route man features his delivery service, while in the chain store plan, all customers must pay cash and carry home their parcels. Though the earliest established chain stores gave premiums, the practice now has been generally abandoned. Roasting, blending, and packing coffee in a large central plant, the chain store operator advertises that he can sell coffee at a lower price than his competitors. As a rule, only one grade of coffee is offered for sale. While it is generally a good medium value, many consumers prefer better quality and go to the independent grocer for it. Others patronize the grocer because of his convenient delivery service and because he gives credit on purchases. Chain store organizations seem to be growing rapidly, however. The largest of the chains, the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, reporting in 1921 that it had nearly 5,000 branches throughout the country, which sell 40 million pounds of coffee annually. This chain has a capitalization of $12 million, and in 1920 sold $225 million worth of groceries, as compared with $154,718,124 in the preceding year. This company opens about 500 new stores every year. The chain store men are organized in the National Chain Store Grocers Association, having 30 members representing 12,000 stores operating in 18 states. It is estimated that there are 50 responsible chain store grocery organizations in the United States, representing about 30,000 stores. The chain store grocer turns his stock over from 12 to 25 times a year, sells for cash, makes no deliveries, and claims to save the consumer an average of 15% in buying. These stores do business on a net margin, not exceeding 3% on sales, as against the average retail grocer's 30%, while their average gross cost of doing business has been stated as between 13.5% lowest and 18.5% highest. According to Alfred H. Beckman, Secretary-Treasurer of the National Chain of Grocers Association, public appreciation of the chain grocery store is rapidly growing. 10 years ago, it was estimated that chain stores in what is known as the Metropolitan District of New York did about 12.5% of the volume of business in their line, while today it is estimated at about 50%. It is estimated that the 50-odd chain store organizations in the United States distribute through their 30,000 stores 270 million pounds of coffee a year, or about 20% of the total amount consumed in the United States. Starting in the retail coffee business. When taking up the retail merchandising of coffee, the practical grocer learns all he can about the popular grades to be had in the principal markets, and how coffees are grown, roasted, blended, and ground. He also ascertains the best methods of brewing, testing out each grade and kind on his own table if he does not have testing facilities in his store. He studies the relative trade values of different varieties of coffee and the requirements of his particular clientele. An interesting analysis of some 250 grocery stores in the United States made in 1919 showed that 29% of the dealers bought all their coffee from wholesale grocers, 48% exclusively from roasters and specialty wholesalers, 10% got over one-half of their coffee from wholesale grocers, and 13% bought less than one-half from wholesale grocery houses. There are two fundamental plans on which a retailer builds a successful coffee business: by buying coffee already roasted and by buying it green and roasting it in the store. Each plan has its advantages, but its practicability depends upon conditions in different localities. Beyond acquiring a general talking knowledge about coffees, the retailer buying his stocks roasted in bulk or package form does not generally need the intimate knowledge of his goods required by the grocer who roasts his own coffee. If he grinds the coffee for his customers, he must know the type of grind best suited to the way the coffee is to be brewed, and must be able to tell the best brewing method. The practical grocer who makes up his own blend is acquainted with blending principles and methods. While he cannot expect to be as expert as the large wholesale blender, he should know that green coffees are generally classified by blenders in 5 great divisions. 1. Brazils, including Santos, Bourbon and Flat Bean, Rios, Victorias, and Bahias. 2. Washed milds, embracing, as of the most commercial value, Bogotas, Bucaramangas, Guatemalas, Mexicans, Costa Ricans, Maracaibos, and Meridas. 3. Unwashed milds, such as Maracaibos, Bucaramangas, Laguarias, and Mexicans. 4. Javas, Sumatras, and Padong. 5. Mocha and Harari. Applying the specialist idea to coffee merchandising. The Pacific Stores Company, Los Angeles, cutting out deliveries, premiums, and solicitors, has built up a business of more than 100 bags of coffee daily, selling direct to the consumer in a chain of 100 booths patterned after the country roadside gasoline stations, each one having its own roaster. It has been found by experience that a good assortment for the average retailer to carry consists of Santos because of price, or natural unwashed Maracaibo, or Bucaramanga because of full body and general blending values. And a washed coffee, preferably a Bogota, which gives quality and character to a blend. In stocking up with these coffees, the practical merchant avoids Santos with a strong or Rioy flavor, bitter or Haiti Maracaibos, and acidy or thin Bogotas. A grocer equipped with these coffees has the Santos for his low-priced seller. For his medium grade, he blends Santos and Maracaibo half and half. The next higher grade is made up of 1/3 of each of the 3 coffees, while the best blend consists of either half and half Bogota and Maracaibo, or 3/4 Bogota and 1/4 Maracaibo. The chief advantage of these 3 coffees is that they blend well in any way they are mixed, and the dealer, with a little experience, and working with the 2 necessary ideas in mind, satisfactory coffee and price, can make up various combinations. In view of the fact that the United States imports coffee from more than 100 different sections of the world, and that there are wide variations in flavor among the coffees produced in each of the 100, it is easy to understand that the blender has an almost unlimited supply from which to make up a blend with a distinctive individuality. Practically all coffee importers and most wholesalers are thoroughly acquainted with the relative trade values of the different coffees and help their customers make up desirable blends. While the wholesale coffee roaster is obliged to install a large and somewhat complex equipment, the retailer must use a small, compact, self-contained unit that does not take up much space in his store and that is easily operated. Retail roasting machines are constructed on the same general principle as the wholesale roaster. The roasting cylinder is generally revolved by electric power, and the heat is derived from gas or gasoline fuel. Cooling is by air suction in a box attached to the roaster. The capacities of the machines range from 10 to 300 pounds, the operating cost running from approximately 8 cents per 100 pounds for gas fuel and 10 cents for electric power. The roasters cost from $300 for the smaller sizes to $1,500 for the 1-bag type and to $2,000 or $3,000 for the 2-bag type. One coffee roaster machinery manufacturer has recently brought out a gas-fired, electricity-operated, 50-pound miniature coffee roasting plant designed for retail stores, which comprise a roaster, a rotary cooler, and a stoning device that sells for $650. Retail coffee roasting is similar to the wholesale operation. When the cylinder has become heated, the green coffee is run in and allowed to roast in the revolving cylinder for about half an hour. If the coffee is the average green kind, the full heat may be applied at once, but if old and dry, a lesser degree is used. When the roast begins to snap, the flame is turned lower to allow the beans to cook through evenly, and when nearly done, it is almost extinguished. During the operation, the roasterman, who may be the proprietor or a clerk delegated to work frequently, samples the coffee by taking out small quantity with his trier and comparing the color of the roast with a type sample. When the colors match exactly, the coffee is dumped automatically into the cooler box just below the cylinder opening, and when sufficiently cooled off, is ready for grinding to order. A large number of retailers roast coffee in their stores, and the most successful find that besides being able to make a feature of freshly roasted coffee, they can save money and increase their sales. One progressive grocer found that he was able to get 88 pounds of roasted coffee out of 100 pounds of green coffee, as compared with the wholesaler's 84 pounds, that he could buy green coffee at a closer price than roasted, and that it cost him less for labor, fuel, overhead, and similar items than it did for the wholesale roaster to turn out a roast. A chain of coffee specialty stores, in which the coffee is roasted fresh every day, was started in California about the year 1916, and according to reports, it was met with almost instant success. In this system, the proprietor buys the green coffee in large quantities, and it is roasted in each of the specialty stores, which are located in public markets, store windows, and alongside heavily traveled highways. The roasting machinery is invariably set up in front of the store where passers-by can easily see it in operation and also smell the coffee roasting. 4 years after starting the first store, there were 50 in operation along the Pacific coast, doing an annual business of about $600,000, some units taking in more than $7,000 a month. Model coffee departments. Authorities generally agree that a well-laid-out coffee department not only increases a grocer's coffee business, but speeds up sales in other departments as well. Coffee lovers, and they are legion in the United States, are inclined to shop around for coffee that suits their taste. And when they have found the store that sells it, they buy their other groceries there also. Another argument advanced in favor of a coffee department is that coffee pays more money into the retailer's cash drawer than any other grocery item. Most successful retail coffee merchandisers establish the coffee department near the entrance to the store, where it can be seen through a window by passerby, especially if there is an ornamental roasting and grinding equipment. It has been found that a department situated at the left of the entrance is almost certain to draw attention because people are inclined to glance in that direction first. Some merchants having the space erect attractive booths designed somewhat like the familiar food show booths directly in front of the door, after the fashion of department stores, when holding a special sale on a certain article. Such a booth is generally used for demonstration purposes and is decorated with signs and possibly with bunting. A permanent department is usually less ornamental, but still attractive. In telling how he made a success of his department, one American grocer said that he was careful that his fixtures were not so ornamental as to draw attention from the goods. While the decorations were always attractive, they were subordinated sufficiently to form a background for his coffee display. The most popular layout is the conventional counter system, behind which the clerk stands to serve the customers on the other side. There are many advocates of the counter that is built into the shelving, believing that the closer the customers are brought to the coffee, the more they will be inclined to buy. This system also makes for cleanliness, doing away with the possibility of the runway behind the counter becoming a catch-all for dirt, torn paper, bits of wood, and the like. The modern coffee department has counters divided into compartments having glass fronts. This type serves both as a storage place for coffee and for display purposes. The top of the counter is used for wrapping up parcels, etc., and also for displaying bulk and packaged coffees. In the well-regulated store, the countertop is never used for storage, all stock being kept on shelves or in the counter's compartments. Good merchants find that cleanliness pays and that a littered-up store drives away desirable custom. The wise proprietor never allows a clerk to weigh out the coffee after handling cheese, onions, and other odorous articles without first thoroughly washing his hands. He knows that few food products in his store will more quickly absorb undesirable odors and flavors than coffee, and consequently, he is careful to protect his coffee from contamination. In the better stores, the proprietor will either take charge of the coffee department himself or will delegate a competent man who will do nothing else. The wide-awake retail coffee roaster always features his roasting machine, which is generally highly ornamental and draws attention even when not in use. Some progressive merchants plan to roast coffee at noontime and at night when homeward-bound passerby are hungry and are particularly susceptible to the pungent aroma of roasting coffee. It is a quite common plan for the retail roaster to arrange the exhaust of the machine so that the full strength of the odor is blown into the street. Creating a coffee trade. Because of steady sales and quick profits, there is a keener competition in retail coffee merchandising than in other food products. But, all things being equal, any intelligent person can create and hold a profitable trade if he allows approved business methods and works. The best practice among coffee merchants shows that the prime essential is good coffee, freshly roasted and ground. After that comes intelligent and unremitting sales promotion work. The many ingenious trade-building plans worked out successfully by grocers in all parts of the country are too numerous to describe in a book of this character, but the methods cited in the following, all of which have been tested in actual working conditions, will serve to indicate the fundamentals of good retail coffee sales promotion. Among the chief sales-winning methods are demonstrations in the store, at local food shows, and at church socials, picnic functions, judicious sampling, either in person or by mail, personal canvassing from house to house, circularizing by mail, linking up window displays with current happenings, local newspaper and outdoor poster advertising, and selling coffee by telephone. Most of the foregoing plans are worked intermittently. The telephone, however, is a most important sales factor and should be employed constantly and consistently. Many successful stores consider the telephone, properly used, the greatest single sales help in retail coffee merchandising. One grocer had such faith in this method that he paid half the annual telephone rental for the large number of his best-paying customers. Another large merchandiser put an individual telephone for each of his salesmen who called up his regular customers each day to suggest articles for that day's order, always, of course, mentioning their superior brand of coffee. Telephoning is the next step to personal contact and, if tactfully done, is considered to be even more advantageous because of the time it saves both the customer and the storekeeper. Coffee demonstrations in stores are easily arranged in most cases. The main consideration is fresh coffee in good quality, served daintily and hot. Lacking a coffee urn, some grocers make their brews in large-size home-service coffee-making devices. Those most advanced in the correct method of brewing use the drip process. It is generally agreed that demonstrations should not be held too often. They not only cut into profits, but lose much of their advertising value. Food show demonstrations require more elaborate equipment, consisting of a decorated booth, educational booklets, posters, and exhibits of different kinds of coffee, both green and roasted, whole bean, and ground. Generally, coffee packers cooperate with retail demonstrators by supplying gratis the coffee to be brewed. If the names of their brands are suitably displayed, they supply also posters, signs, samples for free distribution. Window displays form one of the best means of advertising at the command of the average grocer, and of one of the least expensive. A popular coffee display consists of a series of educational windows, starting with green beans in the bags in which they are shipped from the growing country. Generally, the bags, mats, or bundles are obtained from the wholesale house and are filled almost to the top with some inexpensive stuffing, the green coffee being spread over the top to give the appearance of a full bag. Pictures showing how the coffee is grown, harvested, prepared, and shipped are frequently used in such a display. The next exhibit consists of whole roasted coffee spread thickly over the window floor to create the impression of bulk, accompanied by a few pans of green coffee by way of contrast, and with pictures showing scenes in coffee roasting plants. A barrel lined with blue paper and lying on its side with roasted coffee beans spilling out serves as a centerpiece for such a display. Following this comes a coffee package window, accompanied by pictures showing how coffee is roasted, ground, and packed. This completes the series, but there are many variations that have proved successful as trade builders. Meeting competition. Since the advent of the wagon route distributor and the chain store, the independent retail grocer has been faced with the problem of how to regain at least a fair measure of the coffee trade he has lost. The grocer is not only concerned about his profits on coffee sales, but on other goods as well, for a trade investigation has shown that a large percentage of the regular customers of the retailer are held to the store by their purchases of coffee and tea. This means that if coffees and teas are bought from the wagon route distributor and the chain store, the balance of a family's order is shopped around. To meet this competition, the best authorities agree that the independent grocer should feature coffee in every practical way, such as soliciting coffee trade from each customer that enters the store, give up offering coffee on a price basis, and make up his own blends from good quality growth. Perhaps make up his own brand and push it at every opportunity, display coffee artistically with frequent changes of layouts, and have occasional store demonstrations. He should see that the coffee is roasted properly and that it is always fresh, that the selling effort is not expended on the lowest priced blend, but on a grade that can be recommended for cup merit. This should be a leader, but a lower price coffee could be carried to suit the trade that buys on price. Persistent efforts should be made to educate the last named class of customers to use the better grades, which in the end are cheaper and give better satisfaction. In short, the grocer should work consistently to establish a vogue for his leader blend on the basis of merit. Profits and costs. Because of its influence on other grocery items, coffee can often be sold at a close margin of profit, particularly if a competitor's store or wagons are cutting into a grocer's neighborhood trade. 25% is recommended as a reasonable gross profit on coffee in most cases, although some grocers make less, and not a few make more, the range being usually from 20 to 39%. The independent dealer should meet chain store competition in coffee on a price basis, making a special on superior grade and figuring to get not more than 3 cents profit per pound, like his competitor. A bag of roasted coffee will bring back $3 gain and the cash to pay for another, and the grocer has kept his customers, 90% of whom, theoretically, will have bought their other food supplies from him. As a matter of fact, in the last year of the World War, retailers showed a tendency to demand cash on sales of all grocery items. This practice reduces the cost of operation and allows the storekeeper to reduce his prices. A large number of grocers charge a small percentage of the total sale for credit privileges and 5 or 10 cents for each delivery below a certain total value of the purchase price of the articles to be delivered. As a result, they have been able to meet chain store competition. Collective buying has also been a factor in offsetting the inroads of the chains. Splitting nickels. One of the reasons advanced for the loss of coffee trade by retail grocers is that they price their blends in round numbers, that is 20, 25, 30, or 40 cents, while their competitors split nickels, selling their product at 18, 23, 28, or 38 cents. Most of the retail enterprises in other lines of trade have built up their business on the penny change plan, and many coffeemen believe this should become the universal merchandising method among retail distributors of coffee. One of the leading advocates of splitting nickels has worked out a chart to show how coffee should be priced to make predetermined profits, figuring costs and profits. While the cost of conducting a retail grocery business naturally varies according to local conditions and the size of the enterprise, an investigation among some 250 stores in small and large cities made in 1919 by the Bureau of Business Research, Harvard University, showed that the average cost was 14% and that the net profit averaged 2 3/10%, and that stock was turned about 7 times a year. Gross profits ran from 10.5% to 26 4/100% of the net sales, the most typical figure being 16 9/10%. Sales costs formed the largest single item of expense, varying from 3 41/100 to 9 94/100%, with the bulk of figures showing around 1 8/10%. According to advanced business practice, the cost of doing business should be based on these 14 points. 1. Charge interest on the net amount of the total investment at the beginning of the business year, exclusive of real estate. 2. Charge rental on real estate or buildings at a rate equal to that which would be received if renting or leasing to others. 3. Charge, in addition to what is paid for hired help, an amount equal to what the proprietor's services would be worth to others. Also treat in the manner the the services of any member of the family employed in the business and not on the regular payroll. 4. Charge depreciation on all goods carried over on which a less price may have to be made because of damage or any other cause. 5. Charge depreciation on buildings, tools, fixtures, or anything else suffering from age or wear and tear. 6. Charge donations and subscriptions paid. 7. Charge all fixed expenses such as taxes, insurance, water, lights, fuel, etc. 8. Charge all incidental expenses such as drayage, postage, office supplies, livery expenses of horses and wagons, telegrams and telephones, advertising, canvassing, etc. 9. Charge losses of every character, including goods stolen or sent out and not charged, allowances made customers, all debts, etc. 10. Charge collection expenses. 11. Charge any other expense not enumerated above. 12. When it is ascertained what the sum of all the foregoing items amounts to, prove it by the books, which will give the total expense for the year. Divide this figure by the total of sales, and it will show the percent which it has cost to do business. 13. Take this percent and deduct it from the price of any article sold. Then subtract it from the remainder what it costs, invoice price and freight, and the result will show the net profit or loss on the article. 14. Go over the selling prices of the various articles and see what are profits. Then get busy in putting your selling figures on a profitable basis and talk it over with your competitor as well. A credit policy for retailers. While the minor factors governing a credit policy for retailers vary with local conditions, the fundamental principles are alike everywhere and should have the thoughtful consideration of all retail distributors of coffee. After a retail grocery store experience of 25 years, a past president of the National Association of Retail Grocers of the United States found that a grocer should insist upon references and a thorough investigation of every new applicant for credit, refusing the privilege when the prospective customer hesitates to give the needed information, that he should arrange a date for periodical payments, explaining that this is necessary so that the storekeeper can arrange to meet his own bills, which will enable him to discount his invoices and to sell his goods cheaper, that statements of accounts should be sent out promptly and never a few days late, that he should insist on payment in full when due, requesting the customer to call if an extension of time is asked, that he should not let the customers decide when they will pay bills, bearing in mind that the possible loss of a few customers who do not pay promptly is offset by the advantages of cash when promised, that he should never abandon the hope of collecting an old account, but should try the method of sending statements only to the surest customers, sending a clerk for the collection of all other accounts, that he should personally examine all uncollected accounts every month, insisting on a reason for failure to pay, that he should study his customers and not trust those who give a bad impression, that he should have the courage to say no when necessary, not to be satisfied with merely a financial rating on a credit applicant, but to ascertain his general reputation and character, and to help to eliminate the deadbeats by giving careful attention to all requests received from other retailers for credit information. Premiums for retailers. House-to-house dealers are the largest users of premiums among coffee distributors. Most of them operate under what is known as the advance premium method. The plan followed by house-to-house dealers until about 1910 was to issue checks redeemable in premiums after a certain amount of tea, coffee, or other products had been purchased. This practice has not been entirely abandoned, but in most instances, the premium is now handed to the consumer in advance of the initial purchase, in consideration of the buyer's promise to use a stipulated quantity of tea, coffee, or other merchandise. The driver of the wagon generally carries a portfolio illustrating numerous premium items redeemable through the purchase of varying amounts of merchandise. Many retail coffee stores also employ premiums using both the old style and advanced methods. This type of store, however, is being supplanted by chain grocery store. Some independent retail grocers use premiums to a limited extent. These usually carry a small line of premiums featuring a piece of kitchenware or other inexpensive items with bulk coffee. It is significant that one of the largest chain store organizations in the United States, the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, uses few premiums today, although its business was founded on the premium idea. Trading stamps, which are sold to grocers and other merchants by firms making a specialty of this form of premium giving, are little used nowadays. The average retail grocer is antagonistic to trading stamps as a result of the methods of certain unscrupulous stamp dealers. Legislation against trading stamps is in effect in many states. End of section 41. Read by Kimberly Bonin.